thing.
This is Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Look at that. Neighbors, good friends, as always. Coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous day in upstate New York. Stellar afternoon for Thoroughbred Racing. Stellar afternoon to celebrate Thoroughbred Aftercare, a big part of today's activity in front of this big crowd at the Spa. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The first race in about 10 minutes here at Saratoga, but lots going on this 26th day. You have the live racing, but also a theme throughout will be Thoroughbred Aftercare. You're going to learn all about the organizations, all the individuals dedicated to finding new careers, new homes for retired thoroughbreds. And you're also going to learn why on this day, Rick Violette has a race named after him. All that coming your way, but first, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Saratoga's fifth race starts in the sixth, or the late pick 5 starts in the sixth. Races 6 and 10 off the turf. Race 9, the Rick Violette, naturally for New York breds. That's coming up. The opener in 8 minutes. A John Deere weather track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses are good, very comfortable. Temperature around 78 degrees. So I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Richie, with riders up behind us. This particular day, Thoroughbred Aftercare, why is this day so important?
Well, I think it's just a constant reminder of how we have to take care of our thoroughbred or our equine athletes and how much skill set they have, how many other disciplines they can excel in. And most horses, for people that don't know at home, like to have a job. There are many cases where you turn a horse out in the field and they're not happy. They want to do things. But this is a great opportunity to showcase all of their abilities beyond being able to go fast.
This is the third annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Andy, before we go any further, for our viewers, what should they know about Rick Violette?
Well, I mean, I would say, and Richie knows him better than I do, but I was friendly with Rick. Rick's a person who, obviously, he's remembered for success in the racetrack as a trainer, diversify. One that recently comes to mind, but there were many over the years. But Rick's a man who dedicated his life to the betterment of the sport, for the horses involved in the sport, but also the people involved in the sport. And beyond everything else he did, he was a tireless advocate for those that were involved in the game. And I think that's what people should remember about Rick, along many other things, Richie.
Yeah, terrific horseman. But I never knew where he found all the hours in the day to do as much as he did on behalf of others.
Much more on Violette throughout the course of the broadcast. As for the Rick Violette Stakes, there's the field. New York breds, 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the Mellon turf course. That's a change. Number 1, Ramblin' Wreck, 9-5. Morning line favorite. Let's revisit the Cab Calloway. Top 4 finishers are back, Andy. How was It's All Coming Together able to upset Ramblin' Wreck on this afternoon?
By setting an extremely slow pace. And it was a race that figured to feature a fast pace on paper. But for whatever reason, and maybe it was a bad decision by the connections of Vacation Dance, a horse who has much more early speed than the number 5, It's All Come Together, they just abdicated the lead to that one. Well, there are blinkers on Vacation Dance today, and you'll see that quicker pace, and it'll just be a more honestly run race. I don't think Rambling Wreck lost a lot in defeat. I just think he was beaten by a good horse that got optimal circumstance.
It's coming up, the Thursday feature on this Thoroughbred Aftercare Thursday, the Rick Violette Race 9, post time around 5:45 Eastern. Field for the opener. $40,000 maiden claimer. All for sale. None have ever won. 6.5 furlongs. Current favorite at 9-5 at the bottom. Ride up. Post parade in progress. We'll start with Mo, then Luck drawn inside. And Jamie Torres won on a, $37 horse yesterday here at Saratoga.
His second race is fast enough to compete. He is a new gelding, so while I wasn't a big fan of his chances, I can see a case for him at a price.
There he is, by a former Breeders' Cup Classic winner, champion, older horse, Accelerate, Mo, then Luck. Jamie Torres, number 2. Sipican Shop, owner, breeder, Lipa Koik, won the spin away with his mother.
Yeah, and this horse was way out of it after breaking slowly, and I thought closed with interest. I thought this horse was very interesting here. He needs to break a little bit better than he did on debut.
He was far back last time.
Out of Sipican Harbor, number 3, there he is, assertive attitude. Debuted last November, hasn't raced since.
Was scratched earlier in the meet. He wasn't a 3-horse field last time, so take his debut with a grain of salt.
5-1 currently. Number 4, I Love Cara, Gagliano stable, first-time starter, 10-1.
Yeah, not taking a tremendous amount of money, and Connection's not noted for winning with firsters, but wouldn't have to be a superstar to excel here in this spot.
Bargaining power, world-class connections, yes, but can he run?
He's done no running in 2 turf races. Now they'll try dirt with him. He's bet because of the connections. He is the first horse to run for Claravich Stables, leading the meet with 12 wins for a tag.
Kind of punches a hole in the theory that you have to drop horses to be successful at Saratoga. We saw Golden Purchase. And then the favorite in Ride Up, 6-5 morning line. Favorite now at 9-5. Big class drop.
You can give him a pass, perhaps, for facing tougher. 2 turns, a mile and an eighth last time. His previous races make him way the horse to beat. I'm surprised he's not a lower price. Maybe you don't trust him dropping into a claiming race. Maiden claimer the first time, but he's way the horse to beat.
Field for the opener. Early pick 5 starts here. Post time 4 minutes. Little breezy here on this Thursday afternoon at Saratoga. We say hello to Acacia Clement standing by in the winner's circle. Acacia, you've been tracking these maiden claimers who looks like they might be ready to graduate.
Well, I agree with what Andy said about the favorite to the outside. Yes, he is taking a drop in class for the first time, which I think is a big benefit for Ride Up, but he has had quite a few chances. I think you have to kind of sift through his past performances and look through. He's a horse that does not want to go a mile and an eighth. I had some reservations about him going a mile and a 16th a couple races back, and he actually ran quite well behind a very well-meant first-time starter in Donegal Forever. He was forward, he's strong. Maybe this is a bit shorter than I'd prefer, but I definitely like the cutback into a 1-turn race. He was forward in the paddock, all things that you'd like to see, and just hoping that this could potentially be the spot. Again, he is dropping in class for the first time, though he has already had 8 starts. The number 2, Sipican Shop, Andy and I were joking and wonder why this horse is not stretching out in distance, given how he ran first time out. And now seeing him, I understand why. He's very small. He's a smaller, compact, all sprinter type of build, but he framed up beautifully out on the racetrack by Medaglia d'Oro out of Spinaway winner Sipican Harbor. And I think Kenny McPeak was very realistic when he debuted him for 30 at Churchill. He was so far back, completely losing contact with the field, was green, closing on his left lead. But in the preliminaries here, he's done everything well. As you can see, he's really handled himself nicely out on the track, got a good warm-up under Junior Alvarado. And if he's ready off a bit of that freshening and hopefully breaks a bit better, I think he's a big player in here, and he was the one of the lightly raced horses that I did prefer. The 5, Bargaining Power, Ace by Frosted, who can certainly have runners on either surface, and the Dam's 2 wins were sprinting on the dirt. The only other sibling was a winner over in Japan, but it's a lot of changes for this horse, cutting back in distance, off of a layoff, blinkers off. He's also one that's quite small, and he just never grew or changed much from 2 to 3. He's been sharp out there. Physically, certainly don't mind him on the dirt. I think he's a little bit more of a turf hoof, but he hasn't shown anything on the turf as of yet. If one thing I will say, Lafitte, I do like the cutback to go shorter for him. I think he's a horse that's physically better suited to a shorter distance, and he too framed himself up well. I just think this will be a big litmus test as to whether he has any ability against perhaps the proper field.
Chad Brown, Acacia, shaking things up, changing things up. We'll see how Bargaining Power responds. There's the favorite, Ride Up. And let's take a look at one of his better efforts here. Late March, Aqueduct, Ride Up, Andy. And just, give him credit for plugging away and sticking to his task.
Yeah, I mean, he is a horse that's had his chances with 3 seconds and 3/3 and 8 starts. But he's kept some pretty good company, and he's run some good figures. And it's just getting to the point with Linda Rice where I think she realizes he's not going to win a maiden special weight. I'm trying to win some Saratoga. Let's drop him down. If somebody wants to claim and move on. They only paid $30,000 for him, Richie. He's paid his way. Maybe it's just time to be a little more realistic. But you have to admit, and he's the favorite, and I picked him. His last race was bad, so if somebody wants to bet against him at a short price because of that, I'm not going to knock them.
No, certainly. And I think the word you used, realistic, is just what they're being. They've given this horse plenty of opportunities. He's run good races, but he hasn't been able to break through. For maiden 40, it should just make things easier for him.
Early pick 5 pool nearing $500,000. 7-5, 6-5 make it. Ride Up. And Richie, you are going with the tiny Sipican Shop, currently at 7-2 with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, I actually liked his first race. I mean, he was in another area code early on, and he really finished with interest. And I just think with a start under his belt, could make him more focused, kind of the understanding of what he needs to do, what his job is, where obviously first time when they opened the gates, he really wasn't sure of his job.
Yeah, I picked him second, and I'm with you. But a couple of things. It's a 6.5 furlong race, and it's interesting that Ken McPeak brings him back short. He doesn't. Now, maybe this is a race that came up. He couldn't find a longer race.
Sure.
He broke a couple legs slow last time, and I mean, he was in Ohio while the rest of the field was in Louisville.
Yeah, he was a long way out of it.
Wild how far out of the race he was, and he can't do that again here. And usually they are much more professional, but
Yeah,
he's got a lot of professional. And I agree with you. He's the other horse I looked at.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
To be honest, I mean, I'm hoping that race clues him in, and that
Like it can't be that bad again.
Yeah,
at the start.
He could be.
well, he could be.
Famous last words of the racetrack. Can't happen.
Yeah. No, never say that on the racetrack.
I mean, I think he's a super interesting horse.
Leap Coit, Campaign, Sippacan Harbor. Also Becky's Joker, winner of the opening day Schuylerville.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Sippacan Harbor, an upsetter. She was trained by Gary Contessa. Upset winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway. Sippacan shot at 7-2. Here, $40,000 maiden claimers. Race shape, Richie, what are we looking for early on in terms of pace?
Well, I think the one has to show some pace. I mean, the horse has speed and has the rail, and you get an apprentice in Jamie Torres who's not bashful about allowing horses to show speed. The 3 Assertive Attitude did show speed, albeit in a very short field.
I think the 3 and 5 will be forward in here. I mean, you'd think Bargaining Power would show a little bit of speed as well. It's probably the best opportunity for him to be successful. He's the wild card, and these connections are always going to attract attention. But he's a frosted that Chad Brown ran twice on the turf, and even shipped to Kentucky Downs to do it. You don't think turf and instantly with frosted. So if Chad Brown, now he thinks turf more than most trainers, but still I just wonder a little bit. But he's the wild card.
Day 26, Andy, August 17th, leading owner Seth Klarman, as you mentioned. Wow, the first horse he's run in a claiming race all season long.
Yeah,
pretty amazing.
They've had great success in winning, and with stake race they've won 5, some 2-year-old maidens as well. It's a competitive meet, and it's just I just thought it was sort of amazing they've gone this far into the meet.
Ways and means probably in a claiming race next time, right?
Yeah, she is like running in our Spinaway, so that's going to be
probably the Spinaway
she looks up
favorite.
With that Adirondack winner. That will be a very exciting race.
Most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at the meet. The Spinaway. We'll see Ways in Means' impressive debut winner. Frank Mirmati with the call, first of 10 on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at Saratoga.
Thanks, Lafitte. There are the Silks of the Klarovich Stables. Bargaining Power. Golden Purchase coming up. And the favorite Right Up at even money in the final stages of wagering. They're in the gate for the Saratoga opener. And they're off. Bargaining Power is hustled out. Mo Than Luck along the inside, flashing good speed. And they're joined 3 wide by Right Up. So those 3 vying for the early lead. Then it's Assertive Attitude. Golden Purchase in the purple colors is next, followed by Sippacan Shop, and I Love Cara is another 15 lengths behind. It's Mo Than Luck at the rail, and Bargaining Power. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. Bargaining Power short lead, and that lead expands to 1.5 lengths. Right Up takes second. Mo Than Luck is back to third. A gap of 5 to Golden Purchase in fourth, followed by Assertive Attitude and Sippacan Shop. A distance still to I Love Cara. They're a 1/4 mile from home. Bargaining Power trying to turn away the favorite Right Up. These two are well clear at the top of the stretch. Mo Than Luck is in third, 3/16 of a mile to go. Bargaining Power digging in, looking strong. On the outside, Right Up trying to get by. Right to him now. They're head and head, and Right Up puts his head in front past the furlong pole. Sippacan Shop has surfaced into third. Right Up opens up. And now Bargaining Power won't even get second. Right Up wins by 5. Sippacan Shop finished with interest. Bargaining Power was third, and then Golden Purchase.
Right Up. Favorite delivers in the opener. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice padding their stats together. Right Up graduates in his 9th career start.
And just a very logical spot. Sat the trip just off of the 5. Andy, good call about who would make the pace. The 5 Bargaining Power turning back off of turf races, off the layoff, showed good speed. Was no match for the winner, and I think it probably cost him second because, that battle with the winner. And here comes the 2 Sippacan Shop, who wasn't in another county, but was down Union Avenue.
It was closer to Sarah Harness than the leaders as they went down the back stretch. And yeah, going around the turn, the stretch, we were commenting, you and I were talking, and it looked like the 5 had much worse than 7. I mean, Jose Ortiz was riding hard. Irad looked like he had plenty of horse. but it just turns out the 5 just isn't really that good, and the 7 just ground him out and won like the favorite's supposed to.
Also, the 7 coming off of a 1 1/8 race that usually dulls horse little speed, so you got to kind of ride him into the race. So the fact that he was that close, you know, you knew he would finish having that foundation of longer races.
Just gonna crank it up to get it going. Get that engine
Yeah,
revving.
come on, let's
and
go build into it.
finally ride up, seem to start responding, and in the end, put away Zibican shot bargaining power quite easily in the stretch.
Yeah, and again, bargaining power ran well. Listen, he was off the layoff. For a trainer, that layoffs usually don't mean very much. But I think the battle with the 7 ride up, who was just a superior rival, probably cost him second in the end.
Right. Sometimes, you know, you watch races, and a lot of times you can get a good feel for which of the horses is going better than the other ones.
Yeah.
The 5 is a wild card, and the 5, it turns out, is just not very good and not really much horse. And the 7 was riding harder, but the 7 was just a much better horse.
7-2-5-6, ride up the favorite, graduates, results, reaction. Just getting started here on Saratoga Live. Yesterday, very sad news. Just before we signed off, we learned of the passing of Jerry Moss. Moss, a music industry titan, was the co-founder of A&M Records in Los Angeles. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Jerry also owned Thoroughbreds along with his former wife, Ann, most notably Zenyatta, the remarkable mare who retired 19 for 20, the only female to have captured the Breeders' Cup Classic. Moss also owned a Kentucky Derby winner, Giacomo, in 2005 at 50-1, named after Sting's son, A&M, having signed the Police in the late 70s. Jerry Moss, gone at the age of 88.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 3rd annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 17th.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2, as always. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Postcard kind of afternoon, and Saratoga Springs, right up. The favorite, Richie, breaks through in his 9th career start for Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, it's had that perfect trip, well spotted outside, set up shop outside of Bargaining Power, who had the most speed, came under a ride, but just kept finding more, and that turn back from the mile and 8 to 6.5 certainly will give a horse fresh legs that last 1/8 of a mile, that foundation, right?
Yeah, he found the right field. He's run some good races, and this gets to the heart of why Linda Rice is successful. I mean, there's other reasons. She's an extremely good horse person, I should say. She runs her horses where they can win.
Yes.
And a lot of people make a very, very tough game even harder by running horses where they can't win far too often.
Currently second in the trainer standings, Linda Rice, 1 down, a 9 left on the Thursday program here at Saratoga. Cue the animation, looking ahead to the Saturday feature, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. It is a Grade 1 Alabama. Fields run yesterday, 3-year-old fillies, 10 deep. Good to see that size field. 1.25 miles, $600,000 purse. Number 2, Wet Paint, 2-1. Morning line favorites. Go back to the Coaching Club American Oaks, Andy. The top 3 are back from the Alabama. Sacred Wish, Wet Paint there from off the pace, just finding her best stride. Gambling Girl a little dull on this afternoon in her comeback.
I agree, but I expect her to run a lot better on Saturday. This was Wet Paint's best effort. There is no denying that. She ran down a loose speed that had a very soft trip on a slow pace, and she got it done. And this is to her credit. And she's probably the deserved favorite in the Alabama. Sacred Wish ran well, but she really did it in her own way, and I don't think it's going to be as soft for her on Saturday as it was last time. My problem with Wet Paint is she's still not that good, and she's going to be favored in here, and I think there's a lot going on. In my opinion, and I spent a lot of time already looking at the Alabama and don't have picks in the race, this is the most interesting Alabama we have had here in a long, long time, Richie. I'm thinking back to when about 13 lost to our Mims back in the late 70s. Wow. This is a very, very interesting competitive race.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's several different directions that you can go. It's very interesting, intriguing. Definitely more pace signed on than what was in the Coaching Club.
Well, randomized is fast, and she's good. And she might be the most talented horse in the race. She's run the fastest by her figures on 2 occasions. I think Chocolate Gelato is in the race, and I like rabbits, so people should use rabbits more. She's a talented horse, but she did not run a step in the Jersey Girl, and to run in this race off that race makes no sense unless you think there's something else going on. And I think she's in there to ensure that the pace is honest, or more than honest, for her uncoupled stablemate, Gambling Girl.
Yeah.
And Gambling Girl, I'm not convinced that her Kentucky Oaks is the true measure of her talent. But I think she would need that race off the layoff last time.
Fast pace also helps Wet Paint, trying to become the 6th CCA Oaks winner to sweep the Alabama in the last 12 years. And then you have this race as well. It's been a long time, but the 1-3 finishers from this spring's Ashlyn at Keeneland, Andy, defining purpose. She has run since. Julia Shining has not.
Yeah, and she's okay. And Kenny McPeak's had great success in this race. But man, did she have the run of the race in the Ashlyn. Very similar to Sacred Wish.
Yeah.
Stalking an overmatched long shot rival. The same thing happened in the Indiana Oaks when she beat Tax. Now, I don't think that Tax had a very tough trip in the Indiana Oaks, but Defining Purpose had the benefit of a much softer trip in there. And these are better horses. She's going to have to get faster to beat them.
I think it's a fair assessment. I'm curious about Julia Shining. You know, yes, she's coming off a layoff, going 1.25 miles, but she's got the right conditioner in her corner in Todd Pletcher. And the way she's run, you've got to think that she wants 1.25 miles.
Right, but I would love to know with 100% certainty what she's doing in this race, having not run in 4.5 months. Because you don't say after the Ashland, now, she couldn't get into the Kentucky Oaks. They wanted to run there, but they don't say, all right, we didn't get into Kentucky Oaks. I got an idea. We'll rest her up and get her ready for the Alabama without a prep in 4.5 months. Todd Pletcher's a genius and a great trainer.
But that's the
point.
point.
He's going to tell you that this is not what he wants to do. Where has she been? And do you really want to bet her at a relatively short price, trying to pull that off? And the other thing about Julia Shining is, as good as she may be, hasn't she mostly been disappointing in her career?
Yeah, I don't know that she's been disappointing. I expect maybe a bit more, but she's also one of those horses that looks like she's always figuring it out.
Well, Louis Sykes had to ride her like forever last time.
She's there. It's Pletcher. So many storylines, so much at stake. The Alabama on Fox on Saturday. Coverage begins 3 Eastern, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies, championship implications. When we come back, the theme on this afternoon at Saratoga, New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, giving back to the athletes that give so much to us, the people, the organizations, making sure our retired racehorses are properly looked after. We'll be right back.
And they're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Curling, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Alabama Stakes. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me. And the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing. And you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
Such an important cause, and the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, founded in 1983, the oldest and largest thoroughbred rescue in the U.S., Richie. It can be difficult to keep track of all these organizations, and you know what? That's a good thing.
That's a good thing because you have so many well-intentioned people with the same goals in mind to make sure that these horses have an outlet when their racing careers are over. Horse races 2, 3, 4, 5 years. They're going to live into their 20s, and they need a soft landing, a dignified retirement, and identifying. Now, some of the rescues, some of the organizations just concentrate on horses that can have second careers. Others concentrate on horses that are just going to be pasture pets, horses that are pretty to look at but won't have a second job. And I think it's a nice blend. They specialize in their particular areas, but they're all well-intentioned, and it's up to everybody within the industry to kind of help out and make sure these horses have that kind of outlet afterwards.
As you've said many times, Andy, without the horses, yeah, we actually have to go out and really like work and get real jobs for a living.
Right. You don't want to tell people you should donate. A lot of people, they struggle and they should take care of their families first. If you can give, it's important. But I think all of us that work in the industry,
yes,
every one of us that derive a living because of these horses and the many people that work tirelessly to help them run as well, we should look after all of them, and we have to do something at least to help those horses out. I think it's a responsibility we have, because without them, I have a job I don't love as much as I love this job. I probably wouldn't like it at all. I've been there and done that. I didn't like it. I love this one.
So many great organizations dedicated to this cause, and most of the races today are sponsored by the different aftercare organizations, including Act Naturally, sponsor of the second race here at Saratoga, as we send it over to Acacia, standing by with Valerie Buck.
Indeed, Valerie Buck, the founder of Act Naturally, and I'm also so happy to be joined by Danelle Dissignore. I'm sorry, I knew I was going to have a tough time with that name. I asked her 3 times about it. We'll have an opportunity to hear about her personal experience. But Valerie, first starting with you, tell us a bit about Act Naturally. You're the founder. What does your program focus on?
So I was an exercise rider for nearly 3 decades at the track, and while I rode some of the best horses that came along in my career, I was really interested in supporting the horses that fell through the cracks, that were not competitive on the racetrack, and finding a new purpose for them. So I'd take a horse here and there, and then I volunteered with the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, Saratoga War Horse. I supplied the horses to that program for 3 years, and decided that I wanted to do something on my own. And we take racehorses when they're done racing, we retrain, rehome them, and while they're in our care, we do a Hearts in Harmony program. We work with people, healing hearts, healing souls, and we are focused on veterans this summer, and we're working with a SUNY Adirondack peer-to-peer program, and just seeing some really amazing results with the work that our horses are doing in the programs.
And it's such wonderful work. And speaking of the peer-to-peer program, Danelle, you're a part of the program. And tell us a little bit about your experiences with horses. You're a retired Navy veteran, and thank you for your service. But tell us about your experience.
Well, personally, my experience first time, I didn't know what to expect. I came down and didn't have a lot to do with horses in life. Wasn't around many of them. And I came down with Valerie, was open, and my experience with Warrior that I had, I didn't think it was going to affect me quite the way that it did. And the way the horse just got me, and at one point, and I just leaned into him, and he just got me. He came around my neck, and I think I leaned into him, and I just started crying and crying. And literally, I said to him, I was like, we did it. And you know, made that connection, and I didn't think I was going to stop crying. But the most amazing thing for me is to also, with peer-to-peers, bring other veterans to Valerie and to the horses, and people anywhere from PTSD, really anxiety issues, but veterans that normally have an opportunity to do this kind of therapy. And I've seen Charlie, who never wants to go around horses. His brother has horses, and what he did at that moment, everybody had goosebumps, and he really has been changed. It really has helped his anxiety, and the connection that he had with Butter, especially, was they were like Mike and Ike. And then when he came back this past weekend, they remembered. And Butter remembered. So there's things like that are just amazing, and to see that feeling and those veterans, their eyes, and be like, oh my God, I never knew I could feel this relaxed and enjoy being here, is just amazing. So I really support Valerie, so does peer-to-peer, and anything I can do to help raise awareness for her organization and what she does as far as retired horses, I'm there.
Thank you so much for sharing your story and your experience in Lafitte. These kinds of powerful stories are why aftercare is so important.
What it's all about, the connection between horse and human, great stuff. Acacia, each race today sponsored by a different Thoroughbred aftercare program. Race 2 sponsored by Act naturally. When we return, so much of what's happening today started with him. Rick Violette, trainer, president of the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, started multiple aftercare organizations. In a word, he was tireless. His story is next.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
This is Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Welcome back as the racing continues and this day dedicated to a special cause continues. It is no coincidence that on this afternoon the featured event is known as the Rick Violette. Violette, sure, best known for winning a Grade 1 Whitney with a New York bred in Diversify, but he was so much more than just a trainer. The difference he made for so many in the industry and the difference he made for so many thoroughbreds now retired.
I started with him in Saratoga, 2003. I was just a working employee and just did the best I could, and I appreciated how much knowledge he had and how much I had to learn every single day. It was wonderful.
I spent 6 years on the ninth aboard with him, and so we talked about a lot of issues all the time. And he was married to our industry. It was just amazing the amount of hours. I didn't know how he did both, train horses and to run NITHA, but he was great at both.
When I first came on the board in 2011, I really got to see the true Rick Violette at his best, which was fighting for the rights and advocating for not only the horsemen, the trainers, the owners, but the horses and the backstretch workers. He knew what they were all going through because he'd been through it all. He was a rider, he was a trainer, he was a groom, he was the head of a huge organization.
He was going to make it happen, and you were either going to get on board or get out of the way.
He just was very, very passionate about our sport and medications. We talked a lot about the rules and regulations, and I would think that will stay with me forever, the stopping clenbuterol and different types of medicines, and really has brought the game to the forefront on a lot of issues.
I mean, it was always on his mind, always. It was, he'd go to bed thinking about it, he'd wake up thinking about it. It was all the problems as far as Lasix and workman's comp and just anything. I mean, it was always racking his brain, trying to fix it.
He was so smart, he had so much foresight to see what was going to happen 10 or 20 years down the road. With Aftercare, you see these horses here, their racing careers maybe 3-4 years. They lived at 20. So look at most of their life is going to be Aftercare or a second career. So to have the foresight of that magnitude, I was just in awe because I don't have it. And I maybe have it now because I learned through him.
In this Wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
Winning the Whitney is one of the most amazing moments, not just for Rick. I mean, Rick was, he was thrilled, you know, over the moon to win a race like that. But to win the Whitney for Mr. Evans, for Mr. Evans' daughter, with, you know, his team of Melissa and Fausto and everybody that worked, like that was what was really special to him. I mean, you couldn't have drawn up Whitney Day any more perfectly. It was magic.
It couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was like a fairy tale to be with the rainbow and everything. And it was all that hard work and dedication, and it finally paid off. And all the hardship that he went through with his health and everything, but he was never felt sorry for himself or never wanted anybody to feel sorry for himself. And it just showed that he still had it in him. I mean, to the very end. I mean, he still was able to get horses to the top level and get the job done. It was amazing.
He created initiatives and organizations that will be here long after we're out of the business or gone altogether.
We miss him so much because of everything that he did, and so many people don't know what he was doing all the time, working day and night for everybody, but he always was working.
Will never be forgotten. I mean, you say, yeah, there's plenty of people out there that will say that he saved racing in New York and all of racing, period. There was nobody else like him.
No one else like him. Rick Violette, sorely missed. We lost him in 2018. For all of his accomplishments as a trainer or otherwise, Richie, it feels as though this is his legacy, Thoroughbred Aftercare.
Yeah, he was a great horseman, tremendous trainer. Early in his career, he could gallop all his own horses. Alfred Vanderbilt gave him his start. He's trained for many great people, but at the end of the day, it's what he used to do for everybody else. And listen, he and I were friends. We butted heads several times because I'd be on the Jockey Guild side of it and he'd be on the horseman side of it, and we would argue and fight, but it wasn't a personal thing. It was like, okay, we presented our cases and you could move on. But what he did for the backstretch workers, for owners, for trainers, he really just tirelessly in pursuit of making conditions better for everybody.
Training is a round-the-clock job. It's 7 days a week. It's essentially 24 hours a day, Andy. President of NYTHA, the Aftercare organizations for the back. Like, how? When did he have time to accomplish and do everything he did?
He apparently didn't sleep a lot. I don't know. It's a great question. Obviously, he had great people working with him as well, like Melissa, that helped, but he was a tireless advocate for all the things that mattered. And in a disingenuous world, Rick Violette was as genuine a person as you'll ever find.
Rick Violette, his life and legacy honored today at Saratoga, all part of New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day and the Rick Violette Stakes later on this afternoon. Race 2 coming up. Horses have just left the paddock. We're about 6 minutes out. And good race. Allowance race, fillies and mares, a mile on grass. Field and updated odds with Pleasant Passage. Wow, the current favorite at 8-5. Let's see how they look. Just parading in front of the crowd moments ago. And Chili Flag, picture the French filly. Now a winner in the States.
If she runs her last race, she's going to win this race. The question is, can she run it back? Because her prior races are just not that good. But if a light bulb went out, she'll be gone in here.
Or on, one of the two. Chili Flag, number 2. Sister Luan.
Thank you for that.
Sister Luan, Ken Ramsey, homebred. Richie, Saffron Moon here at 7-2.
Andy, very talented. You like her. Saffron Moon.
No, I like Saffron Moon.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm sorry, I like Saffron Moon quite a bit here. She had a crazy wide trip. The problem with her is all the layoffs.
Not so close we saw there. Ricardo Santana in the Whitney colors, number 5, Pleasant Passage, the favorite at 8-5.
I don't get it, Richie. I think she's a 2-year-old that never went on with it. I am shocked that she's favored in here and do not like her chances. I'll get her in the winner's circle.
You know what? I think the flow of this race could help her cause, though. Don't you feel like there's going to be a legitimate pace on here?
Well, I guess it depends how hard Saez goes with the 1. Not so close to the fastest horse in the race. She's supposed to clear. And I think if she clears, she's dangerous. She was good in her first race on the turf. But this is Chili Flag's last race. Idea Generation is a somewhat promising 3-year-old for Klarovich that looked good going in the race.
Look at her turn it on.
She made her look like a 10-claimer.
The acceleration was visible to the naked eye. I mean, you could just see her extend her stride and kick away, and did it quickly. I think she gets pace to run at. She's my top selection, the 1 Chili Flag, because I think the race sets up well for a horse that's going to be coming from off the pace.
Acacia, what are you seeing from Chili Flag pictured?
Well, she had a big warm-up out there today, Lafitte, and I agree with Andy. If she's able to repeat that last effort, she is the one to beat in this spot. She's a horse that doesn't carry a ton of condition as a typical kind of European physique. As you can see her there, she's quite tucked up, but she definitely has her own opinions about life as well. But I like that Irene Ortiz took her away from the pony, gave her a good warm-up. I had noticed in her race 2 back at Belmont that she was running a little bit high-headed, and she seems to settle nicely last time out, and you can see her kind of throwing her head around a little bit there. Maybe she's one that needs to kind of have things her way and have a rider kind of give her head a little bit. And so I like, again, a big warm-up, and Irad getting to know her too. Big effort last time out, and she looks great once again, coming back to try and make it 2 in a row. The number 3 is the other one for Chad Brown, Saffron Moon. Now, she is a big, long striding filly. She is 2 for 2 on the turf, but the problem is that we saw her after 3 dirt efforts, one in which she unfortunately lost the rider, in October of 2021, then not again until April 2022, then not again until December, and then not again until now in August. That's always concerning for me. Now, she has kind of filled into her frame nicely, which I do appreciate, as she was a little bit kind of gangly, lanky towards the start of her career. She looks very strong coming back. Yes, she could be a little bit more defined in her barrel, if anything, but overall, she looks great. She obviously has ability, and she had a very odd, wide trip in which she seemed to be kind of pulling Sammy Camacho, who was a strong rider, and maybe a little bit more comfortable out in the clear and not tucked in behind horses. I don't know what to make of her. If she's ready today, she's a player, and she obviously has ability, but the layoffs for me are a concern. The number 5, Pleasant Passage, I'm surprised to see her as your favorite. She last time added the blinkers for the first time. It's a shortcut blinker that Shig McGahee did add on, and Manny Franco took a hold of her, and she got a little bit keen, wanting to run on, and just not quite enough room, yes, but not quite enough of a punch either. She's sharp in here, and she's always been sharp. She's been a little bit naughty at the gate in the past, and I wonder if those blinkers are to add a little bit more focus as well. Physically, she did go on. She's super fit in here, coming back off of that 3rd place finish last time. I thought she could grab a piece in here, but potentially one of the favorites, our co-favorite. We'll see if she can improve today, because Lafitte, I think that she has to.
She does, and we'll circle back to Pleasant Passage, runner-up to Meditate in last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf, 2-1. But getting back to Saffron Moon, Andy's top selection, number 3 for Chad Brown. Take a look at her last appearance. This was Christmas Eve, Tampa Bay Downs. Saffron Moon, you'll see, Andy, kind of a funky start getting out of the blocks here.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you look at it, you think, oh, she ran this huge 89 buyer first time out. Then she goes to Tampa Bay and only runs an 81 buyer. You might think, well, she's just not that good, but I don't know, man. She doesn't get out that well. She's a little she's running off a little bit, Richie. But she's legitimately 4 wide around the field the entire way and still drew up impressively. And for what it's worth, the 2nd place finisher came back and improved the buyer figure 5 points next time out. So it might be a better race than it looks.
I mean, you see right there, she went into the first turn 4 wide. And
second turn, same thing.
Same thing. Here she comes 5
now
wide.
watch this.
Even, you know, and then just
not easy to do.
Away. Not easy.
I mean, as you say correctly, you want to be able to save ground on one of the turns. She was out in the middle of the parking lot. I mean, and her first race was incredibly promising. Now, I think the concern, Richie, is that she's had so many layoffs. And good horses sometimes have issues, and eventually those issues catch up with them, and they just can't keep that talent rolling.
Yeah, but she has a pedigree, and she's trained by a world-class horseman in Chad Brown. I'm sure she's doing extremely well. Otherwise, there's outlets for her. She can have another career.
Oh, no,
as a
I
mom,
know,
right?
but I just worry at some point that it just takes its toll.
There are a lot of layoff lines.
And the one who is now correctly favored, in my opinion, if she runs that last race, I mean, she's probably going to win. That was some race.
I'm going to be honest. I couldn't get past that last race, that eye-catching acceleration the last eighth of a mile. You know, I think there's times we look at Chad Brown runners, Gulfstream, they don't seem to perform as well. I just don't think they handle that turf course as well.
That's why he runs at Tampa so much.
Right? So then she comes back off of, freshening February to May. No pace on whatsoever.
But there was no pace last time, and she ran.
But more pace than the time before, though. At least they went 49-2 compared to 51.
But still, in relative terms, it wasn't that much.
Yeah.
But you're right.
And I think she gets more pace today.
I agree. The 4's got to go. I don't think the 4 is totally ridiculous in here. I thought she really was very game in her turf debut. I think the concern with her is Luis Saez going to press the issue with the 2, Sister Luann?
Love the way she battled when collared at Ellis Park. Not so close.
Yeah.
With Ricardo Santana. And then Pleasant Passage, number 5 at 2-1. And it's hard to ignore this is a Miss Grilla winner. And she was second to Meditate in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf last year. But what have you done for me lately?
Well, she has competed against some tough older horses, to be fair. And she does again today. But she seems like a decent, precocious 2-year-old that hasn't really gone on it. It's unusual for Shug McGay. But often he has 2-year-olds, he goes along slowly with him, and then they start to blossom as they get older.
Yeah, this filly was precocious right from the start, right? Winning her first 2 starts, a good runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. I just think that there's going to be 3 horses fairly close to the pace, and I think that I want a closer. Chili Flag, to me, is the best closer. But I think if you're going to see a move forward from Pleasant Passage, it's today, because I think the race will shape up well for her.
It's a 5-horse field. But this is a very good race. There could be 3 no-hopers and make it 8, and it wouldn't be a better race.
Lots of talent. Lots of talent here as they file into the gate. Start of the early pick 4. Sister Luann drawn inside. Final check of the tote board reading 2-1. Chili Flag 1-2 for trainer Chad Brown. Frank Marmotti standing by with the call. Post time, race 2, Saratoga.
Chili Flag is in. Here's Not So Close. And Pleasant Passage will complete the lineup. Pleasant Passage goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Saffron Moon and Sister Luann vying for the early lead, but Not So Close comes and now presses as Saffron Moon will be just a little bit off the pace, almost clipped heels into the first turn. Very hard to handle is Saffron Moon in the early going, and she needs to calm down. On the outside, Pleasant Passage moves up and takes 3rd. Saffron Moon under a tight hold, 4, 3 lengths off the lead, and it's another 2 back to Chili Flag. Things calm down as they make their way onto the backstretch, and it's Not So Close, leading it by 2 lengths. Pleasant Passage in 2nd, Sister Luann at the rail. The quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Flavien Prat's had his hand full with Saffron Moon, who's in 4th and 4 lengths off the lead, and Chili Flag is biding her time at the back of the field. They move past the half in 48 3/5 seconds, and it's Not So Close, a length and a half in front. Pleasant Passage 2nd. Sister Luann, Saffron Moon starts to inch into contention on the outside, 4, 3 lengths off the lead, and nothing yet from Chili Flag. They're approaching the quarter pole, Not So Close, Pleasant Passage. Saffron Moon looming up nicely on the outside for the stretch drive. Down at the rail, it's Sister Luann, and now Chili Flag is cut loose, and she's coming with a swift bid in the center of the course. Here's Chili Flag after Not So Close. Not So Close digging in. Chili Flag on the outside. Sister Luann, Saffron Moon in between. Not So Close just keeps on going. Not So Close. All the way under Ricardo Santana Jr.
Showing you her mettle. Just tough, gritty, Not So Close in the Mary Lou Whitney stables, wire to wire. over a talented group of fillies and mares in this second at Saratoga.
This is a really good group of fillies and mares, and love turf racing. Get to the 8th pole. There's 4 of them that had a chance to win it. The one Chili Flag's coming, but not so close. In a race I thought had a lot of speed. Really got very comfortable and lonely on the lead, didn't she, Andy?
Right. She went 110 and 3/5 the last 6 furlongs, and make no mistake, and I take nothing away from her. She got away with a very tepid first quarter, but she was extremely game. The 3 Saffron Moon, she put in her run. Looked like she was going to get to her. You felt like Ira was super confident on Chili Flag.
Yep.
Felt like she was going to make a run and maybe run by them all, and the pace was slow, and she was hurt by it. But this filly has an incredible amount of gameness in her, which she showed despite not winning in her debut, and she did it against some good horses here. And another big win for Norm Cassie, who has got 4 wins now and about 8 or 9 starters at the meet. He actually, and Greg's not going to like this, he might have a better win percentage than Tom Amos right now. I'm going to have to call Greg Wolf and let him know.
Which is really
not an easy thing to do because Tom's 5 for 11.
8-1. Not so close for Norm Cassie and Ricardo Santana here, and just love to see that fight and digging deep, repelling all challengers.
Loved her job. You could see her in the way she bowled long, but then dug in when she felt the presence of other horses. And how good is it to see those silks, especially up here in Saratoga, making their way back to the winner's circle?
Can they win one race every year forever?
I would like
Can they stick them on a horse that's 2 to 5 someday just for the fun of it?
Yeah.
You've both been here many more days, many more years than I have. One of my favorite moments since I started spending summers here was 2021 with fans back at Saratoga for the first time. The prior year, during the pandemic, no fans at Saratoga, and seeing those colors in the winner's circle after the opening day, Schuylerville, Pretty Birdie for Norm Cassie, the Mary Lou Whitney colors. It all just felt perfect.
It did feel perfect. And as much as Mary Lou Whitney is meant to Saratoga, to the backstretch community, to racing as a whole, it's fabulous to see these colors carry on. And I'm so happy that John Hendrickson is continuing on and, kind of fulfilling Mary Lou Whitney's visions about racing.
No, it's great to see them still running. There's no question about it. It really is just nice to see. And Mary Lou means so much to this town. So often there's a story like the Mary Lou Whitney story, and sort of behind the scenes, it's not really true. It is more true than most people realize in the case of Mary Lou. And obviously that was a great moment, Lafitte. You also haven't been here as many years as Richie and I, and I'll never, ever, ever forget the Travers. I mean, when Birdstone won,
The Armageddon Travers.
Everything about it was just incredible. And there, Nick, John, and Mary Lou in the winner's circle after the race. It wasn't pouring. I mean, it was
a deluge.
It was Armageddon.
Crazy, yeah.
Singing in the rain.
Yeah.
In those colors, not so close. Turns back all challengers. Results when we come back. Plus, another red-hot jockey at Saratoga. Won a lot of races last summer. This time he's winning big races. Flavien Prat, 3 Grade 1 wins at the meet, seeking a 4th in the Alabama with wet paint. And on Saturday, Prat does it all. Ride by day, drive by night. That's next.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. from the first crop of the leading sire twirling candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift box, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
His winning rider, Ricardo Santana, joins me here. She relaxed pretty nicely underneath you, Ricardo.
Well, she'll be working really good in Oklahoma. And we have a lot of confidence in her today. Even Norma called me before the race. Say, you know, good luck. The filly's ready to go. And today she was ready to go.
I know you climbed aboard her today, and we saw last time that she fought, and she fought again today. It has to feel really good as a rider when you have a horse that digs in for you.
Well, I make you feel better when you turn for home and you know you got your filly fighting back. And she was really good today.
You and Norm have teamed up for some nice wins together, including with Rhyme Schemes in the Saratoga Special. Take us back to that. What was that experience like, the way he won so nicely?
Well, he's a really nice horse. Norman and the team, they do a really good job on the horse. And Saturday, I just was a good passenger.
Looking forward to the future with him?
Yes, sir.
Good luck. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Ricardo Santana, Lafitte, he's got a good one that he's thinking some big dreams about.
Rhyme Schemes, and for Norm Cassie, Andy, there was no hesitation after the Saratoga Special. He's like, that's why we're here, the hopeful.
Well, he's got a score to settle in the hopeful. He wasn't trainer, but he was the assistant trainer for Classic Empire when he took a right turn coming out of the gate and dumped the rider, and it became a very different race. Obviously, not Practical Joke that won it was no slouch, but I'm sure in the back of Norm's mind, he feels like, I want there to be a hopeful with my name, and everybody wants to have a hopeful with their name on it, but I think Norm is looking to settle a score as well.
Most prestigious race for two-year-olds of the meet. Closing day, the hopeful. We march forward, race 3, New York Breds, mile and a 16th on grass, and the current favorite, Rough Draft, is 5-2. Take a look at number 7, Frank's Art, 4-1 with about 25 minutes to post, and he'll be ridden by Flavien Prat. Doesn't seem that long ago Flavien Prat decided to make the full-time move in spring and summer to New York. Looking back, it was a gamble. There was no guarantee things were going to work out here, and if they didn't, there was no guarantee he was going to have the same business when he went back to California. But Pratt believed in himself, and everything has fallen into place, and nobody should be surprised.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, you know, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, you know, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Rougier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
He's been close since Country House. Prat has ridden in the Derby 3 times. He's finished second once, third twice. You see the stats this meet thus far. The big difference, a lot of wins last year, but the 3 Grade 1 wins this season so far, seeking a 4th with wet paint on Saturday in the Alabama. Rich, you've talked about what an incredibly well-rounded rider he is. What part of his game has surprised you the most watching him on a day-to-day basis the last couple of seasons?
Well, about his riding specifically is just how strong a finisher he is. I think sometimes it gets overlooked with all the things he does well. Watch him finish on a horse from the 3/16 pole to the wire. He's as strong as anybody. He's just a little bit understated compared to some of the other riders that get accolades for their strength. The other thing that surprised me was I really didn't know what to expect because he was dominating in Southern California, short fields, riding most of the time the best horse in races. That's not a way to judge a rider. When you see a rider come to a new place and how he fits in new surroundings, riders he's not as familiar with, more competitive, he completely took me off guard how good he was. I didn't respect it as much because California, I thought he was kind of getting a free roll. No free rolls here. He is serious.
Yeah, of course, you had the support of Chad Brown, but still, Andy, you don't walk into this jocks room and do what he did a first summer at Saratoga, tied for 2nd overall and wins with Luis Saez.
He's not riding every Chad Brown horse.
Right.
Ortiz rides quite a few of them. To me, brilliance comes in a lot of different manners, but the brilliant, great Bobby Fischer, the great chess player, one of the things he was able to do, especially when he beat Spassky, was play in a manner that was an unorthodox manner that nobody could expect. They'd never seen that before. And I'm not saying that Flavien is the Bobby Fischer of horse racing, but I think he rides in unexpected ways. A lot of people, they see their horse and they say, oh, I'm going to sort of ride in the way he's been ridden. Not Flavien. He'll send closers the lead. He's doing things out there. He's thinking, what can I do to enhance their chances that maybe nobody's expecting? And he's catching people off guard and winning races in ways that a lot of riders might not have.
You just caught me off guard. I didn't know there was going to be a Bobby Fischer reference.
I got a lot of game here, Lafitte. Okay, a lot of game.
Flavien Prat, and we'll have much more on the harness race, the match race he'll be competing in the same night right after he rides in the Alabama here at Saratoga on wet paint. Meantime, a retirement, Richie, taking place before our very eyes. And Drafted, who raced 38 times. He won 10 of them, raced at Royal Ascot, won in Dubai, a stakes winner here in New York, trained by David Duggan, standing by with Acacia.
I've been looking forward to this interview all day. Lafitte, Dave Duggan joining me here as we saw a little retirement ceremony for Drafted today. Dave, what has this horse meant to you?
Well, he put us back on the map, basically. I mean, when he came over here, he had he'd hit a little bit of a plateau in Dubai, and my buddy John Hyde sent him over and just said, see what we could do with him. And, you know, the first couple of runs were a little bit less than perfect, but once we kind of figured him out, he kind of took off. And, you know, it's, you like these old horses. They're easy to be around and they're easy to like. And obviously he was easy to like because he was like that kind of odd running style. So a bit Sulky Sullivan-like. So, but it was, you know, he's been, you know, no words can describe what he did for us.
I'm sure a little bit bittersweet to see him retiring, but reflect back just on some of the big moments, the stakes victories with him, like you said, a fan base. I saw Drafted hats here in the paddock as well.
Listen, they were all good. All the wins were good, doesn't matter. But obviously the one where Jose Ortiz rode him in the toboggan the first time when he kind of thrown in a little bit of an unorthodox type of running style. So that was kind of nice to see. And obviously the close ones that were good too, the run happy and stuff.
What are the future plans for Drafted?
I don't know. I spoke to the new vocations lady, Anna, and she said that they've got someone in Virginia that's looking to get him. So hopefully it'll be a happy and healthy retirement.
We'll have to follow him into second career too. Thank you, Dave, so much for sharing a special horse with us for so many years.
My pleasure.
Lafitte?
David Duggan, drafted, the 38 career starts. Duggan referenced the toboggan. His acceleration on the turn in that, I mean, like he was shot out of a cannon, just like a blur around the turn. And popular, a fan favorite in New York.
And that's when he was good. He would deliver that kind of performance, and he got very good for David. And he held his form for a long time. Even when he wouldn't win, he would run. He would give you his effort. Earned over $1 million, just terrific.
Watch this, look at him, right there.
Yeah, and going by horses like they're standing still on the turn, when usually horses still have something left, Andy. There's still a freshness to them.
I don't think Jose could hold him back any longer in this race. I mean, you could see on the backstretch he had 2 handfuls, maybe 3 of horse. And eventually Jose said, I know I'm not supposed to make my move on a deep closer on the turn, but I just can't hold the big guy back any longer. And I love Drafted. Great love for him. When he was good and he ran his race, he was really good. And just a cool horse. And I think a lot of people, big fans, and glad to see that David's sort of doing the right thing with him moving on. But no surprise that David is.
He only raced at Saratoga once. It was the Forgo. He ran into the likes of Cody's Wish and Jackie's Warrior. Yeah, I'd probably retire too.
Yeah, he said no mas.
I'm good. I'm good. Drafted. 38 career starts, won 10 of them. That electrifying move you just saw in the toboggan. It's what today is all about. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at Saratoga on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon as our coverage continues. You're watching Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the third. Post time, 15 minutes. We'll be right back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Tina Ella, Tom's regret surging. Tina Ella.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Live look in the paddock. Gearing up for the third race. New York bred, $45,000 allowance, optional claimer. Gorgeous look in the paddock at Saratoga. Barrage, Andy's top selection, currently 3-1, the lukewarm favorite.
Yeah, the favorite is going to be Ancient Creed, and he'll be a heavy favorite, and he should be. But I have a reason to like Barrage, though I'm not against the favorite at all, the likely eventual favorite.
Agent Creed, 3-1. Richie, you're going, yeah, you're sticking with Agent Creed. Unfortunately, you can't lock in that 3-1. Going to be shorter.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not. But I just thought he made a lot of sense. And I know Andy and I disagree a little bit about his race 2 back, but I thought last time maybe he laid up a little closer than he really wants to and maybe settle in a little more.
Well, he was also out of position because all the running in his last race was done by horses that were saving ground, and he was wide the whole way. He never got in that comfortable spot you want to be in. Even if you and I have a little bit of disagreement about Joel late in the stage of the race, I don't think there's any denying he ran very well in that race.
We'll revisit in a moment. First, check in with Acacia. Standing by with this race 3 paddock report. Acacia.
And we'll start with Agent Creed and the 2 horses coming out of that race. As this was a horse that made his first start for Steve Asmussen last time, and he was one that just always carried a lot of extra condition. He would be a little bit tricky in the starting gate beforehand. They used to put blocks in the gate to keep him from rocking back, and he just wouldn't get out of the gate well. Didn't do that last time, and he broke pretty well, I think, for him, and kind of dropped back and ran on, just couldn't reach the top 2 who were part of that favorite entry. Now, coming back and seeing him again today, he looks phenomenal. Even better than last time. He's dappled out from head to toe. He's even stronger, more defined. And I think that this could really be the right spot for Agent Creed, who maybe is kind of finding his stride now. He does come in with a ring bet, no noseband, giving his rider a little bit more control. And I think Steve Asmussen's kind of figuring him out now with his second start in the barn. I like everything I see from Agent Creed as far as the paddock is concerned. Behind him was the number 1 Citizen K, and he was a horse that I thought could potentially step forward in there coming out of the Kingston, and he just didn't really have much punch at the end. He's much quieter today than he typically is. We'll see if he perks up on track, but he's usually a horse that gets on his toes and shows some energy before the race. And while I maybe appreciate some more mental maturity, if it's out of character for that horse, that's something that I consider a little bit of a question mark. So I'm going to watch him on track because he is much quieter than I've seen him, especially recently. And I think he's a horse that should be more forward from the inside post. The 2 Barrage is one that's usually forwardly placed, but last time set the pace and then he just stopped. He's coming back out of a 9 furlong try, and while he is a big, scopy, long horse, I think that a little bit of a turn back will suit him. He took a lot of money that day, and I would assume that he will be sitting just off the hip of Rough Draft, who's stretching out in distance and should be aggressive and sharp in here. I think Barrage could be sitting just in the perfect spot, and he's taking the money. I think a lot of other people thinking the same thing. I like this race for him, Lafitte.
Barrage, Andy likes him as well, currently 3-1. There's another look at Agent Creed. All right, so this is what we were talking about. 2 starts back, late June, Belmont, same level, Agent Creed, Battle Scars. The closers are on the move, and it's about Joel Rosario and what happens right before the wire with Agent Creed. Richie, how did you see it?
All right, so Joel swings up on the outside. He's going to hit the front here coming to the 8th hole, and the winner was best. Let's make no mistake about it.
Winner's the gray with the pink hat.
Extricate himself from a tough spot. Yeah, catch that party. But watch Joel's body posture here. He really kind of just relaxes a little bit. Now he looks, and now he starts pumping again. You can't let a horse to float when they hit the front. They're already tired. If you give them that opportunity to take a way out, they're going to take a way out. I think if he had showered down on him, kicked on, he probably could have won on the second best horse in this instance.
I thought it was I thought Catch That Party was the best horse. I thought it was a bad look.
I think it was a bad look. It was a bad look.
No, and again, I admit
I don't know how much he could have slowed him down. I don't know. We're just both going to disagree. And you have the prevailing opinion, by the way.
No, but I'm not saying he slowed him down, but sometimes if you can get that extra little bit when you set them down instead of relaxing so much. Listen, I talked to Joel about it. He felt like he messed it up.
Well, I'm sure he also knew he looked bad. If nothing else, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
Post-parade, Citizen K, quick. Second start of the meet, 4th at this level, week 2.
I'd like to see them be a little more aggressive with him and try to get him more in the game because that's when he's running his best races.
Barrage, Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, listen, very much a player here. I worry about his desire when it gets close, but he's certainly a major contender.
Andy's top selection, then Battle Scars does his best running late, as you just saw.
Listen, he's okay. I just think he's kind of a cut below these. He also needs some pace to run at.
Rough draft number 4 for David Duggan. Our thanks to Duggan for taking the time moments ago.
Yeah, stretching out now, and he's got speed sprinting, so I expect him to be on the pace.
Fatima's Blessings, New York bred Saratoga debut.
Yeah, I just think that this horse is a cut below these. Once again, kind of like Battle Scars, okay, but a cut below.
Agent Creed, Richie's top selection, currently 3-1.
Yeah, he's honest, he's consistent, he shows up. He did have a wide trip last time, never really got the spot he needed. I'm hoping for a better trip today.
And finally, Frank's Art, Flavien Prat, jockey driver Flavien Prat, currently 9-2.
I wish I could make a case for him. I thought he got a great trip last time and didn't do any running. And I honestly think I'd love to see us cut back to 5.5 furlongs in a race with a little pace. I think he's better shorter.
Frank's Art, Flavien Prat for Christophe Clement, and Rough Draft, currently 3-1, Richie, and the speed he brings to the party, expect him to be in the mix early on.
Yeah, especially stretching out here. You know, he looked pretty sharp to me, too, on racetrack. And you know, we just saw Dave Duggan with Undrafted. Now, it's not a feature, but how many times do we interview somebody or show a feature and the horses wind up running pretty well?
I don't think he's impossible. He's like a wild card in this race, right? He's going to be in front, and he's run some pretty quick races. Now, he had the benefit of a very tepid pace, 2 back when he finished second, but Roos is a talented horse and a lot better than the Roos we saw in his last race. So I'm not going to be shocked when he runs fairly well here. You know, we don't know for sure he can't get the distance, and I don't think there are any tigers in here that he can't, if he can get in the front end and get comfortable, Richie.
I also believe that even if a horse doesn't generally want to go a certain distance, they usually do it best the first time because they jump out of the gate, and then that first turn comes up pretty quick, kind of takes them off the bridle, and they relax better. It's the second time when they know that first turn's coming, they don't settle as well. They run through the bridle.
Do you think that's more true on dirt than turf, where speed is truly an advantage?
Yeah, I do think it's more prevalent on dirt, but I've seen it work on turf as well. You get a horse that maybe going to get a little keen, and then, whoa, okay, they come off the bit, and it almost confuses them a little bit, and they settle. Then the next time they run long, you say, well, they did it the first time, and they just run right off through the bridle.
Right. You know? Yeah, I know. It's a funny game, and I think one of the reasons we like the game so much is there are so many nuances to it, and there are no absolutes.
Luis Saez, couple of stakes wins on grass last weekend. Big price in the Galway, paid $30-some-odd, and of course, Casa Creed in the 4-star day.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that would happen with Luis, I think, when he won the title, too. He and his agent, Kieran McLaughlin, are an amazing team, but they don't really ride specifically for any outfit. And let's be honest, Iran Ortiz is riding partly because he rides a lot of shorter-priced horses. And to be able to win at that high level against him, he's putting things together with horses that are frequently much better prices.
Saez on rough draft. Acacia, how far can he take this field?
We'll see if he can take them every step of the way, Lafitte. But physically, he looks like a horse that wants to go longer. I've actually always said that he is tall, he's leggy, he's got a long frame to him. He looks like a horse that would want to go a mile or even a little bit more. So I have no problems with him stretching out from the physical perspective. And I think the fact that he has speed is also a big key to it as well. As Richie said, the first time they stretch out, get them to come off the bridle and relax. And he's a horse that was very green towards the start of his career, acting up pretty badly, even when he came back in April. And he's matured so much mentally, too. He's really relaxed a lot. And I'm sure that the game plan with Luis Saez, who's a strong gate rider, will be to get him to just settle on track and hopefully extend that speed as far as he can take it. Can he go all the way? I don't know. We'll find out. But from a physical perspective, just from my vantage point, he looks like he should handle it, Lafitte.
Just from familiarity, Richie, do you think Louis has a pretty good idea of how far rough draft can be effective? Do you get that sense when you've ridden a horse? This is the first time he's ridden him in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Just warming him up. Do you get a sense for where, if a horse is trying something new, whether or not they're going to be effective doing so?
Well, a lot of it has to do with their demeanor, how they're handling the proceedings, the warm up to the gate. Are they getting agitated? Are they getting worked up? Are they acting like that sprinter you know, that horse that's been running on sprints on the turf. Dave Duggan is a very smart horseman about getting horses to settle, working on that mental aspect of it. And I'm sure that he came into this, like I'm looking at his last work, 51-4. You've got a horse with natural speed. You don't want to hone that speed in the morning. To me, that speaks to a trainer understanding he needs his horse to settle a little bit.
For what it's worth, in the last 5 years, he's only stretched out from a sprint to a route in the turf 6 times. David probably doesn't have a lot of turf horses, to be honest.
Sure.
And he's 1 for 6, the only one that hit the board. With a 95-cent ROI. It's a non-sample size. I'm just more pointing out how few times he's tried to do it.
Currently 4-1. Citizen K on the rail. Andy, Manny Franco, should he be ridden aggressively?
He's not going to be in front of Rough Draft, but I think if my friend Richie was riding him, he'd do what he does, which is getting his position going forward, and he'd ride him as though he wants to have the lead, knowing the 4 is going to clear, but maybe help create a little separation, get behind him. And I think his best chance is to be aggressive here.
Let's see, you've at the rail, use it to your advantage. Come out forward. Then a horse like Rough Draft goes on, it does create that separation, gives you options.
And the other thing is, if you don't speed the pace up a little bit, you won't create any separation, and you'll end up just with a handful of horse and a slow pace behind a horse who might end up backing up in your face if he can't get the distance, and the field bunched, and you'll never get out. If you go a little bit and you speed the pace up just a little bit,
just enough,
you'll create enough separation that now you can maybe ease out a little bit after the turn, sit in the 2 path if you want to take them, but don't get yourself caught up, because don't get yourself in trouble if the 4 quits, but also allow your horse to be able to make his run if he has one.
I intensely disliked when horses would just fold over and then pull up in front of me, and now I'm in trouble.
Well, it's like when you're driving. It's the most annoying thing in the world.
Well, you let it happen. When you're passive, you let it happen.
But so take control of it and use the inside to your advantage. How big a pet peeve is it when you're on the parkway and someone's going slow in the left lane? Doesn't
or
it
if
drive
they
you
speed
crazy?
up to get in front of you, and they get in front of you, and then slow down.
they don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
I rode a bike. I ride a bike.
Very well.
Fortunately, that's not working out very well for me so far this week. But, you know, another victim of the rain, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
At the gate here for the 3rd race, Barrage, Andy's top selection, currently 7-2. What do you want to see Dylan Davis do early on?
Get position, much like the 1 is, but he's not as quick as him. I don't knock him for going, because we like guys that go, but last time out, it just the pace, the whole scenario didn't work out. In this one, get that position forward. But he's shown that he can close into a paceless race, as he did 2 races back.
Filing in, Rough Draft, anticipated pace setter Luis Saez, Frank Mirmati standing by, post time for the 3rd, live from Saratoga.
2 more. Agent Creed. Frank's Art will be the last one to load. Frank's Art coming up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rough Draft is going out for the lead. Citizen K matching strides along the inside. And just in behind them, it's Barrage. Didn't have the greatest of beginnings, but is a joint 3rd on the inside of Frank's Art, who's 4th at this stage. Agent Creed settles nicely 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 more to Fatima's Blessing, and Battle Scars is at the back of the field. So it is Rough Draft on the stretch out, leading the way by a length. Citizen K will keep him honest in 2nd as they swing onto the backstretch. The opening quarter is apparently very moderate. Barrage is 3rd, 3 lengths off the pace, and Frank's Art is in 4th. They are followed by Agent Creed, then Fatima's Blessing, 6 lengths to make up, and another 2 back to Battle Scars. Continuing the run down the backstretch, and it is Rough Draft, the controlling speed over Citizen K in 2nd. Barrage, Green Silks on the rail in 3rd. Frank's Art 4th. Agent Creed biding his time in 5th. 4 lengths to make up. Fatima's Blessing is just outside of Agent Creed. And it's another length and a half to Battle Scars, who has trailed throughout. They're approaching the quarter pole, and Citizen K can wait no more. Putting the pressure on Rough Draft. Frank's Art, red cap, 3 deep in 3rd. Then comes Agent Creed swinging to the far outside, and Barrage is finding room, one from the outside. They're in the final furlong, and Rough Draft and Citizen K heads apart. Barrage in third, followed by Frank's Art and Agent Creed, 16th pole. Citizen K, Rough Draft won't surrender. Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up right at the wire. Rough Draft lost a heartbreaker. Citizen K and Agent Creed battling out the showdown.
Fireworks in the stretch, driving finish. Barrage and Dylan Davis in the third at Saratoga.
I thought there were a lot of good rides in this race, and Dylan was able to get, keep that pocket position and was able to find room in the stretch. And Andy, good call here, but this horse worked out a real nice trip too.
I don't believe those paces. I don't believe they went 22 the fourth quarter. I know they were going slowly, but it's a lot of interesting things about here, including the early stage of the race, and that's one of the reasons we don't have trouble with the pace. But Dylan rode this horse as well as you could ride a horse, but I think also, and he won, but what you said earlier was not wrong, Richie. This guy's got a lot of hang in him, because given the trip he got, he's supposed to have gotten there a lot earlier, and it took every bit of Dylan's position to get it done.
What'd you see at the start, Richie?
Yeah, keep an eye on the one horse. This is exactly what the three of us were talking about before the race. Watch Manny Franco. This is the way to ride a horse from the rail. See how he's aggressive? He rode him the first 50, 60 yards, and now Rough Draft's got to go on, and this is exactly what it's. Now you've got options. Look at how comfortable a spot he has.
He did exactly what we suggested, and it gave him his best chance to win. And that's also one of the reasons I think we have a problem with the 26.17 first quarter, because we see guys grabbing, and I know the rain's taking a little toll, and the turf's got a little give in it, but it just doesn't ring true. It doesn't have that much give in it. They went 149 in a 1 1/8 race yesterday, and there hasn't been any rain since then. So the way they went early, I think they went 24, and maybe the clock started early or something.
I'd be surprised if those fractions are legitimate. We'll wait and see, but Barrage, I mean, and you want to talk about Dylan Davis's strength on display here. He really can finish on a horse, too. This is a room full of just such talented people.
I happened to catch a quick glimpse of the head-on. Citizen K broke out. Like, Barrage took a shot from Citizen K. Leaving the blocks, making the victory all the more impressive. They're supposed to cue the Miami Vice theme. I still haven't heard it. We saw Ray Handel. They still haven't. I haven't heard the Miami Vice theme.
Can I also say that this is extremely satisfying for Ray Handel, because Ray Handel had trained Agent Creed. And for whatever reasons, the horse was taken from him after he lost that head race. Now, people were blaming Rosario. It certainly was no fault of Ray Handel, even if you think Rosario was to blame for any of it. And he lost the horse, and now he ends up winning the race against a race where he was in. So that's got to be very satisfying.
Really nice effort from Rough Draft, too, by the way, guys. We can't, miss that first time stretching out. Let's see how he does the second time stretching out. Citizen K, good trip. Agent Creed came wide, but was flat.
3-1. Well done, Andy. For the Palmers, Barrage, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis, all smiles. 2-4-1-6 results, reaction. When we come back, you're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, to win in races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matoli's.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Alabama Stakes. Only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Barrage gets the win in race number 3 as his trainer, Ray Handel, joins me here. And Ray, in the winner's circle, Dylan Davis came over. He said, "Don't talk to me, I can't breathe." He really carried this horse home.
Yeah, he was red in the face. I think he drug him the whole race, and it took some motivating to get going. But yeah, he's always there for us.
He gave a great ride. And as you said to me, this is a horse that seems like he's finally starting to figure things out.
Yeah, at the ripe age of age 5. But no, he's finally like figuring things out. He used to have a little hang in him, but he's got that killer instinct. And when Dylan got into him a little bit down the lane, took a second to get going, but then he really mowed him down. And I mean, he galloped out a mile past him too. So I was really happy to see it. Really happy for these owners. You know, this was quite a journey with this horse. So just want to say thanks for Teresa Palmer, David Palmer, and Nick for hanging in there with us through the whole thing.
And this is such a big, long striding horse too, but it just feels like he likes to kind of settle and make that late run.
I mean, I don't know. He was just on the brink. I don't know how settled he was early. I wouldn't describe it as that.
For his standards.
For his standards, I mean, he was just on that, like right on that tilt where it's like, is he gonna have to check him and take him off his stride? But Dylan did a great job of just not moving, not breathing, and getting him to switch off a bit and come and help with that potent kick at the end.
Oh, Lafitte always likes the fashion, so let's see the inside of the sport coat. Yeah, give us a little look there. Yes, well dressed for the win picture, right?
We're trying.
Congratulations. Ray Handel, he had to know he was getting the picture taken. He had the good sport coat for you, Lafitte.
It's Ray Crockett Handel. That Miami Vice theme going, all smiles in the winner's circle. Great to see that. And for Dylan Davis, and yeah, you can understand why he's that exhausted after the race, fighting with Barrage in the early stages, trying his best to get him to settle down as best as he could.
Barrage was pulling early, but he did a great job with that. And then on the back end of the race, he had to ride him really hard and urge him forward. So Dylan earned his money there, gave a really good ride, and horse worked out a nice trip.
No, absolutely. You can't really, under the circumstances as well, you can't have gotten a better trip and got a better ride than he got.
3 down, 7 left. And we still have the Rick Violet coming up, the feature on this New York Aftercare afternoon at Saratoga. When we come back, it continues. The theme all afternoon, Take Two, Take the Lead. Another terrific organization dedicated to looking after the stars of our sport, once retired.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
A racing career can be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what we do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities.
From the day we make a decision to move on with the horse to a second career, they're there for us, and within 5 to 7 days, usually, horse is on the way to another rewarding occupation.
We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities.
Take the Lead to me is the absolute benchmark of racetrack retirement programs in North America. They're my first port of call whenever I need to find a safe landing for one of our equine athletes.
They're tracked, and, you know, listen, the idea is to retire them, you know, one race before.
Take Two is a hunter and jumper, thoroughbreds only league, if you will. To be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. It's all really, really cool.
Take the Lead gives me a great sense of security to know that my horses are accounted for the rest of their days.
It's so important to be able to have a purposeful second career, and we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Emphasis on Thoroughbred Aftercare on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Take Two, Take the Lead. For more information, visit take2tbreds.com. Over to Acacia, standing by with Rick Schosberg.
It couldn't be Aftercare Day without having an opportunity to hear from Rick Lafitte. As Rick, we know that you don't get many hours of sleep, it seems, because you do so much for the whole industry and for the backstretch, but particularly with Aftercare. Why is it so important to highlight Aftercare, particularly here at NYRA?
Well, listen, you got to realize that 60 to 70% of the horse's life takes place after the racetrack. So here in New York, I mean, we take that very seriously, and across the country with the TAA accreditation process. But it's a daunting responsibility, but it's a industry-wide responsibility, and it's shared by everybody that has anything to do with racing, to make sure that these horses have a safe, quality, and purposeful second career and retirement. And we're just so happy to be able to showcase it here today, and things went so well. We had some really cool demonstrations, horses doing, you know, Revolutionary War, Renaissance reenactments and things like that, and show jumping. We had dressage, and we had the young girl, Raina, on her horse, who she just won a championship on last weekend. And she's like 5 or 3, or I mean, it's amazing stuff. But it's so important to take care of these horses, and it's really an industry responsibility. And here in New York, we do a wonderful job in funding it. We're in lockstep with the New York Racing Association, the Breeding Development Fund, the Gaming Commission, all of our legislators. Kerry Werner's here today, Senator Addabbo's here. You know, everybody's in lockstep knowing that it's all about health and welfare of the racehorses, or we don't have an industry, all right? And health and welfare for horses, health and welfare for the backstretch workers through our NYTHA program and BEST and the chaplaincy. Listen, it's a lot of responsibility, but, you know, we all love doing it, and that's why we do it.
And this is the 3rd annual Aftercare Day at Saratoga, and highlighting a lot of organizations, and you mentioned the demos. How important is that to show that there are a lot of organizations around the country that are doing this kind of work? Oh, no doubt about it. And your organization, you and your mom with Racing for Home, there's so many different disciplines that horses can do after they're done racing. I mean, we have the big organizations that transition to competitive issues like hunter and jumpers with new vocations and rerun. We have therapeutic horses of Saratoga. We have Act Naturally, who we just did the race for. It's just all these people, the boots on the ground. I mean, they're all 501c3s. They're all charities, and they're all have loads of volunteers doing the work for them. Love of the horse, love of the sport, and it's so needed. But funding is the key thing. I say, I'm going to drop the F-bomb here. Hit that, have your finger on the 7-second switch. Funding, funding, funding. The industry has an innate responsibility to take care of these horses. So well said. Couldn't agree more, Rick. Thank you for all that you do.
Okay, thank you so much, Acacia, and you too.
And as you can see from our pins, we love New York's retired thoroughbreds.
Funding, funding, funding is right. Well, our bosses were starting to sweat for a few moments there. Rick Schosberg, very insightful, very thoughtful. He does so much. It's such a big part of this cause, Thoroughbred Aftercare, and what this Thursday at Saratoga is all about. We'll be right back.
To win the Grade 1 Spinaway in Saratoga, and she wins the first set here at Belmont.
Echo Zulu takes command. They come to the 16th pole, and it's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu enters in by 8 widening lengths.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 3rd annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Violette Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, August 17th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They've become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once, and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that
we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Racing for home, Acacia, great stuff. You and your mother. I promise you I wasn't doing anything like near as productive when I was a teenager. And I understand you have a new horse arriving from Puerto Rico, yes?
Yes, we do. Big hats off to my mom and my dad, Brian. Can't leave him out, as both of them have been over at the community booth today. But they just have the biggest hearts, and that's been the motto, as my mom touched on in that piece, for our organization. And so we will be having a new arrival soon, a horse called Changing Leads, who's been racing over in Puerto Rico. Caribbean Thoroughbred Aftercare is an organization that we've worked closely with, and they need a lot of assistance with sometimes bringing horses back to the mainland to try and find a second home for them, and this will actually be the third horse that we're retiring. He's raced 96 times with only 4 wins, so he's truly the definition of a war horse and truly the definition of a horse that deserves a cushy retirement. So as I mentioned, it'll be the third horse we've taken from Puerto Rico, including Fish Trap Road, who was a really popular one, won the Grade 3 Dwyer at Belmont Park back when he was racing, and he's living out his days at Racing for Home too, and hope that they all can be so lucky to find a good home when their racing days are done, Lafitte.
Fish Trap Road, really great to hear. And again, Acacia, thanks so much for everything you and your mother do for the industry and this particular cause as we celebrate, and the emphasis this afternoon on Thoroughbred Aftercare here in New York.
Just fantastic, and they do such a good job, and you could see the passion, the love that's involved, total commitment. I love it.
The Fish Trap Road story is an excellent story as well, to go along with all of it, to coming back, a very popular New York bred.
And the live racing continues as well. The fourth of post-parade here, there is Dr. Perry and Arad Ortiz, blinkers on, trained by Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, taking all the money, adding those blinkers, and dropping slightly in class.
Cam Duke, number 3, usually in the mix early.
He's my top selection here. He raced on a dead rail last time, and I believe he deserves another chance against this company.
Watasha, claimed from Bill Mott by Linda Rice.
Getting back to the dirt, and it had some dirt races. It certainly would be very competitive here, and understand why he's taking money.
Correction, Mike Maker, Watasha. Then Western Ghent, the connections in this race that we're seeing. Jorel Rosario riding for Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, this is a very, very dangerous horse in here. I'm extremely interested in this horse. You liked him too, Richie.
Yeah, I did. We've seen Wayne win with a lot of these kind, and then you've got V Mart, and I don't really know what to expect. This race was a head scratcher for me, Andy. The 6 horse I thought was interesting. At times has shown decent speed.
I'm a little confused. Linda Rice is training.
Linda Rice's training claim from
yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I did enough to confuse you there.
Is probably kind of the worst to be in here. Watasha wants to go shorter and was a good dirt horse, competed over his head in his other dirt races, and I think a clever claim by Linda Rice.
His maiden win, like 8 starts ago, October, Aqueduct, Watasha, Andy makes the lead and never looks back.
This was a long time ago, but it shows what he can do when he runs well, and I wonder if with Linda, they'll look to have him at least a little more forward. So I get him completely. I think Western Gent's very interested in dropping down. He was my biggest scorer of the 2022 Saratoga meet, so I always am rooting for this guy, and he's finally running an appropriate spot, as Wayne can be a little bit over-aggressive at times. But Cam Duke is the one I like to wire the field. He fell apart last time, and I'm going to chalk it up to being on the dead rail. Maybe it's a bad pick. I liked him last time, but I need to give him one more chance. You want to bet horses back that were buried in the dead rail. I don't really understand, other than Irad Ortiz money, what the big deal is with Dr. Perry. I'll get him the winner's circle. I don't get it.
Isn't that just it, though?
It can't be just it. I mean, he is coming from Ellis, where maybe he's been a little against the track, where forward horses were run well. He's got those 2 races going back in September and August that are fast enough to win here, but his recent form is just very mediocre, isn't it?
7-5. What do you see, Richie?
Well, I agree with Andy. I think he's taking way too much money, but he adds blinkers, and he does have a gate work since his last race in 47 flat breezing, right? Best of 32 of the morning. I'm thinking he was outfitted with the blinkers for the first time there, and they like what they saw with the blinkers.
That may be why he's taking money, but the blinkers are a desperation move after bad races. Here we go.
The stats here, Andy, Steve Asmussen, in these situations over the last 5 years?
Can we put that up again, guys? Do you mind? It was claiming race, 8 for 23. What was the ROI on that? Claiming
dirt sprints, 396.
Okay. I'd like to I did not look up the stat. I want to know, is there an outlier in there? Was there a $50 horse that brought it up as much as it did? I don't know. Those are obviously very, very good numbers. But is Steve Asmussen having the kind of meet in Saratoga in 2023 that he's had in some previous years? I'm going to say no, but that's a very good stat.
Yeah. Dr. Perry, 3-2 here, the favorite. Red Ortiz, North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. Richie, you're going with the 5, currently 9-2 here in Western Ghent, the one that holds a special place in Andy's heart.
Yeah, I just, I've seen this a lot over the years. Wayne Lucas, horses form, doesn't look very good, but he's dropping in class, and he wins with these kind of horses fairly often, Andy.
Oh, no, I think he's a very dangerous horse. Acacia brought him up on the show. No, I think this is a very interesting horse.
Acacia, your thoughts on Western Ghent for the coach?
Yeah, I think he is interesting. Sorry, my hair has been attacking me all day. It stays like this. I'm very envious of you guys not having to deal with long hair. But as far as the 5 Western Ghent is concerned, sorry guys, I said I'd start with the 2, but we'll start there with the 5. He's taking a drop in class, and I think that you kind of sift through his past performances, and he's just been running against so much tougher than what he faces today, and he's also cutting back in distance, which I love for the 5 Western Ghent. He's a horse that is compact, he's stout, he's burlier, he's kind of that quintessential build of a sprinter. And you look back at some of the horses that he's been facing, just really tough competition that was in over his head, and he can be tactical as well. I think he's a major player in here. Now back to the 2, Dr. Perry, we see on the screen. He's adding the shortcut blinkers today for the first time, as Richie touched on. I'm sorry guys, I'm all out of order here. He has trouble getting out of the gate. I watched the head-on of his last few races, and he tends to not just break sluggish, but break out or break in. He kind of not running to empty space, but runs to his neighbor. So now with the scratch of the 1, I do wonder if he's going to break out into a horse next to him, or he will have some empty space to his inside. But with those shortcut blinkers on, the idea is to close off their peripheral vision a little bit more and have them be a bit focused. He looks great, he's fit, he could be arguably up against the racetrack last time out at Ellis. The 4 Watasha, though, is where I land. Talking about horses that have faced better, the last time he was sprinting on the dirt, he was running against Rotney and just so much better company. He's had a lovely warm-up on the track, and I'm always intrigued when Linda Rice or any top claiming outfit claims a horse and immediately changes something, whether it's switching to the dirt or cutting back in distance or adding equipment. There's obviously an intent there, and that's what I feel with Watasha, and he has some good dirt sprint races to go back on. This will be his first time with feet on the main track running for the claiming price.
Watasha, Acacia at 2-1. It's Jose Ortiz, trained by Linda Rice. And this meet, we'll look at the stats here, Richie. Look, they've been productive. The strike rate is off the charts. And essentially the ROI, and it'll show you just winning when they're supposed to.
Well, Andy touched on it earlier, though. She's just so good at placing her horses properly. Being a horse trainer is being a good horse person, knowing what your horses need, getting them healthy, fit. But then it's putting them in spots where they're going to excel. Give them an opportunity to succeed, not set them up to fail.
From one Ortiz brother to the other, there's a rat. And Acacia was talking about Dr. Perry. And at the gate, a tendency to break in, a tendency to break out. And how as a rider, how do you need him to get out of the order straight, and how you prepare for that when a horse has a tendency of not breaking straight.
Biggest thing with that is trying to get their attention, make them very attentive to you and your commands. You've got to be more of a pilot than a passenger with horses like that.
Something to watch early on with Dr. Perry, the favorite at 6-5. There's Cam Duke, dangerous speed. Dylan Davis. Davis looking for a second win this afternoon. We are going to step aside for just a moment and welcome in a brand new audience as our coverage continues on this Thursday from Saratoga. Stay tuned. Welcome to our viewers on Valley SoCal San Diego, Saratoga Live, and you're just in time. Normally when this audience joins us, we're talking about what just happened in the fourth race. Not the case here. We have just about reached post time for the fourth race, where Andy has number 3, Cam Duke, who is currently 5-1. Give us the sales pitch for our new audience.
I'm actually hoping I actually do know what happens in the 4th race. It's just a little before it. I believe he's the lone speed, and he raced on a dead rail last time against Tougher. And I think that's why he ran poorly. I hope he goes to the front again and tries to wire the field.
Dylan Davis looking for a second win this afternoon. Richie, you're looking for a mild upset in this field as well for Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lucas in Western Ghent.
Yeah, again, I've seen this this movie before where horses' form looks muddied up because they've maybe been overmatched. And he did run, and Andy just showed me from when he broke his maiden here in Saratoga and paid that good price. That was a maiden 75. Has not seen claiming races since. And I just think that this is a logical, legitimate spot for this horse.
I have no argument with that theory, Richie.
And Dr. Perry, right from the start, Richie, watching how he breaks the 6-5 favorite with the Red Ortiz leading rider in the saddle.
Yeah, especially breaking from the inside going 6.5. There's a lot of empty space to his inside. Now, Casey said he doesn't necessarily run empty space, but the fact that there's that empty space there, Irad's got to be a little bit on guard.
Up to Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, race 4, live from Saratoga.
One more left to load. That's V-Mart walking in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Western Ghent, V-Mart, Dr. Perry coming through along the inside, and Cam Duke is part of the pace too. So it's Cam Duke and Western Ghent. 1-2 down the back stretch. V-Mart 2 off the pace in third. The gray is Dr. Perry taking that third spot now, and Watasha is the trailer. They're covered by 5 lengths heading toward the half-mile pole. Behind Cam Duke, who zipped an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Western Ghent a length back second. Down at the rail, it's Dr. Perry side by side with V-Mart. Dr. Perry needs to find a little bit of racing room at this stage. And Watasha is 2 lengths behind them. Coming toward the quarter pole. And it's Cam Duke pressed by Western Ghent. Western Ghent on even terms puts his white blinkers in front. Watasha looming up on the outside in the orange, 45 2/5 seconds. Behind them is Dr. Perry, and on the outside, V-Mart. There's room for Dr. Perry now coming to the 8th pole, but in the meantime, Watasha has gone from last to first and has the lead. Western Ghent not done, fighting on bravely. 3 more to Dr. Perry in third. It's Watasha now putting the final touches on a nice win. It will be Watasha, another for Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice, beating Western Ghent. Dr. Perry a distant third.
Padding their stats, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, Watasha for the Winning Move stable in the 4th at the Spa.
Getting back to what this horse wants to do, sprinting on the dirt. He was last early, but you could see he had horse. He was traveling when he tipped him to the clear. Watasha ran down a very game Western Ghent. No excuses for your favorite, Andy, the 2, Dr. Perry. He was in behind horses. He was held up in traffic, but when he had the opportunity, he just didn't kick on.
Yeah, this is a race where you can say, and we said it before the race, they were overbetting a horse because of Irad. Because the reality is the winner should have been favored. The 5 you made a case for made a lot of sense. And here, I tried my 3, just dead rail or not, he can't run anymore. Dylan did everything right, he just can't run. And that's fine, I saw it. But these were very logical horses. This is a situation where you got an overlay because they were overbetting Irad.
The favorite having to settle for a 3rd place finish. Linda Rice did not. Another win here. First after the claim, Jose Ortiz. We discussed the statistics and how good they've been this meet, specifically at Saratoga. And going back to several months, Linda Rice having captured the last 4 New York Racing Association training titles. Jose has been a big part of the success.
And a big part of the team. He's out there every single morning getting on horses for Linda. Every time I looked up, I see him on a horse for Linda. This morning he was riding back to the Sanford barns where Linda's stabled on a Linda horse. He has become a critical part of the pit crew as well as the driver.
I just saw him walking by us, as a matter of fact. Always good to see Wayne. He's a true legend in this game.
4, 5, 2, 6, those results forthcoming. It is New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day here at Saratoga, and a big part of this story is Rick Violette. Not only a Grade 1 winning trainer, won the Whitney with the New York bred Diversify, but everything he did during the course of his life for Thoroughbreds, emphasizing their value, and once they're retired, making sure they were safe and had a safe place to go. The Rick Violette coming up later on this evening, a field of 6. Let's revisit the Cab Calloway top 4 finishers are back. Andy, how It's all coming together. Was able to steal that afternoon, defeating the favorite today in Ramblin' Wreck. Why might today be different?
Beware of races that are loaded with speed on paper on the turf. One goes and everyone grabs. And I think a tactical error that may very well have been not just Kendrick Carmouche, it may have been coming from above to rate Vacation Dance. They're putting blinkers on and they're not going to let him go. So it's all coming together, likely not going to wire the field again. The pace will be a little more honest. Ramblin' Wreck had a good trip in there, but he was hurt by the slow pace. I just think he's the best horse in the race. I do not dismiss Let's Go Big Blue, but he had a very good trip to win last time. So I prefer the 1 over the 6. I think it'll be a more honest pace today, Richie.
I agree. I think it just appears to be more pace signed on. Horses adding blinkers, usually that makes them a bit sharper as well. And a lot of times connections are putting blinkers on to get more speed out of their horses. I think we're going to have a legitimate pace here. But Andy makes a great point. Jockeys read the racing form too. And you'll look at a race and you go, wow, there's 4 speeds in here. I'm one of the speeds. And everybody comes out looking at each other to see who's going to do it. And the pace never materializes.
When you rode, I knew if one guy was in the lead, it was you. These days, I have no idea.
Rick Violet coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. A race number 4. There is the winner. They pose for pictures. Watasha, trained by Linda Rice, standing by with the case in the winner's circle.
And for her second win today, as Watasha gets back to the winner's circle. Linda, I always pay attention when there's a claim and then an immediate change. Can you talk about looking to find horses that you can change something with or try to go back to some of their big races?
Yeah, this horse was disappointing the day that we claimed him on the grass. And when I claimed him, I thought, well, you know, I like the fact that he had some pretty good races on the dirt since I run in New York year-round, and I spend most of my winter at Aqueduct. And so I always look for horses that will run well on the dirt. So when he was so disappointing, I just said, you know, let's just go right back to the dirt.
And he definitely showed that today, closing on the outside, as we're both getting attacked by our hair here now, but closing on the outside for a horse that was far back, he really did come running nicely.
He really did. When they put up the first quarter 22, I thought, okay, well, we're not that far back off of 22 flat. So, and Jose, of course, rode him beautifully.
I wanted to ask you, a little bit later on, you have an offspring of La Verdad coming in off the also eligible list. Can you tell us a little bit about that for a horse that you trained that I know meant a lot for you? That's Prince of Truth in the main track only list in the last. A horse that meant a lot for you and what you've seen for this horse getting ready for his debut.
Yes, he's a very big colt, and unfortunately, La Verdad died shortly after foaling this colt. But he's been a horse that's very big and immature and gangly, and it's taken quite a bit of time to get him to the races. And I'm hoping today he can just put in a good performance and then move forward from there. He may need a little more distance down the road.
And as I said, a horse that meant a lot to you. How special is that to get to train offspring of horses that did a lot while you were training them?
Oh, it's really terrific. I mean, for Sheila, I have Downtown Mischief, who's an offspring of another one of Sheila's mares, and so that's always very, meaningful to us.
It'll be special to follow. Best of luck later. Congratulations, though, to you.
Thank you, Keisha.
Linda Rice with 2 wins today so far, and we'll see if the first-time starter could be ready a little bit later, Lafitte.
La Verdad, the truth. Super talented New York bred sprinter. She was a second in the 2015 Breeders' Cup filly mare sprint. It is very popular in New York. Fast and talented, Richie.
Yeah, and I think that's what made her so popular, right? People are inspired by horses that throw it down, that flaunt that speed. She was such a big, imposing individual. It's always exciting to see offspring of horses that were popular make their debuts.
Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, 2 wins so far. Race 5, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. 2-year-olds, there's the field, updated odds with Accommodate Eva number 6, 5-2, with about 23 minutes to post, and trained by Dallas Stewart, the man who engineered the biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks. Lemons Forever from that Dwayne Lucas coaching tree. He trains Accommodate Eva, looking for a first win of the summer.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here the legacy of strength.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. You know, I just love being with the horses. You know, first of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always don't have much speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. You know, I never thought about being Big Tom at that point. You know, I just wanted to train horses and, you know, hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with End Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the Big Tom was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart had saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart. They showed up and trained hard. They were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, you know, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second, but California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
You know, if we were standing here talking, I had 2 wins in the Derby. You know, no telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horses trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons Forever winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes on Bradley Lane with giant strides. Here's the winner. Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distance.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you cannot enjoy the good times, but you should.
Dallas Stewart, you see the career highlights. Never dismiss him on a big stage, even with a long shot. Andy's one of these guys that when Dallas wins, everybody wins.
Oh, to know Dallas is to love Dallas. He's such a good guy. Good to see him around. I miss him this summer. I miss seeing him coming down the street with an ice cream cone at night. You know, he's a terrific trainer and a terrific all-around guy. It's, the racetrack's hard to find people that have something nice to say about Dallas Stewart, and I see his first-time star in this race taking a lot of money. Looks like she'll be the favorite. Wish him luck.
At 3-1. But to have horses outrun their odds consistently the way they have for him, Dallas Stewart, you know, Commanding Curve, who they touched on, Golden Soul, 50-1 second in the Derby, and Lemons Forever, biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks.
He's not afraid to take a shot, Richie.
No, and I also think he's very good at getting a horse as good as they can be on a particular day, and they run up to that standard that he set. He was my valet at the fairgrounds. I mean, we've been friends for 40 years. I mean, he's just a great guy.
Yeah, no, it's nothing but warm thoughts about our friend Dallas Stewart, and probably not here, but if he's watching, we send him a big hello and we miss him.
Trains that filly. Accommodate Eva. What will she do in her debut? The Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old fillies coming up next at Saratoga. Pick 6 starts here. 16 minutes out. Freshman fillies taking center stage at the Spa. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Home Gamely Brickyard Ride, wide open, they come for home. Look at Dr. Chevelle. Dr. Chevelle just got there in a driving finish.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
DeMarchais, he's the only son of Dubois that stands in North America, and he's been well received, and he continues to get plenty of mares and support from his from breeders. His first foals are 2 years old now, so he's a first crop sire. Likely be turf, but turf is just as popular here in America, it seems like, as dirt anymore. This summer, you look for them once they start running on the turf, and in New York and Kentucky, for that matter, I think we'll start seeing some more DeMarchais hit the track. Peter Brandt was a huge supporter, sent some off to France, and they should be running here pretty soon over there as well. So hopefully he gets started off well on both continents. His foals are very uniform. They're just like him, kind of smaller made for American standards. A little bit turfy, which is, like I said, you'd expect being a son of Dubois. We need a good turf sire here in America. Hopefully DeMarchais can slip right in there and be at the top of the list.
DeMarchais, Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Flavien Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Ms. Mastery by Claiborne Stallion Mastery. Would have loved to have seen him fulfill his promise. That big win in the San Felipe. Mastery was injured, never had a chance to race again. But as a stallion at Claiborne, we'll see how good Ms. Mastery is. This 2-year-old filly, as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, these 2-year-old fillies, what are they showing you in the paddock?
Well, Lafitte will start with that daughter of Mastery, who came in very classy, acting number 3, Ms. Mastery for Kenny McPeak. And she's been just kind of off by herself over around the 3 tree, which is typical of Kenny and all the horses that he runs here. She is running in a shadow roll, which is a piece of fleece, a really large piece of fleece, kind of a padded one that goes over the noseband. And the idea or theory behind it is that it will encourage a horse to drop their head because they can't then see just what's below their feet. So they'll drop their head a little more to see then beyond that. But I like the way she's acting. I don't mind the way she's put together. She's a little bit on the smaller side overall, but she comes in here looking incredibly fit and does have a decent gate drill, although she does have back-to-back gate drills, but the last one on August 9th and 48 and 3, good enough. And if you go back, it's kind of a funny pedigree. The second dam is the one and only Blind Luck, the multiple Grade 1 winning dirt router. Now, see, Blind Luck didn't have much pedigree herself. She didn't look much either, so therefore she hasn't produced much. So it's just how it goes. Sometimes you get these outliers of especially fillies and mares that are just scrappy, just all heart on the racetrack, but they don't necessarily pass on that heart and furthermore that talent. As we'll move on to number 6, Accommodate Eva, the Louisiana bred daughter of Munnings that Dallas Stewart picked up for the $25,000. And the dam was unraised. She's half to several hard-knocking New Mexico breds, though, and they kind of win anywhere from the 5 to out to the mile, and that's kind of what she represents here. Now, she was saddled on the walk. She didn't do anything wrong before or after that. She has quite an intelligent look to her as well. Physically, confirmation, she could, be a little bit more athletic looking, and she might benefit from a race to kind of bring everything together, but I certainly don't mind her, and the money meaningful considering she's done her preparations in Kentucky. As we'll move on to number 8, Hayes Bay, who did RNA in her most recent sale, which was the OBS April sale, for $42,000 after working the 10 and 3. She moved well. I like the way she got over at least the synthetic surface down there. She just looks slow, to be honest. Maybe she just wants to go a bit further than this, as she does show up here wearing a short cup cheater blinker for Joe Sharp. But nonetheless, I like the way she's put together. She's actually fairly athletic looking. She's been nicely on the bridle. She's making a good impression first time out here. And like I said, she'll probably want to go a bit further than this daughter of Upstart, but still, one to keep an eye on that is a decent price. Now, number 9, Boxed Wine, daughter of Vino Rosso. The dam won first time out as a 2-year-old and was a New York bred stakes winner at 2, Temperament Patty. And watching her work 2 back out of the gate on the Oklahoma training track, she worked with a creation of Adam, who albeit debuted in a maiden claimer first time out as a 3-year-old, but almost got the job done, running very well for Phil Antonacci and crew. This gal, Boxed Wine, is very sharp, and I think she worked better than Creation of Adam on that particular day as well. From the inside, just kind of lowers her head, really attacks the ground. True dirt sprinter. There's precocity in the pedigree. Lafitte, she's the one of the first-time starters I want.
At 5 to 1, Maggie likes what she sees. Boxed Wine, great name. Riders up, Flavien Prat for Phil Antonacci.
Yeah, it looks sharp, on her toes in the paddock, and well posted. First time starter, you're outside. At least if you don't break extremely sharp, you're not going to get squeezed between two. A horse is going to come over and right away. It gives her an opportunity to find her stride.
No, I always like getting out. If you're going to get an outside post, the firsters, it's not a bad thing. I picked this horse third. Of all the firsters, I had this horse ranked the highest. I picked the one on top, Flowers for me. One thing I'll say, this dam was a very nice runner for Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher as well. They bred this horse and they sold her. Homebred, Vino Rosso, the whole thing. And I feel like it's a negative of Mike Rapoli selling a horse. You know, the guy wants to run his horses. The first horse she produced wasn't very good. You don't condemn a horse off of one foal. But I picked her best, but that kind of, I wondered about that a little bit. Doesn't mean she can't run.
Well, I think it's a good point, but also did sell as a yearling, and horses change,
of course,
right?
absolutely, of course.
I had heard some things about this horse. The horse had trained well. And obviously, the horse taking all the money, the 6, Accommodate Eva, is a Louisiana bred, comes in with some very sharp works at Churchill Downs. Looks like this horse is very well meant.
Get another look at her in the post parade. There's Flowers for Me. Andy's top selection in 9-1.
Yeah, I thought she ran like a horse that really needed her debut. She broke a bit slowly, and I thought she was doing some running at the end. I'm hoping she improves a lot second time out.
La Colorada. Ricardo Santana looking for a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, not taking a lot of money, but a couple of sharp gate works at Parks.
Ms. Mastery, first-time starter by Mastery, 8-1.
I didn't like her, but her second dam was Blind Luck. Her I liked a lot.
Kentucky Oaks winner by a flared nostril. Ganucha here. Fourth in her debut, but she was bet. The tepid favorite at 3-1 at post time.
Favorite on debut, stalked the pace. Didn't have any visible excuse. Maybe she needed the race a little bit, too.
Leslie's Foot contender. Back to the main track for Christophe Clement. James Chapman, excuse me.
Same thing. This horse is dangerous. This horse has a lot of speed. I don't know much stamina, but a lot of speed.
Jose Ortiz looking for a third win this afternoon. Ponyless, Accommodate Eva, the Louisiana bred for Dallas Stewart.
Taking all the money, the mare has had 6 foals, all winners, and she actually produced 2 debut winners, so there is precocity in the family.
Hayes Bay, Maggie said she liked the way she moved, but not all that quick in the breeze.
Yeah, the mare's had 2 starters, 2 winners, more of a turf on the female side of the family.
Boxed Wine on the outside, the first-time starter for Lindy Farms, Flavien Prat aboard.
There's turf for the second family as well on this one. We'll see, but Maggie likes. Richie, you're interested as well. I'm not going to be surprised this one runs well.
Competitive race, maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies for those that have sold for $50,000, most recent or less, or are an aid. 5-2, Accommodate Eva to her inside Leslie's Foot. Jose Ortiz, Richie, in the weekend that he could have in terms of stakes mounts. We'll be riding Chocolate Gelato in the Alabama, also El Grande O in the Skidmore, 2-year-old sprinting on grass, and Juniper Marshmallow, an outsider in the Lake Placid. The presence of Chocolate Gelato in the Alabama, that's interesting.
Well, I mean, you know, Andy talked about it earlier. It certainly looks like she's in there to at least ensure a good pace.
Yeah, and I think that rabbits are badly underutilized in this country. They use them in Europe all the time. They call them pace setters. But I don't see anything wrong with it at all. I think if I was an owner or a trainer and I had a very good horse that was a deep closer, I would want to try to help my chances by injecting some pace in there. And it really feels that's what Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli are doing. There's no harm in doing it, and I think it's perfectly fair.
It's strategy.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's frowned upon?
I think, who knows? People frown at everything, you know, these days. I don't know. Yeah. I think it's, I don't know, frown. I'm just saying it's underutilized. I believe, and trainers will say to me, I'm going to rabbit for that. So they never do it. But I really think that they should do it more. I don't see anything wrong with it at all.
The 89 Breeders' Cup Distaff, Gulfstream Park, Wayne Lucas, the favorite was Bayakoa. Wayne Lucas's best chance was Open Mind. Stone Closer. Lucas sent out 3 rabbits after Bayakoa. One of them's name was Winning Colors. A Kentucky Derby winner. Winning Colors to heat up the pace and try. It didn't matter in the end, but that was the strategy. And I don't know. I've never understood why it's been looked down upon by some or criticized.
When Rick Dutrow employed 2 rabbits against Commentator in the Woodward after Commentator beat him in the Whitney, I watched the race with Nick Zito. He didn't complain. He said, that's the game.
He ran 2 rabbits in the, I think it was the Sport Page handicap, going 7/8. I was on Afrashad, who didn't want any part of 7/8 anyway, but he was a rank speed horse. And Rudy Rodriguez rode one of the rabbits, and I'm running off next to him, water skiing, and he's hollering, whooping, screaming. After the race, I was like, Rudy, really? He's like, hey, Poppy, that's what I got paid to do.
I mean, the most famous rabbit was probably Hedivar in this country, who they used to employ against Dr. Fager when he was running against Damascus and Buckpasser as well. But we really don't see them that much here. You see it quite frequently in Europe.
course.
Yep.
Graham Motion, Shake the Bank.
Yep.
To set things up for Better Talk Now.
Yeah.
Correct. A Breeders' Cup turf winner. Going to ensure there was going to. I've never seen anything wrong with the strategy.
The interesting thing about it is that it theoretically helps Gambling Girl. Definitely helps Wet Paint as well.
Yeah.
So it's not as though you're saying, yeah, I just think it's part of the game, and I'm surprised that more people don't do it.
Such an intriguing edition of the Alabama on Fox on Saturday. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Maggie, what are you noticing from Andy's top selection here? Flowers for Me drawn inside.
I think she makes a good deal of sense here, guys, as she's just so much more together. Second time out here, fitter, really calm and focused. And, you know, some of these horses like Januka are acting a little bit on the nervous side, and she's not. I think, and I kind of saw the same thing that Andy did when watching that last race. She just kind of ran into it slowly, kind of figured things out as it was unfolding, and I think we'll see a much better showing. Whether it's good enough to win or not remains to be seen. As we'll move on to number 5, Leslie's Loot. She ran very well on the turf last time out, considering that race kind of fell apart in the end, and she was the one setting the pace. Now she's a lot more, and I was about to say this as she's bouncing along there, she is a bit more relaxed. Take my word for it. She's a bit more relaxed than what she was in that last effort. Now, she kind of has a look to her that suggests she could go either way, and same thing kind of with her pedigree, too. So I think she's a little bit intriguing as possibly the horse who is fastest here, Lafitte.
Leslie's Loot, the edge and experience, 7-2 at post time with Jose Ortiz looking for a 3rd win this afternoon.
And she's fast, and speed is always dangerous, particularly with young horses. You don't know how other horses are going to react when a pace like that is thrown at them. She, capable of going 21 and change. In the mornings, horses aren't trained to go that fast, right? They go off in their works, usually the 1st, 8th, and 12, and they pick it up as they go. Sometimes a young horse gets a pace like that thrown at him, and it just kind of pulls the wind out of their sails.
Well, let me ask you a question. A lot of first-time stars that get bet have speed.
Sure.
They work well in the morning. A lot of first-time stars that win, most of them probably have speed. When you know there's a horse like the 5 in the race, you're sort of behind the 8 ball if you got a first with speed, right? Because this gal's fast.
Well, I don't think you change your basic approach, though. Young horse, come out running. She's probably going to outrun you.
But it could compromise the chances of a live firster that has speed. That was more my feelings.
Yep.
Because, and listen, we'll see a firster that's professional and closes, but so many of the ones, they're touted on quick works.
And
they
usually
have speed.
go wire to wire. Yeah.
Guys, just really like these races, this condition, and the opportunity that it gives connections to compete 2-year-old races at Saratoga. They don't have to face the $1 million babies. They don't have to run them in claiming races and risk losing them. I think it's been really well received, and it's been fun to follow in the first few years.
I think it's great. I mean, you've got horses in here that were purchased for as little as $5,000, Leslie's Loot, and as much as, I think it's $30,000 is the next price here. Although we've got Hayes Bay, it says $75,000, but she must have been RNA'd there.
And keep in mind, we saw a 2-year-old champion, British Idiom, in one of these races a couple years ago. It just allows people to come to Saratoga with horses that don't want to, that aren't going to be able to compete against the expensive, well-bred horses you see around here, and it gives more people a chance to be competitive. Other tracks have done it as well. I think it's a great idea.
You might run into a ways and means otherwise.
Sure.
And sure, you want to compete, you want to be here, and it's a 2-year-old at Saratoga, but you have to be realistic as well. This condition giving them an opportunity to break a maiden, to win a race at Saratoga, not having to drop and not having to take on future fillies that are going to be running for championships in the fall.
And maybe they develop and they go on and become those kind of horses, but it gives them an opportunity to kind of ease into their racing career without having to face horses that potentially and listen, thank you to Maggie Wolfendale. She's so on top of it. The 8 actually RNA'd for $42,000 at the OBS April sale. So thank you, Maggie, for keeping me up to date with that. Because I looked at that. I said 75. She's not eligible for this. She came back and RNA'd for less.
Between Maggie and Acacia, nothing gets missed around here.
Absolutely nothing. Post time for the 5th, kicking off the pick 6 2-year-old fillies. Frank Miramotti standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. As you can see, La Colorada is riderless at this point. Assistant starters probably having a few words with her as well. She quite the handful. I'm going to send it back down so you can get some insight as to what we're watching.
She was special.
All right, Frank. So, yeah, now they get La Colorada in. We'll try this again. Yes. Take 2, Frank Mirmati, with these 2-year-old fillies post time for the 5th at Saratoga.
Mastery. Ricardo Santana Jr. looking for his 2nd winner on the program, climbing inside the gate to join this first-time starter, La Colorada. Last one to load is Boxed Wine. Boxed Wine takes up her spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. La Colorada is very quick away from the gate, as is Leslie's Loot. And Leslie's Loot up to take the lead pretty easily. Just behind them comes Flowers for Me in 3rd. Janucha is in 4th, 4 lengths off the pace. It's another 2 back to Ms. Mastery and Accommodate Eva, who are side by side. A couple more back to Hayes Bay, and Boxed Wine is the trailer. It's a strung out field covered by more than 15 lengths, and it's Leslie's Loot loose on the front end, 22 1/5 seconds for the opening quarter. Flowers for Me trying to close the gap in 2nd, as is Janucha in 3rd. Now Accommodate Eva getting into the race, and a wide La Colorada is next. It's a wide open scramble at the top of the stretch. Just in behind rivals, Ms. Mastery looking for a spot to run. An 8th to go, and Flowers for Me has emerged with the lead. Janucha chasing with determination. On the inside, Leslie's Loot has dropped back late, followed by Ms. Mastery and Accommodate Eva. Flowers for Me in a nice performance. Flowers for Me, much improved, wins by 2. 2nd to Janucha. Then it was Accommodate Eva in 3rd. Ms. Mastery 4th. That's 2 for Dylan Davis.
Much improved indeed, Frank Mirmati. Flowers for Me, the double for Dylan Davis. Andy, 13-1. Flowers for Me, well done.
I mean, this is a great example of the difference between a first-time starter and a second-time starter. Broke slowly in the first race, didn't really know what she was doing. Today she broke really well and put herself into the game, Richie.
And was carrying Dylan into the race, right? He was in the bridle. When we talk about in the bridle, when horses are leaning into the bit, they're not off the bridle where a rider's chasing them, and they're not running off. They're just there properly, just 5 pounds of pressure. And there's the glaring difference between a first time out and the second time out. Look how Flowers for Me was so much more clued in and focused, and her and the runner-up, Ganuccia, come out of the same race where they were about a length apart last time. This time, Flowers for Me, more professional, gets the measure of Ganuccia, but they came out of the same race, and he shows you how much a little bit of experience matters.
Yeah, it's the whole thing with the game. You get experience, and first-time stars are so seductive for all of us. You like to think you have a little information, and you're kind of clever, and you know something the other guys know. The problem is usually you know the same thing everybody else knows.
Sire was pretty good here at Saratoga. Late August, a few years back.
Yeah.
West Coast Travers winner for Bob Baffert. Good Dylan Davis going to work here. A very strong finish here.
Strong rider.
Just a very confidence sky high 2 wins on the afternoon and at a 13-1.
He's really just come a long way, Dylan, and he's developed and he finishes strong. He's, another rider that has very little holes in his game. The only thing that sometimes Dylan slides back into not being as aggressive as he needs to be. The way he's riding right now, putting horses in forward position, getting his position going forward, that makes all the difference with Dylan.
Couldn't agree more.
Andy at 13-1, well done.
Thanks.
So now, of course, we have to ask you who you like in the Rick Violet, the feature a little bit later on this evening.
I've had a few winners early, which usually means no winners late. I like the favorite in the Rick Violet Ramblin' Wreck. I think he was unlucky last time. They'll get it done. I don't take it for granted. He's got to prove it. His race two back was extremely good, and I don't think he lost that much in defeat last time, but I am talking about a heavy favorite.
Defeated but ran well in his last start, Ramblin' Wreck.
Yeah, he just got compromised by the lack of pace, and I thought he ran a winning race, and I do agree with Andy. I think he gets it done today.
It's the Rick Violet a little bit later on this afternoon as our coverage continues from Saratoga. Results, reaction following this fifth race. Andy giving you a 13-1 shot. Flowers for Me breaks through in her second career start. Greg and the crew stepping in. 5 races left here from Saratoga, including the Rick Violet. We'll be right back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Here is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day in the books, and it went to an upsetter. Number 1, Flowers for Me, gets the job done in her second career start, and please be joined by her trainer, Jimmy Ryerson. And Jimmy, we were just talking. She hinted at ability in that debut, but she really brought it to the forefront today. And you said you were worried she might kind of go the other way, but she was so focused.
She was real good in the paddock, in a post braid. She loaded in the gate better. She broke better, put herself in the race. And I think in the last race she showed some ability, but that she had it, you know, got off bad, wide, ended up a wide trip, but never gave up and kept running to the end. And thank God she got enough out of that and was able to hold on the day, you know, and pull away.
When they show that, you know, ability to learn from that first start, and they do everything right prior to the races, it instills confidence, doesn't it?
Absolutely. This past couple of days of race, yesterday over the weekend, babies that have run had a little experience that show a little with the race under them, with the experience. They're very tough.
I got to ask you about my boy in the last, Vaunted. I keep trying to get him to the winner's circle for you. But you're raising him up today off the turf, unfortunately. But he showed, I thought, a really good effort last time in an off-the-turf event, too.
No, I thought he ran real well. He got beat by a dirt only that day, I think, if I remember correctly.
You're right.
And he really put some space between him and the rest. I mean, I'm sure there's a couple tough horses today, but he should show up, and he'll try them.
Let's go for that Ryerson double. I like it. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
Jimmy Ryerson, Flowers for Me, gets the job done and does return handsomely as she returns 28.80 for the win over Januka and accommodate Eva to round things out. Well, that will kick off this pick 6 in firework fashion as we got some new shooters coming to the show after this break. Stay tuned, the late pick 5 and more racing continues on Saratoga Live.
Tip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
This is the horse.
Is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Alabama Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Hey, buddy. Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring them, bring out the optimal results in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
NYRA fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Good to have you with us for continuing live coverage of the premier meet in the country here in our FS2 coverage at Saratoga Racecourse. Late pick 5 still to come on this Thursday card here in upstate New York. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to have you with us on a special day with Thoroughbred Aftercare Day here, where we honor various organizations whose mission is to take care of the equine athletes once their careers are over on the racetrack. It is no coincidence that the feature on this day is the Violette Stakes. The late trainer was beloved as a leader in this industry and essentially established equine aftercare in the state of New York. Here's a look at the field that will line up. The Violette, race 9 on today's card, mile and a 16th on the inner turf. And a few of these names have gotten to know each other well. Ramblin' Wreck, it's all coming together. They have traded victories against each other the last 2 starts. That is still to come on this Thursday card. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Gary, Violette was loved by everybody who knew him in this industry. He did so much for this sport, but essentially setting up Aftercare in New York, his greatest achievement that he had in this game.
Yeah, he was the champion of Thoroughbred Aftercare, being the president of the New York Thoroughbred Horse Aftercare. Take 2, giving the horses a second start with their careers. I didn't know Rick that well as a person. Knew a lot about him. I was president of the Jockeys Guild and had to deal with him in that manner, but I was based on the West Coast, and man, I would have loved to have sat down and talked with this man when I was younger. I know that he is so respected, has taught so much to the other horsemen on the backstretch. And that's not just what he's done with Aftercare for the horses, it's what he's done for the entire backstretch and their care, their housing, and everything about this sport. So we're going to enjoy this day and hopefully raise some great money for the Aftercare horses.
Yeah, we'll talk about a lot of those programs, many which are based here in New York throughout the program as well. Take 2, Take the Lead, a couple of programs that Rick was instrumental in setting up. Let's get to the race coming up later today, Paulie. And Ramblin' Wreck, it's all coming together. They know each other pretty well, and they're going to meet for a 3rd time in the last 3 races.
Yeah, and it's all coming together. Got the best of Ramblin' Wreck, and I think it just was the pace dynamics. It's all coming together. Jose Gomez gave this horse a tremendous ride on this day. Got 113 and 2, which are slow fractions, and was able to finish up. And maybe it was, the track obviously, or in the pace was playing against Ramblin' Wreck. But when he got loose on the rail, what I read, he started really to roll late, but it was just too late, JK. And, you got to give credit to the horse on the front end, but I think could be different circumstances today.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all coming together. Got loose in this race that we're watching right here, and Ramblin' Wreck had to do kind of all the dirty work trying to catch him late. I think he's going to get some pressure in here. We got Coach Parcells' horse towards the outside. Let's Go Big Blue, I think, should add some pressure. And then even possibly the 2 King of Comedy. I know he made the lead last time going longer, but he could also impact the pace. But I think it's this horse right here, Let's Go Big Blue, that's going to have the biggest impact on this race.
JK, he was forward in this race. Jose Lezcano, who we know is just masterful on the grass, he's back aboard today. How does he win this race against this group?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he has to continue to take a step forward. Look, I'll never knock the speed in a situation where, although there looks to be a lot of speed in here, if Let's Go Big Blue shows the tenacity he showed here to fight back and to win this race, but can also work out a nice trip from the outside, he could be absolutely dangerous in here. I don't care how much speed signed on. He's going in the right direction.
He needs to break again. It hit his Achilles heel, no pun intended, the horse that made somebody $600,000 yesterday, a horse named Achilles heel, was the gate. He got out of the gate last time, Gary, and he was a different racehorse. If you look at his other PPs in here, he was launching from last, but that low head carriage, he was tough to go by there late. He was pretty game.
Yeah, he was, and he was just kept that momentum up and was actually pulling away from the battle that he had all the way through the stretch in the final yards. So he's an improving horse, and he's got a great post position with the other speed that's in here today.
Good feature, part of Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, and that'll be the Violette race 9 on the card as we take a look at what's still to come on this afternoon. Late pick 5 is coming up in our immediate future. We're just 12 minutes away from a start as we take a look at the rest of today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 6 to kick it off. We'll dive into deeper here in just a little moment. 5.5 furlongs that was meant for the grass comes off the turf in race 6. You can play it all, including this pick 5, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. Take advantage of that offer. Punch in spot 200 at sign up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with us all summer long and beyond at NairaBets.com. So late pick 5, again, a race that was meant for the grass, comes off now, sprinting 5.5 furlongs main track. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And people just can't get enough of Sugar Ray Leonard, as he is favored right now. And 2 back when he was entered in an intended dirt race, as he'll make his 3rd start of the meet here for Rick Dutrow. He was bad as the favorite. I'm sorry. He rode the rail, and yes, the race kind of had a more inside-y flow to it, and then he kind of tipped out fairly, halfway down the stretch and just never really kicked on. Now you'll see him here. He's always like this. This is just how he behaves prior to his starts. I've seen enough. I really have. I'll give him credit. He's consistent as they come. He seems to run the same figure no matter what the surface or the circumstance, but he'll beat me today. As an interesting new shooter is number 4, Image of Quality, as he'll go from the synthetic up at Woodbine to the main track here. Now he's by Frank Conversation. We don't see many of his progeny, but overall they have been more effective on the dirt, sprinting on it. The Dam, she was all turf meant, and it's a little bit more of a turf pedigree, and he kind of looks that way. He would have been far more intriguing, to be honest, if this race had stayed on its intended surface. But I'll give him credit. He walked in here and he painted a nice picture, but once he got tacked up, he really puffed himself up. And with this only being his 2nd start in what was a fairly green effort, but yet still getting the job done at First Asking at Woodbine, I think we'll see him show more speed going the 5.5. Not on the lead, but just a little bit more involved and be a little bit more professional, as he did want to lug in a bit in that debut effort. So we'll pay attention to how he acts. Obviously out on the racetrack, is wearing a ring bit today. This will make his 1st start for Chris Engelhart. Number 6, Ignited. He looks fantastic. And I know maybe his dirt races as of late aren't that good, but he has some go-back ones to fall upon. Whoa. I don't know what happened there, because he hadn't done anything bad before that. Now he just dropped his head and walked on again. He looks fantastic here for Mike Trombetta. The front wraps do go back on for this guy, but just one that really caught my eye physically is number 7, Forward Move. Graduated last time out in an off-the-turf event, albeit going a mile, but I'm okay with him turning back in distance. And I thought he ran really well, because he battled off all challengers, and the horses that finished behind him 2nd and 3rd, they came from well back. So he was kind of the sole survivor of that pace. And with a lot of other pace in here, I'd like to see him be able to do it from off of it. But I think with that built-in stamina and foundation, because he's way more fit than what he was 2 back in his debut, I think he should be okay first off the claim here, going back to sprints, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 8 minutes from the start of the late pick 5. Post parade coming up. Pick 5. Over $430,000 in the pool today. Of course, Saturdays and Sundays, you have a chance to play the late pick 5. Play it through NyraBets and become a millionaire if you are the only winning ticket. That's every Saturday and Sunday here at Saratoga, but you have to play that ticket through NyraBets to be eligible. For more information, go to nyrabets.com/million. And get involved. All right, JK, how are you going to attack this pick 5 today?
Yeah, I mean, I got a pretty skinny ticket here. I'm going to single the 8 Sugar Ray Leonard on top in the 1st leg. In the 2nd leg, I'm going to use a few in that race. I'm going to use the 1 Tangential, the 3 Not in a Million Years, the 6 Isola, and the 7 Mirabella. And on to the 3rd leg, I'm going to single the 5 Win for Gold for 10 Strike Racing. In the Rick Violet, I'm going to single the 1 Ramblin' Wreck. I think they're going to get a nice setup from that inside draw. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to use the 1 and the 2, the 1 Russie or Russie, I'm assuming, and then the 2 Twirling Vine. I think the horse to the outside, the 12 Prince of Truth, the son of La Verdad. Going to take some money. I think the 1 and the 2 are the value.
Paulie?
I'm kind of in agreement with JK when it comes to the last race. I think the last race is 1, 2, 12. I think the 2 is a sneaky horse. I'm going to use 1, 2 in race number 9, but you can see in this race, I'm going to use 4, 8, 10, 12. I think the 4 is a kind of an unknown here at 9 to 1. JK and I have the same feeling in race 7. That's the wide open race in this sequence. Although you can maybe lean on Chad Brown. I thought 147 race number 8. I'm going to take a stand against Win for Gold. I just thought that maybe Payzone with Luis Saez could keep that horse company early. And in the last race, Mr. Bond won the last race yesterday. I'm hoping he wins the last race today.
Cue the theme music.
Right?
Dun, 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 dun. We'll see. Keep in mind, you're playing this pick 5, races 6 and 9 off the turf. Races, 6 and 10 off the turf. Races 7 and 9 stay on the grass for this sequence. And, of course, one of the legs that kicks things off as well. $467,000 in this pool coming up. And the 7-5 favorite, a lot of love for Sugar Gray Leonard and the Rick Dutrow barn, and we'll get to. We start with Image of Quality. Of course, had an incredibly difficult trip and still won the debut on synthetic.
Yeah, that was on synthetic for maiden 40. These are a little bit more challenging waters.
Burn Jakey, burn 8-1 with Katie Davis.
Yeah, Orsa went gate to wire last time on the turf, and you know, complete turnaround from the debut. I would think this gelding's going to show some more speed too.
Ignited 2 dirt starts, has shown some ability.
Yeah, but a lot of turf jammed in there, some synthetic. Makes me feel like that surface is preferred.
Forward move, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz looking for their 3rd win together today.
Yeah, a lot of scratches in this race, and a horse from 5-1 going to 6-1 with those connections. Maybe a little chilly on the board.
Whitney winning trainer, Rick Dutrow with Sugar Gray Leonard.
Yeah, this is the best dirt horse in the field and the fastest early horse. Should make the front end, should be tough to catch.
Mama's Gold had a freaky effort in the 3rd start of his career, won by 21 lengths, and everybody knew it was coming.
Yeah, the horse got claimed out of that race. Now goes from Brad Cox to Chad Summers. Chad has 2 in this race.
King James, Joel Rosario for Chad Summers, who used to train Mama's Gold.
Yeah, I mean, this horse makes a little bit of sense with some back dirt numbers. I just feel that if the 8 breaks cleanly, makes the front end, going to be really hard to catch.
And then main track only, this is Let Freedom Spring, Rob Atras off the claim.
Yeah, just a little bit light on numbers. And look, when a main track only is 10-1 on the board, horse probably in deeper waters than they were hoping for when they signed up for this race.
4 minutes to post, and there is a look at Gray Tail. This beautiful 4-year-old here by McLean's Music for the Dutrow barn. Meets leading rider, Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. 7-5 right now, and you see that dirt start 2 back. Give us the good and bad of that.
Well, I think the good and bad is that, you know, Maggie mentioned it. He's run races that beat this field. It's just, does he run to his competition? Because he has 4 seconds. He looks wonderful on the racetrack. He'll sit a good trip. You know, on dirt, his dirt numbers, the 1 win is on dirt in 6 starts, does have a 2nd and 2/3. You know, and you go back to some of his races, yeah, I just think that he's burnt a little money, but he might have found a field here where he can handle it.
Got his game face on as well. Gary, we're looking at Image of Quality. He only has 1 start. It came on synthetic. He should not have won that race. He got stopped a couple of times in the stretch in there and still somehow got up to win against a softer group. So it will get tougher here, but showed some ability.
He did, and I don't like that with the scratches inside that he's drawn right on the fence this time. He was drawn towards the outside. Last time out might not make a difference, but he's expected to improve today. He'll be sitting off the pace. There's plenty of speed in here to set it up for him if he's good enough.
You know, he was 33-1 first time out. And don't let those maiden optional 40s, you know, fool you, because you'll get maiden special weight horses that go in there and not for the tag. I mean, you don't have to put your horse up for 40. Went back to look at Image of Quality. He was not up for the tag that day at 33-1. They paid $6,000 for him. So, you know, maybe that effort was, I don't know, 33-1, but the way he ran like a 3-5 shot.
It was incredible. I mean, no way should he have won that race. It was the debut. Talk about getting something out of a debut as well.
Crazy.
No, and it feels like a private purchase, right? With Wachtel, they like to do that. They like to buy horses off the racetrack, and it feels like they liked what they saw, and they've had a lot of success with that as well with private purchases.
Just a tough read. We don't even see any dirt works either. The debut was synthetic.
Well, the thing about it is, if you've ever been to Woodbine, their facility is phenomenal. They have obviously their main track is Tapeta. They got a turf track that's outside the Tapeta. They also got a training track for dirt, which a lot of trainers will go to when they ship horses here to see if their horses can handle the dirt. They thought this race was going to be on the turf, so they got no dirt works in. So yeah, definitely an unknown.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little worried about, Paulie. As you pointed out, they have the option of working horses on conventional dirt up there at Woodbine, and they never did. But I just couldn't get over how well this horse looked, how well he moved, at least in a controlled gallop over this main track. I'm going to swing for the fences because, like I said, I'm not in love with the other gray, who is the 6-5 favorite, and here's Sugar Gray Leonard. So I just he just ticked every box. I'd be far more confident in him if this was on the turf, but here we are. We'll take a swing as, yes, was a private purchase out of that maiden claimer, optional claimer at Woodbine after the debut, as we see Wachtell et al. Often do this with horses. And number 12, your lone MTO in here, Let Freedom Spring, as JK mentioned, just feel very light on numbers. Now, physically looks great, but totally different disposition today relative to his first start here at the meet on July 16th. He was really full of himself. I mean, really fired up. And today, he's quiet as a church mouse. So he didn't get to the lead that day after, you know, many races of him being the one leading early. I wonder what they do with him from the outside, because like I said, he's way more quiet than what he was back at the beginning of this meet, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Last few moments to get down in this pick 5. And the 6-5 favorite, been favored throughout, and he's looked pretty good warming up. Sugar Gray Leonard, who on dirt, just form-wise, comes in, looks like the one to beat in this spot. There's a lot to like from that debut. We just don't know surface-wise if Image of Quality is going to take to it. But Gary, Sugar Gray Leonard, he just left our screen. I was going to ask you your thoughts.
Well, I'm not going to try and beat him. That was my pick here today. He ran, you know, his numbers last time, 2 times back on the dirt for Detro. Was comparable to his last race on the dirt where he was, or the turf where he was second. So he's a 4-year-old. It looks like he has improved since the start of the end of May, and I'm counting on him to improve again. I think he's going to get a good trip just because of all of the forwardly placed horses in here. Look, the 12's got some speed, 10's got some speed. 7 horse going to be just off the pace. Same with the 6. The 5's got speed, and Image of Quality, the 4 horse, and Sugar Gray Leonard. They're going to be back, you know, mid-pack somewhere, and hope that they stop.
Jake, is that another reason the public likes this 8 so much, because there is all that speed to set it up for him?
I mean, I actually think that the 8's going to be forward.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, this horse's pace figures suggest that he's going to be forwardly placed, especially kind of being drawn towards the outside. I don't think this horse is going to be on the lead, but I think we'll be connected enough with the rest of these horses, you know, it just based on those the speed he's shown since getting into Dutro's barn.
I think actually, that's actually a good question, Greg. To be honest with you, I think the speed of the speed is Burn, Jakey, Burn. I mean, turf speed usually translates into dirt speed. We've said this before, and in his first effort, I just think you throw a line through that, and like maybe that's fooling people. You know, they paid $200,000 for the 5. They dropped it for 40. He got the job done. You're getting 15 to 1. He might be the speed of the speed, but you never know. I mean, the 10 is pretty fast too, but I have a feeling the 5 might be the speed of the speed.
This main track, only the 12, the last in line. Yeah, another one with quickness, who is a multiple winner on dirt. We're set for the pick 5. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started.
Forward move is put into the gate, and Let Freedom Spring will be the last one. Set to kick off the late pick 5 at the Spa. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's forward move going straight to the front, clearing the field at once and opening up. Burn, Jakey Burn comes away in second, but it's a lineup for the second spot. Ignited is in the mix too. Sugar Gray Leonard is forwardly placed, just 2 lengths off the speed. Let Freedom Spring is on the far outside, and Mama's Gold shuffling back just a touch. At the back of the field, Image of Quality and King James trails. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. And it is forward move and Ignited duking it out. Sugar Gray Leonard, good trip on the outside, coming after the top pair in third. And they're followed wider out by Let Freedom Spring in fourth. King James trying to mount a bid from behind. Coming toward the 8th pole. Ignited just in front. Sugar Gray Leonard. King James is coming with a nice rally, splitting rivals for the final stages. Sugar Gray Leonard has taken over past the 16th pole. And King James moves into second. Sugar Gray Leonard, after a couple of defeats, lands the knockout punch convincingly. King James was second. Ignited third. Let Freedom Spring was fourth.
Sugar Gray Leonard delivers the knockout punch here. He had his mind on running in this spot. His second win on dirt.
Yeah, and watch what Irad Ortiz does coming into the stretch. He's laying on top of these two pacemakers up front, and he's going to move him out intentionally away from these horses. He's got 12 horses making a little run on the outside. Right there, he floats out a little bit. I don't know if he knows the track might be a little more better out there, or if he's just getting away from his competition inside and intimidating the 12 a little bit. But yeah, he lowered his head. He was reaching and doing an improved horse today.
This is a good race. I looked at you guys and I said, wow, he's lowering his head. He's finishing. You got to give credit to the 10 here. King James, he's never really a horse that's rallied off the pace, but Rosario got him to rally off the pace. There's no doubt. Great single by you, JK, with Sugar Gray Leonard with your ticket. And I told you, when he really laid his head down and he started rolling.
Yeah, the thing about it, you know, his speed figure is that it wasn't like a huge standout in terms of this other groups that have run on the dirt, the rest of the group that run on the dirt. But his pace figures, his internal fractions of that race were blazing fast, which made you think that there was a lot more under the hood that was deeper than just what that final number was. And he showed it there because he didn't get a great trip at the beginning part of the race. He was in between horses, but he just kind of kept that position. Irad kept him in the clear, like Gary pointed out, and I think he just kind of let him, you know, keep himself underneath him, and then he ran away from those horses late.
Yeah, he was actually trying to ease back out of that spot down the backside. I don't think he was real comfortable with where he was, and the horse said, no, you're having nothing to do with this. He said, I'm going to put you where I want to be, and he left him alone, and he did the rest of the work for himself.
Adding to his meet leading total, 35th win for Irad Ortiz Jr. Teaming up with Babe, Rick Dutrow Jr., his birthday present on his 64th birthday, a Whitney win with White Barrio, who's headed to the Breeders' Cup Classic off that performance. 6-5 favorite to start off the late pick 5 here. 8, 10, 6, 12 finish. We're going to take a timeout. Prices when we return. And we'll talk the Alabama for 3-year-old fillies coming up on Saturday. Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Wet Paint. Can she pull off the Grade 1 double here at the meet? Going 1.25 miles on Saturday. Stay with us.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at 1 mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on the program at Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account today. A popular winner in today's Off the Turf 6th race, as Sugar Gray Leonard breaks through, and I'm pleased to be joined by assistant trainer to Rick Dutrow, his nephew, Blake Dutrow. And Blake, talk a little bit about working with your uncle, such a long time and revered horseman.
He's pretty easy to get along with, deal with. You know, Rick makes it look so easy because he's just always about the horse. So if you hang around him and you like horses, it's a pretty easy gig.
Now, how was the transition? Because you were a Jock's agent for a while there. How was the transition to going to barns now to being in the barn?
Well, it's just getting up a little earlier, working a little harder, but I love it. I grew up around horses, and I'm up here with my dad, and we have a lot of fun in the mornings. It's a good time.
I love that. And talk a little bit about Sugar Gray Leonard. This was the right spot. Were you, excited to run him on the turf, but had to be pleased because he did have the best dirt form coming in here?
Yeah, he got a clean trip today. Irad gave him a perfect ride, and we thought that he fit with this group, so we were very happy to see him run big. Third time's a charm. This is his third start up here on the meet, and very happy for the owners, Gene and Gerard Stoochberry. So we just give them, all the credit for giving us the patience and, letting us take our time with this horse.
Blake, you're pretty good at these interviews. I hope I get to do some more with you.
Oh, I look forward to it, Maggie. Hopefully we get some done.
Blake Dutrow helping his uncle Rick out and doing a great job up here at the spa, especially with Sugar Gray Leonard today, Greg.
Pretty memorable meet, even if they didn't win today or don't win the rest of the way with that Whitney victory with White Barrio. But things going pretty good after a 10-year absence in this sport.
You're not kidding. He's a great horseman, and he's just glad to be back. It's taken him a while to get rolling, get the horses to where he wants them. And I would say that he's there now. And when you win a race like the Whitney, like they did with White Barrio, it brings the whole barn up. Everybody's happy when they come down in the morning. They're not wondering if he still got it. He never lost it. He just put it away on hold for 10 years.
I would just give him some gray horses. Keeps winning with gray horses. White Barrio.
Good point. I know we have plenty of time till we get there, but White Barrio, the horse to beat now in the Classic?
I think he's got to kind of show it to us again. I mean, I think he's definitely thrown his hat into the conversation, but I do think that he probably wants to, we probably want to see it again from him. Yeah, the Classic is a tough race. You got 3-year-olds that are improving. You've got, who knows, Cody's Wish might find his way back around in there. So I wouldn't jump to that conclusion, but he's definitely in the mix.
Well, I don't think we're going to get to see it again before the Classic, because he said he's going to train him up to the Classic.
Which is very, very dangerous, because he is the master at that, and I think the horse got a big, big shot, put it that way.
Huge race here on Whitney Day, obviously.
Yeah.
What a birthday present for that barn. Happy 64th. Let's move on to race 7. Start of the late pick 4. One of 2 that remain on the grass, along with the Rick Violet. Maiden special weight. Everybody trying for that first win of their career here. Mile, inner turf, and it's the 7 Mirabella, Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez, 4th time on the grass, who right now is the 3-1 favorite. We'll have more on this field coming up in just a little bit. Take a look at the week 6 stakes schedule ahead. We still have the Rick Violet later today, Skidmore on Friday, and then a huge Saturday with the Lake Placid on the lawn and 3-year-old fillies in our ABR race of the week, going that classic distance of 1.25 miles, and a Coaching Club American Oaks winner among the field of 10 that is going to line up in one of only 2 races left in this country. Run for females at 1.25 miles. So Wet Paint just kept grinding and grinding away in the Coaching Club American Oaks to run down Sacred Wish and earn the victory at 1.1 miles. What do you guys think of this performance?
Well, there wasn't a lot of pace in this race, which was not helpful for her. And I thought she was beat right here when they came into the stretch. She's trying to wind up, but even midway through the stretch, I didn't think she was going to get to the filly in front, Sacred Wish. And she just kept grinding, and she seems to know where the wire is. All I know is she keeps winning races. Her speed figures aren't huge or anything, but she finds a way to win. She likes to fight, and she seems to know where the wire is when she does get in a photo finish.
I thought that was her most impressive win. I really did, because Manny Franco is a strong rider. He looked under his shoulder at the top of the lane. I think he thought he had the race sewed up. And like you said, Gary, wet paint just kept on coming and coming and coming. And I'm wondering if the mile and a quarter is not going to be an issue. And we talked about this the other day. You know, if you look at wet paint's resume, she's won in a 12-horse field, a 10-horse field at Oaklawn. I think a bigger field kind of helps her because she gets more pace.
Meanwhile, Kenny McPeak, he's had great recent success in this race in the last few years, defining purpose. She got the win last time out against the Black-Eyed Susan winner, but that was a very good effort from Tax, who had a wide trip and was a little slow out of the gate.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know we're here at Saratoga. There's the red and white awnings, and it's the Coaching Club American Oaks that we saw from the previous horses in wet paint, and this is just the old Indiana Oaks. But this race is just as fast, if not faster, than that race. And these two horses are both going to be ignored, considering, you know, you got Gambling Girl, you've got Wet Paint, you've got Sacred Wish, you've got Julia Shining. Those two horses are going to be ignored because they were running in the Indiana Oaks, and it wasn't a grade 1, it wasn't the prestigious grade 1s that we run here. But those horses could be faster.
No, right. Tax is such a great story, too. $50,000 claim for a barn that has not had a lot of big-name wins over the career, Randy Morse, and he obviously got a big one with the Black-Eyed Susan.
Look, Randy's a very good horseman. If he's bringing Taxed up here, he means business. He can get the job done. I respect him as a horseman. I respect Taxed.
Put it this way, Tom Amoss lost with Who's Your Philly to Taxed, and I remember Ron Moquette tweeted out, it couldn't happen to a better trainer, and Tom retweeted that. Like, he just lost to Tax, but it just shows the respect that Randy Morse has. He's a tremendous horseman, like Gary said, and even a better person.
And there's the elephant in the room in the race, sort of. JK with Julia Shining, the big pedigree, was on the also eligible list, didn't get to run on the Kentucky Oaks, but Todd Pletcher, with that pedigree, sister to Malathot, just think she's going to love the extra distance.
Well, here's the thing with her, right? In this race as a 2-year-old in the Demoiselle, you're seeing Louis riding very hard right here. He's been doing that for the majority of this race. This filly just kept dropping herself way to the back and giving herself so much work to do, but still found a way at times to be extremely competitive, if not win her races. In her last race, which was the Ashland, they put blinkers on her, and she rode a lot. She was a lot more into the race. She was a lot more involved. She didn't give herself nearly as much ground to work with. You got to think that she was built to run a mile and a quarter, and her style suggests that very grindy type. With a Hall of Famer like Todd Pletcher having some time since the Ashland to kind of get Julia Shining going back in the right direction, the addition of blinkers, I think I'm starting to let you know who I'm going to be picking on Saturday.
And the other thing, too, is you're going to contend with, or money's going to go towards 2 Chad Brown horses in here as well. You know, you got Randomized coming off a 94 buyer, 97 buyer. A lot of people are going to say that. And Fireline will take money just because of the Chad Brown bar. So, you know, JK makes a very good point that Gambling Girl, who was second in the Oaks, Taxed, and Defining Purpose, you're going to get your price if you like one of them.
Pletcher said he would have loved to get another race into Julia Shining, obviously, before the Ashland. Not the case, but she's training well. She's happy, and she's going to love that mile and a quarter. We'll see if she loves it that much against this group. Has a little more recency on Saturday. One of the premier races in this sport for 3-year-old fillies coming up. Saturday coverage begins on Fox 3 Eastern time. We hope you join us for it. And we got more coming up, though, on this Thursday card. We'll get into the pick 4 ahead. And we'll look to the Skidmore on Friday as well. George Weaver having an incredible role with his 2-year-olds, and he'll try and add another stake in the Skidmore. The 8th on Friday. No Name Mets coming off a big win in a stake victory at Monmouth back on July 30th.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure.
Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you at this beautiful racetrack here in upstate New York, where the competition heats up every summer. FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live, getting set for the Pick 4 ahead. Let's talk to the Friday card as well. 5.5 furlongs on the turf in the Skidmore. We went to break talking about No Name Mets, one of several stakes winners for these youngsters for George Weaver. 5.5 length gate to wire win in that Tyro, beat Ship Cadet in the process. Those two will meet again on Friday.
Yeah, and the way he did this, I mean, this was a real race. He sprinted away mid-stretch, just had some different kind of acceleration here than his competitors. You see him here in the last 16th of a mile, just widen on the field, did it the right way here, and was very impressive to me.
Yeah, you know, first time out, this horse won at 10-1. Might have surprised a lot of people. You know,
beat Mattingly, by the way.
Yeah, beat Mattingly, which is great. No Name Meds. And then went over to the Norfolk. And listen, did disgrace himself. 9th in the field of 14th, I get it. Then comes back, and that's a good race to come back. Just get your kind of confidence. I get the horse was 90 cents on the dollar, but it did it the right way.
The tricky thing about No Name Mets is that in that Tyro, for whatever reason, the Beyer Speed Figure team had a hard time making a number for that race. There was another 5.5 turf race, I believe, the day before, the day after. They did make a number for, but something about that number, that time, didn't work out. So we really don't know how fast he ran that day. It could have been really fast, or it could have been not as fast. And we'll see, I guess, on Friday.
You win a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, though, by that kind of margin, you're probably pretty decent, right?
We're thinking, I mean, I think visually you'd like to think it was fast, but they had a hard time giving it a number. Timeform US, I believe, did give a number that was pretty quick. So different speed figures can kind of help you try to figure it out, but it is at least part of the equation.
It's coming up on our Friday coverage. That'll be race 8 on the card. Back to today's action, the 7th race. Again, start of the Pick 4. Mile on the inner turf in this group of maidens, all looking for their first victory, and there is Tangential in the background. The remaining half of the entry, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Arad Ortiz Jr. Just coming off his 35th winner of the meet, will be aboard looking for number 36. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with both of the Chad Brown runners here in the paddock, and Tangential coming back off of the layoff. Ran well, but had a really ideal trip when she finished behind Coral by just a neck in her last outing back in November. Yeah, she had to do it down on the rail, but still, just came up short, second best that day. She just really has not filled out much from 2 to 3. She's kind of grown. It's like she's in between this weird growth spurt of getting kind of longer and taller, but has yet to furnish that frame. And so, yes, she looks incredibly fit, but she's really just not my cup of tea. She can win, I suppose, but again, I thought there were some others that just made better impressions, including Chad's first-time starter, who's not taking any money at all, which makes me a little bit nervous. Not in a million years. A daughter of No Name Never out of a Danehill dam. She's half to a Greatest Stakes winner, albeit on synthetic, and went 3 for 10 on the turf, and a fool to Mboite, who did win on the turf as well here in the States. I really like her. I mean, she's really nicely put together, athletic, well-balanced, a lot of substance to her. She's strong. This is a perfect spot for her, I think. She got sharper as they got the tack on her, which I like to see. She's acting like she's done this before, and I think she's okay. I know she doesn't show any turf workouts, but watching her gate breeze 2 back, she worked 48 and 1, broke well on the inside of another mate, niggled at to kind of keep pace, but finished better and more on the bridle. So I think that's a good sign for a horse that's really bred only to be a turf horse. So I like Not in a Million Years, as we'll move on to a horse that had a nightmare of a stateside debut, and that's number 6, Isola. I know, talking with Jack Sisterson after the race, he was kind of upset with the ride and trip that he got. So Louis Saez will climb aboard today. She broke well, and she broke well from the inside in a full field, which isn't always the case with these European invaders. And then she was just allowed to get shuffled back, and then once they kind of ran on and she had nowhere to go, she got very, very rank and was throwing her head for about the first half of a mile, and you're not going to win races doing that. So with Louis Saez, who is known to be much more aggressive, I think they are aggressive with this filly because she looks as though she should be quick. She's a little smaller, handier, and she's far sharper in the prelim so far than what she was back on July 15th. I think she's very interesting after a really not so ideal trip first time out. And Greg, in the States I should say, and Greg too, she was favored that day, and now you're getting a generous price on her at 6-1.
Yeah, that's a quick abandon here from the public on a filly that some good things were expected from and certainly had an excuse. Thanks, Maggie. 8 minutes away from the 7th race coming up. Chad Brown leading the way in the standings here. Had that big 4-win day last week, but Linda Rice trying to inch her way back today with a couple of wins. He's 2 up on the Rice barn. Todd Pletcher still waiting for that big breakout day for the Pletcher barn.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had a 4-win day, but it was a quiet 4-win day, if that makes any sense. It wasn't like he was winning with any, it wasn't one of those deals where he won with a couple of babies and a 4-5 shot. He's been quietly sneaking his way to that first place in the standings, and that's while dodging a lot of weather, which is going to be damaging for the amount of turf runners that he has.
And still amazing that Linda Rice is hanging in there again against these behemoths, Pletcher and Brown. But 2 wins today. She's just 2 back. It's going to be, at this point, you look at that, it's going to be tough to beat Chad Brown at this point?
Yeah, I would think so, because, Chad's still got probably, I don't know a number. He's got a handful of 2-year-olds that haven't started yet. He's got a handful of horses he's waiting to bring back. He's going to have a horse for basically every stake division. And like we said, Linda had a lot of success, but her success came, a lot of it through Belmont. Lost a lot of conditions there.
Here's our post parade. Post 3 for Tangential for Chad Brown.
Yeah, this one's going to get Lasix for the first time. Just missed. Last time Violette Stakes, I think a major player.
I'd rather have you just kick a rhyme for us.
Pura Vida, Deuce Greathouse, who had rhyme schemes. Who would have known he was such a hip-hop fan?
Yeah, I love it. Not in a million years. Chad Brown as well, first-timer.
Yeah, Chad Brown and Flavien Prat at 7-1. That's actually nice.
Todd Pletcher's sister, Maha. Turf debut.
Yeah, a horse that showed speed first time out. We've seen these American Pharaohs improve on the turf.
Isola, the one that was not happy, Maggie told us about in the States debut.
This horse took a ton of money on debut. There has to be some talent here.
Mirabella, Johnny V for Todd Pletcher.
I get that this horse is the favorite, but isn't she supposed to win? Last time she had a length and a half lead with the blinkers. It seemed like she was the favorite, and she got run down.
Bill Mott barn, no Delhi, went by, and here's the 9, Bel Rosso.
Yeah, for Jeff Hiles, 0-4 lifetime. It's kind of a muddied up effort. Her races at 2 weren't bad on the turf.
11-1, Mom's Right stretching out, start 2.
There's a ton of moms here at the racetrack that probably took a picture of this and sent it to their kids and are also betting on the 10.
16-1, also eligible. Fancy Stacks gets in for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, another horse here for Philly by Motown. She debuted for Maiden 40 and ran very, very well. Now they're just going to bump her up and protect her in maiden special weight.
5 minutes away. 7th race coming up. Get involved with the Naira Bets contests every Saturday at the meet. $300 buy-in, cash and seat prizes, and the deadline to get involved Friday 5 Eastern time. to get that registration in. Go to nowhere.com/contests for more information as we take a look again here at Tangential. One of a couple in this race here for trainer Chad Brown. And this will be start number 3, and the turf debut was pretty good, just missed in that first out turf effort at Aqueduct.
Yeah, she had a good trip. I mean, sitting in there, she got some education. It's going to have to try and work her way out of here. There might have been a little more there than what she was able to show, because it didn't open up straight in front of her until the last 150 yards or so. When it did, she finished up strong and comes up a long head short.
Looked like she got to the inside of that runner and kind of a little bit like, I don't know, she would look like she was loaded at the top of the lane and kind of grinded a little bit. So I wonder where she's going to be today. She looks like she's nice and ready to go, and Chad usually has these horses going. The 7 in here is Mirabella. Greg, I was talking about this horse. Blinkers went on last time. Didn't feel like this horse should have won that race last time with the blinkers on. Johnny V, favorite. Clears right here in hand, about a length and a half clear. You kind of think, okay, she's home, and she just kind of got tired in the last like about 100 yards, and she got blitzed.
Well, you know, if you look at the pace figures early in that race, she had a right to get tired. She was running out there on the front end, so I don't really knock her for that. In fact, I think the fact that she stayed as close as she did and finished ahead of the other horses in the race, I thought she ran extremely well. I think she's definitely the horse to beat in here. I just don't know if she's necessarily the horse to bet at 3-1.
This will be second time blinkers today. She's back to favoritism right now, and John Velasquez knows her well. This will be his 3rd straight start on her back, the daughter of Into Mischief. Meanwhile, the other Chad Brown runner debuting in this race, in those Peter Brandt silks, Flavien Prat on Not in a Million Years.
Yeah, I thought she was interesting, just with her pedigree, no nay never, out of a Danehill mare, Irish mare, and for Peter Brandt. And her works are nothing fancy unless you go 3 back. She had a workout on the dirt, 48-1. It was decent work, but really didn't expose herself. But I like this set that we're on, because I'm able, when they're crossing behind us going out to the track for the post parade, I get to have a nice look at them. And she looked good, she looked fit, and she was kind of on her toes. She woke up when Flavien was put on her back, and I like what I saw here in the paddock and what she's doing out on the racetrack right now.
See how they're all doing trackside. Get more from Maggie.
Well, that's why I picked her as well. Not in a million years. And you go back and you see those synthetic workouts at Fair Hill. Obviously, this was a filly that they bought and probably tried to get to the races as a 2-year-old, and then maybe came out with some baby issues and sent her to Fair Hill to Bruce Jackson's, where Chad does send a lot of his horses, and Bruce has a plethora of tools, an aquatread, a hyperbaric chamber, just a lot of tools to help horses heal and heal quickly and correctly. And she just looks like a runner. She just looks like an athlete. So I'm going to take a chance with her again. Not taking as much money as I thought, but oh well, here we are. Let's talk a little bit about the other first-time starter to her inside, Kick a Rhyme. I was thinking the same thing as JK. I'm like, when I say Deuce Greathouse, I'm gonna have to ask him if he's like a DJ on the side or something, because he's on the 1s and 2s, Kick a Rhyme, Rhyme Schemes. Anyway, it's a good spot for her, obviously with the pedigree, being a daughter of Knight of Thunder. The dam and the 2 foals that she has had are winners in Europe. And she just looks like she'll need a race. Fitness, that's kind of typical for a Mike Maker trainee, though does come in here with a slew of workouts, but just needs to tuck up a little bit. But I respect her. I think she's a little bit intriguing, and we'll watch her with interest to move forward from this one. Let's check in with a horse that's making her 2nd start, going from sprint to a route, and that's number 10, Mom's Right, for Shug McGahee. I don't know. I thought if you wanted the horse who was likely to possibly provide the pace, it felt like her, as she wasn't that far off of it, going the 5.5, and plus she's gotten very sharp since saddled and the rider getting on today. And she looks physically like a horse that should appreciate more ground. She's very tall, very lanky, kind of even frame to her, and does look incredibly fit for this 2nd outing, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Pick 4, pool 253,000 and growing. If Kick a Rhyme wins, Paulie, give us a beatbox, and we'll just let it flow up here. 5-1 right now. That one's actually taking some money for Maker.
No,
sorry, 13-1 from the rail.
Yeah, 13-1. Mike Maker's the toughest trainer to figure out, because you never know when they're going to get back. He's the kind of guy that they do strike at like these kind of 13, 10-to-1 prices, and you get Manny Franco aboard. The horse does draw the rail, even though the one's going to actually break from the 3-hole. So horse will save some ground if she can get out of the gate. She'd been working the Thoroughbred Center all the way to Keeneland, to Turfway, all the way up here. So Mike's brought her up here thinking that she can handle the business up here. And she's got a nice little pedigree, obviously, with a European pedigree.
There's the Shug McGahee filly. Second slot from the outside. That one start, 5.5 furlongs sprinting in Monmouth, and now it's going to stretch out to this mile distance coming up. And keep your eyes on the 6 as well early in this race. That's the one Maggie had talked about, was not happy at all in that States debut when she went off favorite here at Saratoga. And now price coming down a little bit, JK, 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, the amount of money this horse took first time out says quite a bit. And then to come back off of that performance and still be taking money into the teeth of 2 Chad Brown runners, a Todd Pletcher runner, a Bill Mott, a Mike Maker. This horse has to have some talent. I actually had Jack Sisterson on my podcast this week. We recorded it, and after we got done, he said, you know, I think this horse is going to run much better than they did on debut on Thursday. So we'll see if he was right about that.
So 4-1 with Luis Saez. Rider switch made for the second start here at the meet for Isola. And favoritism going back and forth. It's not tangential for Chad Brown, the remaining half of that entry with Rat Ortiz Jr. in the irons and those silks you see on your screen. Klarovich Stables. 7-2, pretty mild favorite. This is a tough betting race here to start this pick 4. Let's go upstairs for the call. Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Sister Maha coming up. Right behind the gate is Sister Maha. And then we'll be waiting on Isola. Opening the front of the gate for Sister Maha. Career start number 2 for this daughter of American Pharaoh. Isola's in. Mom's right. In fact, she's never wrong. Fancy Stacks, the last one to load. Fancy Stacks. Going in. Got a little bit of movement from both, not in a million years, in Tangential. They both settle down. And they're off. Tangential gets the first call. Mom's right, sprinting up on the outside. And Sister Maha is up to take the lead. They're followed by Fancy Stacks. Isola much closer today, but very rank in the early stages, throwing her head around quite a bit. And Mirabella is next. Lots of difficulty for Isola, who's still a handful, 5 lengths off the lead. Mirabella just outside of her, a length and a half back to Not in a Million Years, racing in the green silks. Kick a Rhyme is in between rivals, followed by Bel Rosso in the black, and at the back of the field, 2 lengths behind that group is No Delhi. They went the quarter in 24 and 1/5 seconds. It's an easy lead for Sister Maha, a length and a half in front. Fancy Stacks second, Tangential down on the inside, a willing third. Then Bel Rosso and Mom's right next to one another. Isola has settled down 5 lengths off the lead while on the fence. Mirabella is next, about 6 lengths now, behind her stablemate, who leads the way around the far turn. Not in a Million Years still has a lot of ground to make up. Inside, Kick a Rhyme. And at the back of the field, it's still No Delhi. Sister Maha, Tangential looking for racing room, finding it by angling off the rail, has the length of the stretch to get to Sister Maha. Sister Maha, Tangential traveling kindly up alongside, takes the lead away very easily. No Delhi is rallying, so is Isola. Coming to the 16th pole, and it's Tangential set down to finish the job. No Delhi continues to close stoutly, but Tangential a very easy victory. No Delhi from last into second, followed by Mirabella and Sister Maha.
Meets leading trainer, Jockey team up for the victory here. Tangential who just pulled away from Sister Maha, tried to go gate to wire.
Yeah, we saw in that paint that we showed earlier when she got loose in the stretch late. She finished up very strong to get beat a neck, and today she never had a straw in her path. Set a great trip, and all Xyrad had to do was pull the trigger when he was ready.
Yeah, you're right, Gary. I mean, just sat the trip. The 5 ran a tremendous race, Sister Ma, cutting all the fractions out, but the 1 just blitzed, blitzed her, went right by her. It looked like the 8 came rolling late here, and the 7, No Deli. So 6-1, but the 1 here at 3-1. I think you're tepid. Second choice, Greg, or ended up being your favorite?
I think you went off your favorite.
Yeah, yeah. But this horse finished up, listen, 125, finished up in 11 and change, so came home pretty nice, JK.
Look, I mean, if you give Chad Brown trained turf horses this kind of trip, they're going to win all the time. They learn to shut off. That's how they're trained in the morning. They relax, and then they kick. And if you allow them to be able to save all that ground in that comfortable spot and have to go around one horse, there was one horse in front of this horse the entire time. This is the result you're going to see quite often.
And the 5-horse, Sister Maha, she had a very similar trip as she did in her stateside debut. I know that they wanted her on the lead, but she's not braking well at the start. And with that first turn coming up as quick as it does, everybody's coming over. She got crowded early, but she's causing her own problem. And she's not one that is switching off. She relaxed a little bit down the backside, came running through the stretch, and then got stopped again by the horse that was setting the pace late that was stopping in his face. So she can run, but she's not easy to ride.
Yeah, it looks like the 60 Sola, like, this horse has some talent, right? Like, I think that, like, Jack probably just has his work cut out for him a little bit on trying to get her to kind of figure it out a little bit, because she didn't break particularly well. Then she was rank for the first quarter of a mile, and then she sat down and relaxed a little bit, and then for a second and a half, she made a run in the stretch.
That's what I was talking about. I said the wrong number and the wrong horse name, but yeah.
I mean, she had a small little run there despite all the adversity. I think once you can kind of figure her out, she could be a nice horse as well.
1-8-7-5, tangential to victory. 24th winner at the meet for leading trainer Chad Brown. 36th winner at the meet for your leading rider, Orad Ortiz Jr. 2-win day for him and counting, with more work to come. Stay with us. Prices, and we'll set up the 8th when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate.
280,000 just way. Get it back. 191,000.
150,000, Nader Tomas. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Back with you on this special Thursday afternoon to support Thoroughbred Aftercare. The QR code there, scan that. You can make a contribution and donate, do your part. These organizations, they do so much to take care of our equine athletes and make sure that they have forever homes once their careers on the racetrack come to an end, and we are indebted to them, to the work that they do. We saw some demonstrations put on earlier this afternoon to see what these horses can become, and so many of these thoroughbreds can have important and effective lives after the racetrack. Take a look at our winner here in the 7th. Tangential just kicks into another gear to pull away from Sister Maha in the stretch and get the win here at 3-1. Start number 3, Chad Brown, Rat Ortiz Jr., Claridge Stables. Let's go to Maggie.
Pleased to be here with winning trainer Chad Brown and Tangential. Chad, she almost got the job done as a 2-year-old, but bringing her back today, she put some good distance between her and the rest of the field.
She did. My crew at Monmouth did a great job. They've had this horse getting her ready, and the reports were good out of there, and Irad put her right in the race early, which I love to see.
Do you know what tangential means?
I'm sure Mr. Klarman does, the name of the horse, so I'm going to take a pass on that. Next question.
I looked it up. It means when you try to tell a story and you go in all these different directions, and I know a few people like that, but anyway. No. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the 4 that you send out in the Lake Placid on Saturday. Look, you have surge capacity trying to sweep the lake races, if you will, and she obviously is one that has really come to hand quickly. Is there anybody that I'm missing that you think could step up and turn the tables on her?
I don't know, a spray on a cutback. I mean, this horse, I just probably ran her too far last time. If she gets a little pace to run at, her race at Pimlico was very, very good. And my other 2 horses as well. They're training really well. It's a bit of a wide open race, I think, and with a little bit of rain in the forecast tomorrow, I think how the turf is on Saturday by post time will really contribute to the result.
Now, you said that you picked these 4 because of the fact that we might have a softer turf.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prerequisite is a horse that, you know, arguably she could be the favorite in the race. I mean, coming off a close second in the Belmont Oaks, and I think she'll handle given the ground. But yes, I went through the horse I nominated, and he's a horse I feel that could handle the soft ground, but what do I know?
I think I know a lot. Well, congratulations here with Tangential, and best of luck with the 4 in the Lake.
Any karaoke for us, Maggie? I heard you're a ringer here. If I play the background music, you're gonna
dropping beats on me?
Yeah, I can do that. Next interview, be ready. Okay, I'm gonna test.
Bring your beatbox.
Okay, I will.
Oh God, guys.
Sure, Maggie could kick a rhyme for us too. Poor Chad Brown, he only has 4 lined up in that 8-horse Lake Placid on Saturday.
If Chad Brown walks in with a beatbox like this, that's dropping the mic. Yeah. But he's got a good chance.
Be fun to see. More likely, we're going to see him walking away with the trophy of the meet's leading trainer yet again. Having a tremendous first half of the meets, continued here into the second half. We'll talk more about that Lake Placid as we get closer to it on Saturday, but we've seen him run 1, 2, 3, 4 several times in graded stakes races on the turf on this circuit. Late pick 5, follow along, Sugar Gray Leonard. Favorite begins it, Tangential. Favorite in Lake 2. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, listen. Yesterday I paid $611,000 for the pick 6 and $44,000 for the pick 5. Lightning strikes once in a while and doesn't usually strike 2 days in a row. But listen, you still can get some prices on the way here. Win for Gold, 8-5. The horse definitely to be in here with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, right now, Win for Gold, Michelle Giangiulio horse for 10 strike. Sorry, I stole your thunder. What do you think of Win for Gold?
No, I mean, I singled in the pick 5 that we still got rolling here. It's the same idea. It's a pace figure play for me. This horse shown a ton of early pace. And when that happens, that usually leads to a situation where the horse has a lot of different options. They make the front end, they can kind of send away from there. If they go too fast, still a chance there as well. I think that Win for Gold should be tough in here. I mean, I think the 7 Jeruven was a little bit interesting. 5-1 on the board, a pretty nice little price, but I thought the 5 was going to be tough.
Take a time out. We'll be back on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. So many great organizations that take care of our Thoroughbred athletes, including old friends, Cabin Creek. Catch up with them when we come back. Saratoga County's only Thoroughbred retirement farm, completely staffed by volunteers and runs entirely on donations. Stay with us.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
700 for
worth $700,000.
450, 50, $450,000. Down about to take it down. 425 and $425,000. Good four down, four hand, four down, four. Woody in the back, 400,000.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Old Friends at Cabin Creek. We've been here almost 14 years. We're a sanctuary for our retired horses. It's just like coming to a museum with live horses. Our mission is to provide a dignified retirement and also to raise awareness for aftercare due to the fact that horses can live into their 30s and the racing careers are so short. And some just can't be retrained, so they do need a place to live out their lives. People are just amazed how close they can get to them and how mellow some of them are. And, you know, after watching them on the racetrack just be these massive athletes, it's so nice to learn all about horses, you know, every aspect of their lives. And so it's great to be able to teach people. We are 100% donations. We're a 501c3. And we're grateful to the industry for what they do, but it's mainly the fans that come and just want to help. Horses are magical in so many ways, and it's just a wonderful thing to watch them relax and just become a horse and become an ambassador for aftercare.
As you heard, they run completely on donations. Volunteers, they could use your help, so get involved if you can. And Maggie, of course, open to the public to provide these great up-close and personal experiences as well.
That's right. And Greg, it's a short drive here to Old Friends at Cabin Creek from here at Saratoga, and they are open to the public Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday from 9 to 1. So you can go out there and see some of the stars that you actually saw several years ago here at Saratoga, including the great commentator, even a horse that I actually had for off the track for a while, Handy Stan. He's living out his days at Old Friends at Cabin Creek. Speaking of which, I need to get over there this year, but it's such a great opportunity for many people to go out and see all these horses that just provided so many memories for us on the track, and all of us would not be here if it wasn't for the horses. So they're all having fun over there, I can tell you that much at Cabin Creek. But if you have the opportunity, make sure you get out there and say hello to some of our old friends.
For more information, as you see, oldfriendsatcabincreek.com. And yeah, for those tours, no reservations needed, just show up, and a tremendous experience. When's the last time you saw a commentator?
I need to go out there. It's been a long time, and I haven't been to Cabin Creek yet, so I don't know if I'll make the tour, but maybe they'll let me sneak in
I'm sure
at a
you'd
different
be welcome.
time, dinner time or something.
It's crazy. It's just Old Friends done an unbelievable job. And you know what? This is the one sport that you can get up and personal with the athletes and the jockeys. You know, more times than not, the jockeys actually walk right through the Saratoga crowd after the races, whether they have a good ride or a bad ride. You see a lot of guys signing goggles. You don't see that a lot in other sports. Let's be honest. I'm not going to compare Tom Brady to anybody, but you're not going to be able to meet Tom Brady. Let's be honest. You're going to have to run into him in a mall, whatever, but you can go see one of your best horses that you ever bet on. Listen, Thunder Gulch was one of my favorite horses. I got to put a Met hat and a Dodger hat on Thunder Gulch, and he stood there like a champ and took a picture. And that was so satisfying to me. You get to see some of the stars that you bet on when you were a kid.
Makes it fun, and again, it's a great cause too. I mean, all these organizations doing so much for this sport. We got to take care of our equine athletes, and all these people we're talking about this afternoon are doing just that, giving them a dignified retirement or second career. We're going to take a timeout. The 8th race on the card, 6 furlong sprint. 50,000 starter allowance, and our current 2-to-1 favorite, Win for Gold for 10 Stripe. Trainer Michelle Giangiulio. Been in first or second in 8 of 17 career starts. We'll be back.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. We're set for the 8th. 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint coming up. Linda Rice looking for her 3rd winner on this card today. She owns and trains the one on your screen. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Kunshan Bridge is number 1, Greg, yes, and he'll be turning back quite a bit from the 9 furlongs to the 6 today, and I like it. Look, he is a horse that kind of broke well, and then he tugged his way to the lead, going the 1.8 where the winner that day, and what was a pretty salty field, I think, you know, is fairly might be better than what he faces here today, even though it was for 25. And considering the winner of that race came from last, and he still hung in quite gamely to only be beaten a mile and a length and 3/4. So I think the turn back makes sense. He's physically suited to it. He's quite quiet here, though. I would like to see, with these turnbacks, I'd like to see him a little bit more lively, but overall, just paints a lovely picture here in the paddock, but we'll see. Your current favorite here, Win for Gold, just might be loose. As number 4, Clubhouse, he's third off of a layup at first start here off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, kind of given up on last time out and just beat an overmatched field. So definitely stepping up in class today, but he's one that when he came back in July just didn't really look as fit as he needed to be. And that's odd for a Todd Pletcher horse. Just kind of got really hot and washy. Now he's definitely woken up. He was quiet here prior to getting the jock back on his back, but not washy today, which I think is a good sign, and nor was he in his last effort either. So I don't love him based upon class, but I think a horse at least that's heading in the right direction, Grace.
Maggie, thanks. Post-parade coming up in just a few moments here. So the 2-to-1 favorite remains Win for Gold, who, is this the quickest horse in the race?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, unless the 2. I mean, the 2 has shown quickness, but the 5 has been a little bit quicker. That's going to be interesting to see. I think that holds the keys to the whole race. If the 5's able to clear the 2 early and get established front position, the horse can be tough. If the 2's able to get underneath the 5, then can the 5 sit off the 2? I think the horse can too, because the 2's had a tendency to stop too. Maybe the 5 wants a target.
It's interesting too. I mean, Jay, yeah, you look at the point Paul just brought up. This horse is quick and wants the lead. Could probably get the lead here, but you see the last 2 times this horse won, sat off to win.
Yeah, I mean, look, Payzone was claimed recently from George Weaver. A couple of my friends own the horse, so I'm familiar with how fast Payzone is. Not the same type of speed that Win for Gold has. If Win for Gold wants to lead, Win for Gold gets the lead.
There's Cunchin Bridge, owned and trained Linda Rice. She just claimed this one off of Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and this horse that's cutting back from 1 mile and 8 to 6 furlongs, although this gelding is 2 for 5 at the distance.
Payzone just went by. We'll get back to him, jumping up in class. Big Venezuela, Trevor McCarthy.
Trevor McCarthy aboard. Nice 3rd place finish last time in the starter allowance field.
Gustavo Rodriguez off the claim with Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, you remember a couple weeks ago, this is that big drop, odds-on horse. Just a cut below speed-wise, in my opinion.
We skip the favorite and we go to the cobbler, the 6 at 12-to-1.
Yeah, this horse doesn't make a ton of sense to me in this field.
Here's Win for Gold, our 2-to-1 choice with Kendrick Carmouche.
Brings the speed, and this horse is a really fast gate horse. Gets out of the blocks quick.
And Garuvan just claimed off of Mike Mager and now in the Rob Falcone barn.
Not many times you see a horse go from a 1 buyer, claimed for $75,000. Mike Mager dropped this horse for $25,000, and this horse won with an 81 buyer, career best. So does this horse regress? Was that really an 81 buyer? The 7's the toughest read in this race.
He's faced some tough ones too.
Yeah,
He was in against Hit Show. He didn't run all that bad back when he was a maiden. Last year as a 2-year-old. Here's our favorite, so Win for Gold. He is quick, and you got to think he's going to try and do that again. July 15th, he was quick, he was on the lead, and he got run down late.
Yeah, but this horse got hooked in that race. I mean, they flew early. I'm talking about flew early. So getting run down late was just was you know, it's one of those deals where you didn't lose the you know, lose the battle, not the war thing. I thought this horse ran tremendous.
And look who he finished ahead of, by the way. A horse we just saw win earlier, Sugar Gray Leonard.
Absolutely.
And he kind of broke a little bit flat-footed. Like I said, he's usually really quick out of the blocks, and he'll catch a flyer every once in a while. His last effort, he was just a little bit flat-footed from the rail, and then was able, he had to clear, like Jonathan said, he had to push to the lead to clear, and that kind of like emptied him out towards the end. So I can understand where JK's going. My only worry with the 5 is that when you look at his races, 75, 76, 74, 75, 75, 75, he keeps running the same movie or the same buyer, but is that good enough to win this race?
And maybe it's going to happen. We usually always see Kendrick break off from the pony, especially with a horse who has speed, try and put a little air in the lungs.
He's not going to have to go 21 and change to make the lead here. I think he can go 22 flat, 22 and 1. And if that's sitting just a neck off the lead or whatever, but I think he puts him on the lead. That's and that's not just because it's Kendrick. I would put him on the lead. When I say I would put him on the lead, and this is when you take advantage of it. There is other speed, but they don't have his kind of speed.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's drawn well as well. You know, if Payzone is aggressively sent away from there from Luis Saez, you know, at least Kendrick's drawn outside, so he can kind of dictate. But I don't see a world in which Kendrick sits off of this horse. And the other thing too is that, you know, Marshall Graham is a horse player, 10 Strike Racing, and he understands the value of speed. You're not going to see too many 10 Strike horses rate. Like, Marshall knows, especially in dirt racing, being forward is a huge advantage, and he'll give Kendrick kind of that, and the connections, and Michelle as well, will give Kendrick that confidence to be aggressive with this horse early.
And, you know, back to my point, too, Gary, we usually see Kendrick kind of break off the pony and on a speed horse. Is that kind of an intention to do that? You want to do that to get that horse a little more focused?
Yeah, but what you got to understand is he drew the one hole last time when there was equal speed in the race, and he didn't want to get shuffled back. He, you know, so he warmed up. I think in this situation, he doesn't have to fire up the boosters right now to be on the lead. So he's given just a normal, excuse me, normal sort of warm-up today. There's no reason to light the jet engines prior to the start of this race. So the jet engines, he's going to need them at the quarter pole, not the first 50 yards.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
Greg, you have every right to call me William now. Calling you Grace, the Freudian slip getting me. As number 5, Win for Gold. And look, this is a horse that's like a coiled spring. So I think that's why we see Kendrick staying with the pony. Don't do too much. Don't even breathe. Just break, as Richard Migliori likes to say, like a whisper with this horse. You have to conserve his energy. And furthermore, he's actually a little bit more quiet than what I've seen from him in the past, which I'm not saying is necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's just, I wonder if connections, including Kendrick, now out on the racetrack, have taken, you know, steps to make him just a little bit more subdued to try to harness/conserve that speed and finally see it out as the seconds are starting to add up. Let's go to number 7, Garuvan. I think Manny Franco fits this horse like a glove because he is a horse that needs to be told what to do. And yet again, as he won a much softer race back on July 16th, Manny gunned him away from the pony. I mean, and he just keeps him moving because he's a horse that if you let him fall back, he's just going to do it. He needs to be told to keep pace, keep up, get a good warm-up, and he's doing it here first off the claim as well for Rob Falcone. I like that move that he opted to keep Manny aboard for this first off the claim effort. I went with the 1 here, just like what I'm seeing for Tanshin Bridge and feel as though, Kunshin Bridge, excuse me, and feel as though that he just faced better company last time. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. I mean, last time Kunshin Bridge cut back from a route to a sprint, it was 1 1/8 miles. It was a mile, but was a winner, and that was doing it also on synthetic, not on dirt. But we'll see what happens here with the Linda Rice owned and trained first off the claim runner from the rail.
The horse done it twice. I mean, off the claim for Jimmy DeVito, went around 2 turns, cut back in distance 7 furlongs, won. And then you mentioned the last time cutting back in distance. Like I said, the horse is better, but how far back is he going to be? He needs the 2 to put some kind of pressure on the 5 in here to enhance his kick late and try to, you know, the 2 needs to soften up the 5 a little bit for him.
No, Maggie talked about Manny Franco giving Garuvan the 7 a big warm-up too. Maybe that horse is going to at least maybe try and make Win for Gold work a little bit harder early out of the gate in this race, if nothing else.
Yeah, but you know, I think Garuvan has to kind of change the style a little bit. I think any of these horses, Payzone included, if you hook the 5 Win for Gold, you're going too fast. And based on the pace figures that Win for Gold has laid out on a consistent basis, these other 2 speed horses are not going to be able to withstand Win for Gold's good race. And if he runs his good race, they're all going to kind of be in trouble. It could set up for someone from way out of it. I just don't see a horse who's going to be close winning that's not named Win for Gold.
And a horse way out of it maybe could be Kunshin Bridge, the 1 for Linda Rice. But it's 8-5 favoritism. Win for Gold. Kendrick Carmouche. We fully expect to see this one in front. There he is. The 8-5 favorite. As we get set for the 8th, let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
The Cobbler and Garuvin, the last two. Here's Garuvin. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Win for Gold, Payzone flashing good early speed. These two hook up right out of the gate. Garuvin comes away in third. Big Venezuela and Clubhouse are right together. They're followed by Cunchen Bridge, already 6 lengths off the pace, and the Cobbler trails. Down the back stretch, and it's Payzone, the target. Win for Gold, tracking nicely in second. 3 more, Garuvin third. Down at the rail, Clubhouse makes some headway, takes that third spot, but is 4 lengths off the pace. And the opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. It's a strung out field. Big Venezuela, followed by the Cobbler, and Cunchen Bridge is now last. Win for Gold pounces on Payzone at the top of the stretch, cruises in front by 2.5. On the outside, Garuvin, Clubhouse goes over to the rail, and they're followed by Big Venezuela inside the 8th pole, and Win for Gold is home free. Garuvin moves into second to complete the exacta, but a no doubt about it victory. Win for Gold and Kendrick Carmouche by 4 lengths. Garuvin second. Cunchen Bridge, who seemingly lost interest around the turn, found it late and finished strongly in front of Big Venezuela.
Payzone with Luis Saez goes to the front. Win for Gold content to sit right off that one, and no doubt who was best in the stretch here. Win for Gold, 4th win of his career.
Look, tactically, Kendrick had all of the advantage, being the outside speed of the speed here. He didn't have to light those booster rockets in the starting gate. He came away from there. He was content to sit a neck off the lead. Win for Gold was cruising. And when he did light the rocket fuel boosters at the head of the stretch, he responded the right way and won easy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Kendrick could have had the lead, but why, Gary, in that position when he's drawn out there, if Payzone's going to go, just sit right off of him. And you could tell from the start, Kendrick had Payzone whenever he wanted him. Took him about the 3/8 pole and just without even asking him and just galloped away. Win for Gold was just better than these horses here today, and we saw it in the stretch.
And with the ease that he won, listen, he's going to cool out in about 10 minutes. He only had to run for 3/16 of a mile. Today he's going to eat up all of his food, and they're going to be able to run him back maybe one more time before the end of the meet.
Who'd Kendrick win for?
10 Strike Racing.
Oh, that's right. 8-5 here. Paulie.
And a New York bred, too, against Open Company. And a good call by JK. Listen, Garuvin was in that spot. Cunchen Bridge was so far back. I can't even believe that that horse got up for third, by the way. But the race was over. I mean, JK called it. The 2 was just a passenger where the 5 was kind of in his way. And you got to give Garuvin credit. He was trying all the way down the wire. And there's Michelle Giangiulio. She gets her first win of the meet. And to get off the duck now is a great time to get off the duck.
We saw her get her first ever win of her career, her first win at Saratoga. Yep. It was great to follow that storyline here on our program with her. And 10 Strike is one of these operations that has given Michelle a start early in her career.
Yeah, I mean, and they do that often. I mean, they were involved with Brad Cox before he became Brad Cox, Matt Shire, Bentley Combs, just to name a few. I'm sure I've Brittany Russell, they use quite a bit. I think Marshall, he likes to try to get, up and coming trainers and really kind of help them get their start.
5-7-1-3. Kendrick Carmouche is easy as could be in the 8th here on Win for Gold in 110-1. Next up, our Thursday feature, the Violette Stakes, mile and a 16th on the turf, and there is Ramblin' Wreck. Beat It's All Coming Together at Belmont. It's all coming together. Turn the tables on them last time out here at Saratoga. The rubber match ahead when we come back.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on FS2. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and win for gold. How about this performance here in the 8th, sitting off the early speed in here, pay zone, and putting a lot of separation between himself and the rest of this field. $5.40 for the win under Kendrick Carmouche. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Michelle Giangulio, sending out Win for Gold. And Michelle, you just said to me, it feels so good to stand in this winner's circle.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to win one race in each year, my training career so far at Saratoga. So I was just knocking on the door. My last couple horses ran really well. So it's just, especially with this horse, he's been right there every time. So it's just really satisfying to get the job done finally.
We'll talk a little bit about, too, the fact that he seemed like almost runoff speed in some of those races. And today, kind of Kendrick just kept him quiet, and he was able to rate and really conserve a lot.
Yeah, he's been training. I'm able to train him a little bit differently here in Saratoga, Clare Court. I've done really well off of that track. I don't train everything out there, but he is a runoff kind of horse, trains in draw reins. He's very, very tough to train. So it's just a matter of keeping his energy just in a good place, you know, because he is, like you said, a coiled spring. If you mess with him the wrong way, he just goes. There's just no slowing him down. So he did a great job, and I think the way we've been training him this time helped a lot, and he was even better just coming into the paddock today. He was more quiet, so I could read his energy level a little better this time. He was definitely much better today.
And to winning for 10 Strike Racing and Four Corners et al. But Marshall Graham, we were talking about how he likes to give young trainers opportunities, but your relationship with him kind of goes back even further as you grew up in Pennsylvania and your uncle Juan Carlos Guerrero, one of their first trainers.
Yeah, so he was always a big supporter of me and Carlos. Obviously, he's been with Carlos for years. And he followed me through. When I came to New York as an assistant, I wanted to train right away, and I wasn't ready for it. And I'm glad that he pushed me to keep working for trainers, pay your dues. He always told me that, keep paying your dues, and I just really appreciate him doing that for me, because I would have jumped right into it if I could have, if I had the opportunity. So I really appreciate the time that he's given me, and I wouldn't be here without him, really. I give all my credit to him, because he was the first one to send me a horse, and that's where it all got started. And it's been a really good ride with him and the partners.
Well, congratulations, well-deserved win here.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle Giangulio, Win for Gold. It was all about getting him in the Zen zone today, Greg.
I love that, the Zen zone. She'd worked for quite a few barns in the New York circuit before going out on her own, including Maggie's husband, Tom Morley. Worked for another female trainer that made some history earlier this year, Jenna Antonucci, who we're going to hopefully hear more from in the Travers with Arcangelo and her Belmont winner.
I think we're going to hear quite a bit from him.
I mean, the thing is the girls in the sport that are just dominant. We've talked about this many times. We got Michelle, we got Jenna. I've talked about Lindsay Schultz. I've talked about Alexis Clare, Brittany Vandenberg. You can go on and on. I know I'm missing a ton of other, obviously Linda Rice, but they can train. And they can flat out train, and they're proving it, and they're winning a lot of races here. Barbara Minshaw's brought horses down here from Woodbine, and they've run. So, you know, the sport now is going towards, you know, they're letting a lot of these women trainers that were, you know, like Lindsay was a trainer for Brad Cox, and she went on her own. And I like that they're doing it kind of their own way, and their superiors and are letting them sort of do their own thing.
Making history in the progress.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. That story still, I believe, did not get enough attention. What Jenna Antonucci accomplished. First female trainer to win a Triple Crown race. We're seeing Linda Rice dominate on this New York circuit. 4 straight training titles. She's in the mix here again at Saratoga, trying to win a 5th in a row. Late pick 5 has been fairly formful to this point. But we still got 2 legs remaining, including our Thursday feature. And the Rick Violette Stakes, Gary told us about who Rick Violette was earlier in the show. Longtime trainer who passed away back in October of 18 after a battle with lung cancer, 65 years old. His commitment to this sport was just unparalleled. What he did, not just for the creation of retirement programs, but for workers' comp, the welfare of workers, just a giant in this industry. And a lot of times, leaders, no matter what industry they are in, yeah, people like him, people who don't like him. Everybody loved Rick Violette.
No, they did, and you just hit the nail on the head. And he passed away way too young at the age of 65. I mean, listen, he started the Take the Lead program, the Take Two program. You can go on and on. 25 years he was on the board while he was training. Oh, by the way, read the footnote, Smoke Glacken. You can go on and on. I mean, some of the horses that he trained, Samrat, a lot of people forget about him too as well. And to be part of the NYTHA for that long and to make, like you said, the workman's comp, the welfare for the workers, everything that he did, and then the Thoroughbred Aftercare, 4 different organizations. And we've talked about it from, you know, head to toe. How did he have the time to do it all? It's amazing.
It's incredible. Essentially set up Aftercare in this state. More than 800 racehorses from this New York Racing Association circuit have been retired through one of the programs he established. Take the Lead, and that's just one of the programs he established here. Race named in his honor is coming up next. The Rick Violette Stakes, 1 1/16 on the inner turf. Ramblin' Wreck, even money right now. You surprised to see that price, JK?
No, I think that Ramblin' Wreck was bet last time, and I think that the race sets up nicely for him. The only thing he's got against him is he doesn't have a French jockey riding.
3 of them in the cart for this edition of Cart Talk. JK and the French Connection when we come back.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
going, fellas?
All good.
All good, JK, you?
I'm good. I know you guys are riding today, but I brought some, I don't know, how do you say it? I'm going to say it the wrong way.
Croissant.
Croissant?
Some croissant.
Croissant. See, I thought it was croissant. So if you guys get hungry on this trip, they're right up here.
Well, thank you.
Get in there, yeah, there's chocolate, all kinds of stuff.
We should wait after the riding, but it's okay.
Did you guys know each other back home, or was Julian kind of already gone and you were watching him from a distance?
Me and Julian, yeah, we did meet before.
I met both of them. They were little kids.
Julian, we'll start with you. Teppan, what an outstanding mare she was. I was so shocked that she never won here at Saratoga.
She was special. She's still special to us. Like, my kids still talk about her all the time. Yeah, what she did in Royal Ascot and during all her career was amazing for sure.
Well, unfortunately, Teppan never won here, but you do have a pretty amazing accomplishment in winning the Diana 2 times with Forever Together, and actually probably an unlucky trip away from winning it 3 times.
I think that was the first time I rode her was here and win the Diana. Yeah, she gave me a boost in my career at that time. She was definitely special too.
Flavien, you spent last summer was kind of your first full summer here, but last year you didn't win any grade 1s. We're halfway through the meet and you've already won 3. Tell me a little bit about Wet Paint.
She started in Auckland with a graded stakes. I don't think at that point everybody expected much from her, and she just race after race kept improving, and here she came at Saratoga and ran a huge race as well.
It's probably not often that you can be in the conversation of riding arguably the greatest horse ever, and Flavien, I feel like that's kind of happened with you recently with Flightline. Like, did he just move so effortlessly you didn't know what was happening?
I did feel special from the beginning. As I said multiple times, first time at Breezing, John Sadler came to me and said, that's the best horse I ever trained. And when you know John Sadler, he's not the guy who's, brag about horses and is super high on them. He's just really realistic. And so when he came to me and said that he was the best horse he ever trained, obviously from the gate-go, you know that you got something special there.
Flo, two of their biggest highlights, Teppan, Flightline, never won at Saratoga, but it so happens that I think the highlights of your career, they did run here. Gun Runner. Did you know you lost a shoe?
No idea. We just figured that out in a winner's circle when we started walking back. I don't really remember about the shoe, to be honest. It's more about how the horse ran that day and how easily he won those 2 grade 1 here.
Guys, I gotta ask you, stereotypically, your favorite American French food? French fries or French toast? Flo?
French fries.
French fries.
Julian?
Well, it's not really French though. That's Belgium, so it's not really French fries. It's not really
Can you come up with something
But
else?
okay, I'm gonna take it French fries too, I guess too.
You know, for me, I'm a French toast man myself.
Are we eating croissant now?
Yeah, you want one?
They look good though.
Yeah, get in there.
Good.
There you go.
Good thing I don't have to make weight to handicap.
Just miss a glass of red wine.
Before the race, I might be better or might be worse, but
I can see it now. Julian Leperoux, 1 pound over. I forgot we still have these berets on.
I know.
Everybody's looking at us funny.
They're like, what's wrong with those guys?
Maybe they don't recognize us like this. How you wear that thing?
That's like this.
Nice, no?
How do we look?
Let's see.
Oh, your hair too.
I know.
Car Talk brought to you by Gainesway. And JK, you didn't have to bring those berets. They come with them, right?
Yeah, like we didn't supply those at all. They just showed up. But in full disclosure, all 3 of those riders ate the entire croissant. It wasn't just like this is for TV, bite, throw it away. They ate the entire thing.
I don't blame them.
Not surprised.
How come we didn't bring them for us?
Well, we ate them all.
Okay. Can you please do the outtakes one summer of all these? Because there's got to be some incredible footage.
Oh my goodness, it's wild. Some, like I've said before, some of those take 15 minutes to record. Some of them take an hour. But we've got some pretty interesting footage behind the scenes.
Feature coming up. Rick Violet. Let's go to Maggie.
That was a great car talk. I would love to see that bloopers reel from that one as we'll check in with number 5. It's all coming together. The victor of the race that preceded this one. And look, this is a horse that when I last saw him 2 back in another Stallion Series race, he was a little bit over the top. He was just a little bit too keen, but he was turning back a furlong from the mile win to the 7 furlongs. But he's on it, but he's not doing too much again. And he looks fantastic here. And I really think that these longer types of distances are a bit better for him. We'll see how he negotiates a mile and a 16th, but really kind of coming to hand quite nicely over the summer, as we'll check in with the horse that he defeated and who was the heavy favorite in Ramblin' Wreck, as he is a lot stronger third off the bench than what he was coming in off of it going back to June at Belmont. Just so much stronger behind across his top line, and he won that day. So I think he tried really hard. It's just that it's all coming together, just really got the run of the race last time. So there's every reason to believe that your current favorite can ultimately turn the tables on him. But I'm interested in a new shooter here in number 2, King of Comedy. I know he got the win comfortably whilst on the front end, and he probably is not going to be able to do that considering he's turning back. But this horse has really developed since coming back as a 3-year-old. He's so much fitter, so much more athletic, and just seems laser focused heading in here. We'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull, but I think he's an interesting new layer in this Rick Violet. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. We're going to get to our post parade here coming up shortly. Even money on Ramblin' Wreck as you look at Javier Castellano on King of Comedy, one of those new faces in this group. And here's his most recent race back on July 2nd. Gate to wire, 5-length score, and just make life a little more difficult for It's All Coming Together today.
The thing that confuses me is how this horse was 34-1 and 13-1 the previous 2 starts, then 5-1. And I think the race before that from the 11 hole, I think woke up some people's eyes, and then this horse just went to the front end and just kept on going at 5-1.
Look, I talked a lot about pace figures the race before when it came to Win for Gold, who just won for Michelle Gengulio in 10 Strike Racing. King of Comedy, although this horse did make the lead going 9 furlongs last time, the pace figures were slow. This horse will be forward, I think, because they found out that he likes to be forward, but he is not blazing fast early, and in my opinion is not nearly as fast as the 5 or the 6 in terms of making the lead in this race.
And It's All Coming Together, those last 3 starts, 2 wins, both on the lead. Does he have to be in front to win?
I don't think he necessarily has to be, but, you know, we talked about it a couple weeks ago. When you got Steph Curry shooting threes, why just have him shoot, 2-point jumpers all the time? That's to me, it's all coming together. This game is making the front end if you can. Now, so I think Jose Gomez will be aggressive away from there. I don't think it's going to be I have to make the front thing. I just think he'll be aggressive away from there and try to take advantage of it.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Phil and I were just discussing that as it's all coming together. Phil, don't know if he'll be able to get the lead as easily as he did last time.
No, I think the pace factor could change a little bit, but we'll see what happens. I think it's most important that Jose just gets him to relax a little bit early like he did last time, and we're just going to see how this thing unwinds.
Talk about Jose Gomez and his relationship with this horse.
Well, he obviously gets along well with him. He's done a great job riding him. I think that Jose is evolving into a much better rider than obviously when he started with his bug, and I think this horse is evolving into a much better horse, so it's a good match.
It really is, and a wonderful pedigree. Love watching the progeny of Lady Wellcourt on the racetrack. Thank you for your time, and best of luck, Phil.
All right, thank you very much.
It's all coming together. Will it come together again? Greg?
Let's come together. 2 of the last 3 starts for that 3-year-old. We start with Ramblin' Wreck, who got beat by It's All Coming Together last start.
Yeah, maybe didn't have the run of the race. Maybe he can turn the tables today on his rival.
He was getting to him late, just ran out of room. King of Comedy went gate to wire last start.
Yes, cutting back from the 9 furlongs, has some tactical speed, but man, you couldn't draw up a more perfect trip than this horse got last time.
11-1 on Vacation Dance, who's chased those 2 winners.
This horse is showing blazing speed on the turf going short. Now they're putting the blinkers on. I would think with Kendrick aboard, he's going to be forwardly placed.
Willing to risk it all. Blinkers go on as well with Luis Saez.
I mean, he had a little bit of an excuse last time, but if you like willing to risk it all, you really just kind of have to like Ramblin' Wreck more.
And it's all coming together. His 2 wins on the turf. They've both been gate to wire.
Yeah, and he was able to go slow last time. He actually went fast the 3 starts ago when he did win. He might have to rate today.
And Let's Go Big Blue on the outside, coming off a victory for George Weaver. Jose Lezcano back aboard.
Yeah, Let's Go Big Blue's mom's name is Giant Win. August Dawn Farm, Coach Parcells.
New York Giants fans all over this one. 2-1. And already a winner at the meet as well. So here is our even money favorite, Ramblin' Wreck, for trainer Danny Gargan. The win 2 back and then chased. It's all coming together last time out and just came up short by a neck.
Yeah, when we talked about it's all coming together, got loose that day. So Ramblin' Wreck, I think if you look at the last two races of Ramblin' Wreck, this is the race 2 back, if I'm not mistaken. Source has a nice late kick. And I think that up here in Saratoga in the last start was running, but it's all coming together, just had a little bit left because they got the set easy fractions on the front end. I think the pace is going to be a little bit more honest with the presence of Let's Go Big Blue drawn outside of the 5. It's all coming together, and I think Ramblin' Wreck's going to work out a really nice trip, saving ground on the inside, basically just like what we saw with IRAD a little bit earlier on Tangential for Chad Brown. Save ground, go around one horse, and hope that the 2 front runners had softened each other up enough for you to run by.
That was a win we showed you at Belmont. Arad Ortiz Jr. back on board for a 3rd consecutive start as we look to the outside runner for Bill Parcells, August Dawn Farm. Let's Go Big Blue. Favored, as Paulie told us in that August 3rd Saratoga race, and here is that win, forwardly placed. Held on to win by 3 parts of a length.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
I was just going to say, he kind of got to do things his own way from that inside draw and throughout the trip. And then just gradually starts winding up in the last 1/8 of a mile. I think he's going to enjoy this extra 1/16 of a mile. I think he's going to get a great trip. He'll keep things honest, but he doesn't have to be on the lead.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I think he's going to finish up strong. I like the one in here, but I like Let's Go Big Blue as well.
He's the other one you think finishes in
Yes.
here? Gary, I'm with you. If you look back at that race, horse rated on the inside, and Lezcano took a look back. So he had plenty of horse, and I'm with Gary. If you look at this horse's first race, he won from dead last. So this horse can rate, and I think with the speed in this race between the 2 and the 5, the 1 and the 6, your favorite and your second choice are the ones that are going to be laying back here.
We can make more of it than it's probably worth, but he is 2 for 2 on this particular turf course here at Saratoga.
True.
No, I don't think that's, I think that, look, I think sometimes horse for course is an exaggeration.
Not here.
But not here on the inner because it's such tight turns. Or if you're on the outer, whichever one, or at Belmont, I think that there is certain configurations that accentuate a horse's talents. If a horse is very athletic and can really corner well, then being on the inner is a huge advantage for a horse that maybe is a bigger type that doesn't corner as well.
Let's go to Maggie.
Very, very good points. And that's kind of, I think, why we see it's all coming together as this one moves to the Mellon, to be fair. He probably really appreciated the inner turf course last time because he is a bit of a, not small, but just more compact, handier type of individual where Vacation Dance isn't. And he's one that's adding blinkers here for John Kimmel. And I mean, this is a horse that there was a lot of buzz about. I look at, how much money he took kind of earlier on in his career. And since then, he's just kind of drifted up after disappointing performances. And I'm wondering if the blinkers really change him a bit. It's not a huge cup at all, but he's a horse that wants to kind of lay on other horses, doesn't have the biggest gumption to go by them, oftentimes just kind of more or less runs in spots. And I think that the blinkers and this, this race might suit him well. And we thought he was purely a turf sprinter. I think physically, he's built to handle distance now. He's really grown as a 3-year-old. So I know he's a big price because he has been disappointing as of late, but I think the blinkers could give him what he's been lacking since coming back this season, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 4-5 now. Money continuing to come in on Ramblin' Wreck, who, look, even though he couldn't get It's All Coming Together last time out, he shows that turn of foot.
No, he does. He's got a nice turn of foot. We saw that 7 furlong race. He got a nice setup. He fell out of the gate, but he should get a good setup in here. And, you know, Vacation Dance to 3. Sensational on that bottom side. You see that gray in there. Gary knows how fast that horse was. Sensational.
Yes, I do.
Wolfie, real quick, I'm going to jump on the middle of this fence and ride the fence here. I believe that because 2 or 3 of these horses that have shown speed, their best races have been forward, that the pace will be honest. But it's entirely possible, because none of them have fast pace figures, that one of them gets loose. It's entirely possible. And if that happens, Ramblin' Wreck is a horrible bet at 4 to 5. I'm just hoping that their styles, because they had so much success last time making the front end, that there is some aggressive rides here that do send them away
And
from
yeah,
it.
Paul, you brought up one of them, Kendrick, on a horse putting blinkers on. This is a horse who showed sprint speed to 3. Interesting to see what this one does out of the gate.
108.2. This horse went 108.2 at 6 furlongs. So there's speed in the tank there, Vacation Dance. So we'll see what happens today with Kendrick.
And Ramblin' Wreck, he ran out of ground at a mile trying to get the speed last time out. Gary gets an extra 16th of a mile today.
And he's going to enjoy it.
That's why he is a short price. Coming up, the Rick Violet, our Thursday feature on the lawn. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. And here's the horse who beat him last time. It's all coming together. Who was able to fend off that late bid of Ramblin' Wreck. Let's see what happens in round 2. Here's Let's Go Big Blue for George Weaver. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Rick Violet. Vacation Dance, it's all coming together. Those two hook up right out of the gate. It's all coming together on the outside. Vacation Dance hugs the rail, and he's a little bit quicker, and there'll be 1-2 in the early going. Willing to Risk It All is 3rd, just in front of King of Comedy, 4th along the inside, and a little bit eager as well from that 4th spot. It's another 3, Let's Go Big Blue, reserved in the early going, as is stretch running Ramblin' Wreck. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. And it's Vacation Dance leading the way, 3/4 of a length. It's all coming together right off his flank in 2nd. Then comes King of Comedy, a joint 3rd, racing on the inside of Willing to Risk It All. Let's Go Big Blue, Ramblin' Wreck, 6 off the lead into the far turn. The half in 48-2. And it's Vacation Dance in the Rick Violet, leading it by just ahead. It's all coming together. Makes his move now. A length and a half, Willing to Risk It All in 3rd. King of Comedy, a ground-saving 4th. Let's Go Big Blue. Ramblin' Wreck, still last at the top of the stretch. Let's Go Big Blue will get the jump on him. They're at the top of the lane. It's all coming together in front. In the center of the course, Let's Go Big Blue, and Ramblin' Wreck is coming now with a big burst of energy. Coming to the 16th pole, Ramblin' Wreck, Let's Go Big Blue, Let's Go Big Blue just in front, Ramblin' Wreck on the outside, Let's Go Big Blue, Let's Go Big Blue. Held off Ramblin' Wreck in a thrilling stretch drive in the Rick Violet.
Stakes win, Bill Parcells, August on farm, Jose Lezcano. Let's Go Big Blue, outduels Ramblin' Wreck and Arad Ortiz Jr. to the wire.
Yeah, and down the backside at the exact same time, Paul and I said Lezcano was very happy. He said he just looked back to see where Ramblin' Wreck was and show a confidence, and man, it was a battle to the wire, and it looks like Let's Go Big Blue won under a good ride from Jose Lezcano. No real excuse for Irad. They did get close there at the end of the race, but that was a knockdown drag out.
There's George Weaver. We're going to get a look at the head-on when we can, because Let's Go Big Blue and Jose late stretch did force Ramblin' Wreck out a little wider maybe they wanted to be.
There was definitely a drift.
Yeah, you know, look, we saw last time from Let's Go Big Blue and the race previous when he was down on the inside that this horse is gutsy. And that's exactly what I think happened here is it looked like Ramblin' Wreck was going to run right by, and Let's Go Big Blue just dug in. Now, well, you know, it's hard to see from the pan here, but it does look like he does come out a little bit.
Yeah.
But my issue, you think is you always look for the other rider, right? Does Irad ever had to stop his motion of going?
It doesn't matter if I hate that excuse that the rider didn't stop riding. You can keep riding when a horse comes out and bumps you.
There we go. We got an inquiry right here.
Inquiry up. Steward's inquiry.
I mean, you could see it even on the pan shot that Let's Go Big Blue comes out a little bit.
Yeah, Jose's trying to get his horse to see Rambler. Like, he knows that this is a horse he's got to worry about, Gary, right?
Green cap, yellow silk, second to the outside.
When Jose goes left-handed, you're going to see the drift, and he came out and he made contact because right there, there's significant contact. Ooh. And that's going to be tough to defend there.
So here's the thing. And this is where it gets tricky at times.
And there's Bill Parcells waiting in the winner's circle.
His reaction when he just watched that wasn't real happy.
The rule states, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, is that did the interference cost someone a position? And I think it's easy to argue that when the 6 came out, it definitely could have cost the 1 a position, a placing.
It did 2 things. It stopped his forward momentum, and then when the contact was made, it actually turned his horse sideways.
So he came out 4 or 5 lanes.
That's pretty significant.
That's pretty significant with the beats, beat by a lip. Yeah,
and damning too, because Lizcano goes to a left-handed crop.
Yes. What Greg's saying is when you go to the left-handed crop, correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, when you get in those situations and you do lug out and you know you kind of made contact, your first thing is the stewards want you to correct, not go left-handed again, right?
That's right. And even when you're using your crop left-handed, you can still keep them straight with the tension that you put on your left rein. You lighten up on that right rein and tighten up on the left rein to keep them straight. And you can do that with one hand. Trust me.
See, there's the thing. See how he came out and then he hit him again?
He corrected.
Yeah.
He corrected
at least 2.5 paths out. This horse comes your winner.
Yeah, I mean it's tricky. You know, I think that these decisions are tricky because
a foul's a foul.
I think we see fouls sometimes that don't get changed because then I think the stewards make the decision that no one was cost a placing. So I think sometimes when you see fouls like this, it's hard to know what was gonna happen.
The crowd's reacting right now.
But my thing is like you can't sit up there and think what's going to happen when a horse just lugged out on you at 4 lanes and turned you sideways. And you know, I know that Jose corrected. I love Jose; he's an unbelievable rider. But it's just one of those things when the horse reacted to the crop. It's the one time where we've had some controversy at this meet with Irad, and in this instance, I don't even know how that's even a question. The one doesn't get put up.
I don't either, and I don't think there's a former or present leading rider in any jurisdiction that's watching what we just watched there that wouldn't think that this is a takedown.
That man has a great argument on the phone right now to the stewards. He said, "You didn't take me down when I did this with Forte, so why are you going to do it now?"
Well,
is that what he's saying?
Well, here's my other thing. Forte was much the best. Was the
no,
6
he's trying. He's trying to get moved
up.
He's not pleading that case.
He's telling him that I was going to go by,
and he was,
and the 6 bumped me, and he's pleading that case on the phone right now.
I think the other part about the pan shot is if you go back to the pan shot. Can we go back to the pan shot again? Okay, because if you go back to the pan shot with the contact, I think what the stewards will look at is that the 1 re-rallied again after the contact towards the end of that race. So if you go back and you look, okay, so you have the 6 in front here and the 7's on the complete outside. Okay, now it looks like that the horse, the 1. The 6 is going. Now watch after they hit contact here. Okay, when they make contact at this point right here, okay, so it stops the momentum of the 7, right? So now when they go away, it stops the momentum of 1. The 1 does not go away. 1 is keep on chugging along and almost got the bob. So to me, how can you say this horse was not going to go by with the bump, almost still went by?
To me, Jonathan, you're a mathematician. Me, I'm not a mathematician, but this is simple math to me. I mean, why are they taking so long?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question, and I'm not a mathematician, but I appreciate that, G. You know, they're up there discussing it, And usually the way you look at it is the longer it takes, the more likely there will be a change. Because if they all agree quickly, just like a jury, they're in and out. You know, and the fact that it takes this long, you got to think that someone's up there that feels as if this should come down, and they're having a discussion about it.
And their disqualification.
And you could see Coach Parcells, I mean,
his reaction
he knew
when he watched the same shot that we were seeing here on this feed on television, but you folks at home are watching, his reaction on his face was like somebody just fumbled the ball.
Let me ask you a quick
goal
question.
Line.
If you're Jose Lezcano there and you're in the lane, you're on the gallop out, are you worried? Are you kind of know you're worried?
Yeah, yes, you are worried. And listen, I love Lezcano. I love the way he rides. He rides that line and he crosses it sometime, but he doesn't too often put somebody in a dangerous situation.
No.
This was not a dangerous situation.
No. I think the horse just reacted to the crowd and was getting tired.
And he knows he's going to have to pay the piper now. He's going to get a suspension for this.
Wolfie, this is probably, I feel like this is the right call. I think horse players, if you hear people that are frustrated about this call, I think it's because it feels inconsistent at times where you felt like other things have happened. Like, well, I don't understand the difference between this and that. And I don't think too many people argue that this was likely the right call. It's the fact that there's other times they felt very similar to this and there wasn't a change. That's what makes it tricky.
Change made. Ramblin' Wreck put up for the win for the Rat Ortiz Jr. Danny Gargan will be back right after this.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Disqualification just made in our feature in the Rick Violette Stakes. Let's Go Big Blue crosses the wire first. That horse taken down for coming out on this one, Rambling Wreck. And a change made. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Basic Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. So Ramblin' Wreck, Danny Gargan, Reeves Thoroughbred, and Rat Ortiz Jr. your winners. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning owner Dean Reeves and with Ramblin' Wreck, Dean, it's a long day. But look, he was favored. What did you think? Obviously, you're on the right end of this call.
Well, I thought he came over on him. I mean, we were coming by the horse, and he got that bump that knocked him off stride. We got beat even a neck. So I think it was pretty obvious he came over about 3 paths, and that's why we have stewards.
Well, yeah, and just a narrow margin of defeat in the end, but getting put up, and what a family. Dakota Gold, the older brother to this guy here. Talk a little bit about kind of your affinity for this family.
Well, I met Ron. He's the breeder that's here today, and about 6 years ago, we became friends and gave him a breeding to Mucho Macho Man, so we now have that colt at our farm named Dakota Country, and so we're keeping the Dakotas going, and that mare is just unbelievable. I mean, it doesn't matter who you breed her to. She throws a nice runner, nice horse, looking horse, and it's quite the mare. So Ron's been kind enough to let me buy now 4 of these offspring.
I was going to say, and you've done well with all of them, but you've kind of taken both divisions, if you will, taking the Susie O'Kane yesterday with these 3-year-old turf horses and New York breds. Such a supporter of this program, Dean.
Well, thanks. We're really blessed to have a lot of good trainers and a lot of people supporting us, and our team back in Micanopy, Florida, the Gladwells and everybody, and Nellie and Chetley, everybody's doing it. It's a great team. And we've worked hard at this, but we love this New York program, and, fortunately, we've been pretty successful.
Well, congratulations, Dean. Ramblin' Wreck, just another one to add to the tally.
Yeah, Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech. That's my alma mater. And, go Jackets.
Go. Both of the 1-2 finishers named for sports teams. Greg?
Go Yellow Jackets. Ramblin' Wreck via DQ. The victory here in the Rick Fallon. You guys all feel, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you couldn't tell the Dean's from the South.
Right? The crazy part is Georgia Tech's like right downtown Atlanta. It's actually a cool little campus. Got to visit.
It is.
Good sports school as well. And yeah, the Yellow Jackets, or they're known as the Ramblin' Wreck. A lot of people this and that, but
you guys all feel right call made here.
I think it was the right call. I really, truly do. I mean, listen, you can't really tell if a horse was ever going to go by when you do have that. But you can't guesstimate. I don't even know if that's a word or not, but to the visual eye, it looked like the one was going by.
I've been in that situation. I don't care about the visual eye. What you're seeing, I know what I felt when it was happening, and it pisses you off when they don't take the number down.
Well, I think that as a horse player, one of the exercises I try to do is ask myself, if I had the 6, would I feel okay about that? And I think if I had the 6, I would not have been upset that I got taken down. I mean, it'd be frustrating, but you understand why it happened.
And let's get it clear here. Jose Lezcano hit his horse, hit with the crop left-handed to see the competition, and his horse just overreacted. It was nothing that Jose tried to correct. Like, I think that Gary, he was trying to race ride, was he not?
Yes,
he was trying to race ride. That's
what he gets paid to do.
100%. I don't think there was any intent to try to do anything. He was trying to win the race.
There was intent.
And
there was intent.
To some, to the untrained eye, it can look like a light knock, but that takes something out of a horse.
Do you know how good these guys are?
Oh, I know.
Steering with one hand up on their neck.
I know how good you were.
You can make them kind of go, if they're steerable, and this horse is very steerable, you can make them go in, out, no matter what hand you've got the crop in.
So let me ask you a quick question then. You think guys are starting to play a little hardball with Irad?
I don't know. I
don't think he cared who was coming. He was gonna try to win.
I mean, he was race right, and he crossed the line. When you cross the line, I've crossed the line before.
Yep.
And I took my shots, but when you get caught, when you cross that line,
straight path, he would have gotten beat.
It was. I think that Ramblin' Wreck wins, and he doesn't win by just a lip. He wins by a head or a neck. Yes.
And I'm sure Lezcano knew the kind of turn of foot that horse has as well. Change made. Ramblin' Wreck is your winner. And Arad Ortiz Jr. collects another victory. So we take a look at this late pick 5 follow along. A formful Thursday afternoon card with one race remaining.
But if you have JK's ticket, listen, I'm alive on a $60 ticket. JK, you're alive on a $5 ticket?
Yeah, it was a $4 ticket, and the one's paying $133 for 50 cents, and the 2 is paying $206. But hopefully, if you played that pick 5 along with us, you're hitting the repeat button. Just keep hitting it.
I always say, hit it till your hands bleed.
With that DQ victory, 3-win day for Arad Ortiz Jr. Nightcap scheduled for the turf now, main track. 5.5 furlong sprint. New York breds trying to get the first win of their career in a maiden special weight. And it's the remaining half of the entry that won Russi. Bond Barn, as Paulie told us earlier in the program, closed out yesterday's races with a victory. We'll try and do so again today. Luis Saez will be aboard. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, briefly had the chance, Maggie, to talk to Chad Brown about the Lake Placid. He'll send out 4 of the 8 who line up. We'll have a preview when we come back. That's on the Saturday card. Stay with us.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins Foley over Bluegrass. And Rushing Fall makes her move for the lead as they come toward the top of the stretch. Going by Go Noni Go, and Dina Del Sur comes wide. Daddy is a Legend, Caplet Temptress on the far outside. Significant form behind a wall of horses with a furlong to run. Rushing Fall in front. Rushing Fall's got a 3-length lead. Caplet Temptress is taken second on the outside. Daddy is a Legend is third. Significant form, and Dina Del Sur, no match for Rushing Fall. Rushing Fall wins the Lake Placid by 3 over Caplet Temptress.
Rushing Fall 2018, Lake Placid, handling that soft going just fine. Javier Castellano aboard, and she became something special for Chad Brown.
Oh, she sure did. She was outstanding. Won a Grade 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and was just outstanding. Forwardly placed, one of the first kind of forwardly placed Chad Brown superstars I can remember, and she still finished like a horse that was coming from way out of it. She was remarkable.
Showed up every single time she ran to such an honest filly. She was a good one. Chad Brown has had great success in this race, and he's going to have 4 chances to add a little more damage Saturday in the Grade 2 Lake Placid. Haughty technical analysis, another really good one on that list. The Great Regal Glory back in 2019 in a dead heat.
Yeah, and in this year's edition too, he's got numbers too. He's got a spray. He's got Tap Skintifications, who just got ripped at the wire, who's been running very, very well. Surge Capacity, who, you know, won the Lake George last time after winning a maiden race. I thought this was ultra impressive, Gary. You know, to come out of a maiden special weight, go right into the Lake George and beat this field. That was a pretty accomplished field.
Yeah, like you said, coming out of the maiden race, going into a grade 3, make her a grade 3 winner straight off the maiden win. And she's going to improve again in here. It was on yielding ground. We're going to have good ground tomorrow, it looks like, on Saturday. We're supposed to get rain all day long tomorrow. Chance of it, only 96% of it.
I will say Surge Capacity had a perfect trip in the Lake George. Perfect.
Still was a big ask off just one start into a grade 3, and we'll see what happens trying to remain perfect. It's going to get a little bit tougher. Big part of that reason because of the stablemates who were showing up, including Asprey and Prerequisite, who could not get to Aspen Grove in that Belmont Oaks Invitational.
You see Prerequisite on the front end here. I mean, this is the wall of horses chasing her, and you're just thinking, okay, she's going to get swallowed. She eventually gets ripped here, but I thought she was courageous through the lane because once she got passed by this horse, she could have just thrown in the towel. You know, I thought she kind of fought back a little bit at the 9. I thought that was an okay effort.
Well, I think that the important thing to keep in mind about that race is it was a 10 furlongs.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And I think that you got to take, when you have these talented turf runners, you got to take a chance at it. But I feel like they probably want to go shorter, and now they're shortening up a little bit. So although I think they ran well in there, I think that there's a performance. Look farther back in their past performances to have an idea of how they're more likely to run here on Saturday.
Yeah, and look, not for nothing, but Chad's got a safety valve here too in case they go main track only. Undervalued asset if they take this off the turf. He's got that main track only, so.
And you know, a couple of speeds in there too, but he's also got another safety valve, Prerequisite, who has got some pace maybe to keep company up front early.
Another horse that comes out of the Wonder again, wired to field in the Wonder again, then went to the Belmont Oaks and almost wired that field. So another horse that's very, very qualified. She just draws the complete outside, so she's going to have to get position early in the race.
A lot of times these graded stakes on the turf at Saratoga, it's which of the Chad Browns to take. We saw it in the Diana, biggest price, 2 years running now has won it. Choices to make on Saturday. Up next, we have the Thursday finale to come. Russi, James Bonbarn, trying to close out the card in consecutive days here with a winner. He's got the favorite when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Not above the law to win. Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Nightcap coming up, and before we get to it, how about this opportunity through ABR to win a trip to Saratoga Springs next summer, presented by America's Best Racing, Naira Bets, and My Racehorse. One grand prize winner gets all of this. Trip upstate, $1,000 wagering voucher with Naira Bets, $1,000 spending spree on myracehorse.com, expenses paid trip, and 2-night hotel stay. Yes, please.
Run to your TV right now, take out your picture, your phone, and just scan right there, and you're entered. Easy as that.
It's incredible technology.
It is technology, right?
I really love a QR code, I got to be honest.
It's the best thing, it really is.
Huge fan.
Don't forget, since it is Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, we're continuing to put up that QR code where you can donate to these various organizations that are helping find homes after these racing careers are over for our equine athletes. Any little bit helps. A lot of these organizations run on donations only. So do what you can on a day where we honor and pay tribute to what they do for these horses that give us so much.
Yeah, it's true. You know, Rich Schosberg, when we do that feature, which was just unbelievably done by our crew, I think he said something that hit the nail on the head. So in my head, you know, a lot of these horses, their careers are 3, 4, and 5, and they live till they're 20. So their aftercare is a lot longer than on the racetrack.
7 minutes away from this finale coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined by Zazie Pence as she is, tell me your title, at Aikendale Aftercare. It's such a wonderful program.
It is a wonderful program. My title is Executive Director, which in essence means I'm in charge of all of the operations of the farm, all of the administrative operations, so all of the fundraising, how do we make this work, how are the horses being cared for, how are the horses being trained, what is the vision for the future, so every hat.
You get to ride a little bit too.
I actually do get to ride. That's the perk. I was telling somebody the other day, if I'm not going to ride, what is in this for me? So yeah, the other morning I said, I am abandoning all administrative duties and just hopping, give me a horse. I'm riding a horse.
Good for you. Now, it's a storied history at Aikendale with John Hettinger buying that farmland and reserving most of it for retired racehorses. But as you said, it's all about, you know, turn of the century, looking towards the future. So how are you kind of recreating Aikendale for the future?
Well, I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned John. So John Hettinger was our founder, and the question I constantly ask myself is, WWJD, what would John do? Really, I mean, I try to, as much as I can, base what the future of Aikendale is on the past, which is essentially our core mission is to provide safe haven and new opportunities for retiring racehorses. But you need to build on that to be able to actually do that. And in my mind, the way to do that is bring in the community, and it's multiple communities. It's the racing community, it's the equestrian community at large, it's the local community around us in Pawling, New York, and by bringing in that community, they get to feel and understand the power of the thoroughbred. And for me, I grew up with an off-the-track thoroughbred. It was, as my mother says, my savior. She says, I have no idea what I would be doing with my life if I didn't have my horse who I had to tend to every day. And he had such a substantial impact on my life that I feel like bringing that and sharing that joy and that experience with all of these communities, whether they're horse people or not, is what's going to have them invest in this idea of preserving this land for horses and keeping it going.
Well, and too, Zazie, if people want to help out, I know there's ways that they can get involved, but direct them where they should go.
Yeah, so just stop by our website, very easy, aikendale.org. So that's AKINDALE.org, or look us up in Pawling. We have an incredible 310-acre spread. You can come visit, you can tour the property, you can volunteer. We're trying to develop a riding program where you can come and actually take a trail ride with one of our thoroughbreds. I know that doesn't sound like it would work, but yes, some of them are very quiet. And so we're very open to meeting new people and bringing people into our community.
Well, Zazie, thank you so much for all you do and your time today, and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much.
She also has the coolest name ever, right? Zazie, Greg?
I'm not going to argue that. I love that name. Do what you can on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Scan that QR code. There it is one more time. and make your donation today. They give so much back to our sport and finding second homes for these equine athletes. Here's our favorite. This is Russi, Luis Saez, James Bond Barn, and a horse who showed speed. Basically in the same kind of race last time out. A race taken off the turf, wound up second, beat a length, guys.
Junior just did a good job because he wheeled and tried to drop him. Couldn't accomplish it.
And there, you know, this horse was battling 3 wide most of the way. I thought it was very, very game. Now, was 4.5 to 1 that day in the 8-horse field after running some okay races. You know, the Bond family tried to get this horse on the turf. And this horse does have speed with Louis aboard. I would think he's going to try to take this field gate to wire, but the 12 is the interesting horse in here, Greg. You know, a daughter or son of La Verdad. I mean, you don't really want to be gelding a horse of this type of pedigree with the 12.
That's a female sprint champion. For these connections, Linda Rice and Lady Sheila Stable.
But in fairness, though, the other 2 siblings couldn't really run. They weren't. You know, she hasn't been very productive.
Were they by Into Mischief also?
No, it was a Tappet and a Medaglia d'Oro.
Oh, jeez. Well,
it's not like they were going to the wrong stallions.
I fell for it. I saw the $450,000 Into Mischief, La Verdad, and check mark, and I.
And look, I mean, you know, it's
the horse can definitely win this race.
Oh, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. But I do think that you know, the fact that this horse is a gelding, like you said, to geld the horse before they even run with that pedigree, it must have been a necessary thing. The horse.
Last resort.
Last resort. The mind wasn't there, or it was a physical issue that was kind of holding the horse up. Maggie talks about sometimes that the gelding can just kind of help them move better in behind. But it's not your first choice when you have a horse that costs this much with this pedigree. And that makes me think that there must have been an issue. The horse couldn't get to the racetrack as a 2-year-old. That's also not a great sign. It just, all signs point to it doesn't have to win today.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, checking in with La Verdad's baby, and it's odd. As JK pointed out, the first 2 siblings have not done much running. Actually, the first one by Tappet, one going long on the turf, and actually never crossed the wire first, was put first via DQ. And the other one, I think one going long as along on the dirt. Now, this horse actually looks much better on the track than what he did out back in the paddock. Whoa! Yes! Well done, Jose. Nope. That's why he's gelding. Right there. He just showed us why he's a gelding. Yeah, I don't like this. So he's just not overly athletic. Now, like I was kind of getting to before he dropped Jose Ortiz, is that he looks like one that, well, A, wants to go longer, ironically, with that pedigree, and he's just not overly athletic, which is odd, given that he's Into Mischief, because the majority of Into Mischief that I see show up on the racetrack are incredibly athletic looking. They just look like sports cars. So, I don't know. If he wins, he beats me. I'm actually more interested in the other first-time starter here for Jose Cameo, son of Majestic City. And this one, she did win on the dirt, albeit in a very minor race. And the Majestic Cities are actually better sprinting on the dirt. Now, he doesn't boast a high win percentage with his debuters, but this horse looks ready. He looks strong. He looks quick. He just warmed up like he was going to be quick as well. And that was enough for me. But I totally get that Russi in here is much the horse to beat. I have no problems with your 2-to-1 favorite, Greg.
And we expect Russi to be the pace in here. I mean, next we have Vaunted. I know it was against softer company, but that horse showed turf speed, sprinting.
Yeah, got some speed. But I would think the 1 is going to probably try to cut out the fractions, or at least get to the front end. We'll see what happens with the 12 who was acting up in here.
Well, we just saw how quick he is. I hope he's that quick moving forward.
The alternative for me, I like the 1. I picked the 1, if I'm not mistaken. I like the 2 a little bit. I think it's sneaky at a price. It's whoever can pop and make the front end here in this dirt, in these 5.5 dirt sprints really does have an advantage. I think those 2 horses are the fastest early.
And by the way, Rat Ortiz Jr., 3 wins this afternoon. One of them we saw on the feature via DQ. Picks up the mount on the 3. Lock and Key. Interesting here. Horse who was eased last time out going long on the turf. Trying to win his 4th on the day. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte with a nightcap on this Thursday card.
And here is Prince of Truth out of the very popular La Verdad. Right up to the gate. Assistant starters guiding this son of Into Mischief in. There he goes. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Rusi breaks very alertly. Lock and Key is flashing sharp early foot, as is Vaunted. Pascal Moon fourth, but just a length and a half off the pace. Prince of Truth is on the far outside, racing 2 clear of Screw Loose and Twirling Vine at the back past the half-mile pole, where it's Rusi just in front, being pressed by Vaunted, and those two speed through an opening quarter in 22 2/5 seconds. Vaunted is up to take the lead. A length and a half back to Lock and Key in third. Then comes Prince of Truth, running by Pascal Moon. Down at the rail, Screw Loose and Twirling Vine. They are at the top of the stretch, and it's Vaunted with a narrow lead. Rusi fighting back at the rail. Lock and Key in the center of the track, 4 lengths back to Prince of Truth. Rusi on the inside puts his head back in front, but here's Lock and Key. And Lock and Key on the outside, in between them, Vaunted. Lock and Key. Lock and Key. Irad Ortiz with his 4th on the afternoon. Rusi won that big battle with Vaunted. They were going at it for some time. And then it was Prince of Truth in 4th.
That's why Irad Ortiz Jr. wanted to stick around, take the pickup mount here in the nightcap. 4-win day for the meet's leading rider, his 38th winner of this meeting. And it's Lock and Key to close things out for the James Begg barn.
Look, and that's how hungry he is, too. I mean, hats off to Irad for picking this horse up. Ray Lou Gutierrez was named on. Must not have had any other mounts today here. And horse was eased and vanned off last time out at Belmont Park, and picks this horse up. And that's great. I love seeing that, because when these trainers have to scratch one late in the day because they can't find another rider or whatever for any reason, it's good to see.
You don't see that very often. 1.25 miles on the turf, eased, show back up, 5.5 on the dirt, and win. So
I tell you what, it was a great call by Greg. Greg, you called it dead on the nails. You basically said the 4 gives the 1 problems. The 1 can't, he's going to have trouble winning this race. The 4 gave the 1 a ton of problems. If the 4 doesn't give the 1 problems, the 1 wins the race. The 3 got a great trip. And you go back and you look, there is a couple races on there where this horse does have some back class, a couple bullet drills coming in. And there you see Jamie Beggs there, the trainer. And you get Irad Ortiz. This horse, yeah.
It's the first time that James Begg has trained this horse, so he figured it out in the right way.
And coming into today, last couple of days, we said, things are tightening up a little bit in this jockey race. And then all of a sudden, Irad has a 4-win day. He's back up 11 on his next closest pursuer.
You kind of knew it was going to happen, though.
He's just.
I had that feeling.
He's just one of those guys that he's just not going away. He's not going to. He's not going to go 0 for 27 in 3 days. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen.
He wasn't a sleeping lion until they put him to sleep with the 3-day suspension, and we woke the sleeping lion back up.
That's true.
I had to think, the next closest pursuer is Luis Saez, really the main one. Would have to make up a lot of ground. Well, that time away from Irad. And, hey, we still got time in this meet, but up 11, that's quite a margin. Already past the halfway point. 4-win day for Irad Ortiz Jr. And Lock and Key, as Paulie mentioned here, benefit here of a bit of a setup with 2 horses battling on the front end.
Well, you called it. You said, listen, the 4 could give the 1 problems. That's exactly what happened. So who took advantage of it? Irad, and Lock and Key was sitting in the right spot.
Fun Thursday afternoon. We got 3-year-old fillies this Saturday, of course, in the Alabama. We're going to talk a lot more about it tomorrow. Right call, though, again, from the stewards in that feature.
Come on. Of course.
Part of that 4-win day for Irad. We're back tomorrow. 1 Eastern start time on FS2. That DQ, of course. Ramblin' Wreck put up to victory with Let's Go Big Blue. Coming over on him, Irad says, look, easy call, stewards. Make it. They did. And Ramblin' Wreck now 2 wins the last 3 starts for the Danny Gargan Barn. Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. Go Yellow Jackets, as you heard from Reeves Thoroughbred Corp. We'll see you tomorrow. Again, 1 Eastern start on FS2.